Hello there.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our session on digital democracy and future realities. Thank you so much for coming early this morning and for joining us for what I believe will be a very interesting and exciting conversation. So I'll just briefly talk about why we're having this conversation and how it came about. First, let me just quickly introduce myself. My name is Nima Iyer, and I am the founder of Policy. And Policy is a feminist civic tech organization based in Kampala, Uganda. And when I first founded Policy about 6 years ago, there was a lot of buzz around civic tech. And I feel even like using the word civic tech feels a bit dated. Like it feels very, 2016, 2017, but it's the same topics with just different names and the similar ideas. And why this is really interesting to me because I vividly remember the first time I used the internet back in the early 90s and just how much joy it had and how it felt like you could create anything and it felt, it felt free and accessible. And then slowly over time, things changed and platforms became very gated and then you had to be in these closed spaces and sort of the dreams that we had for, this open internet that we could all use was slowly diminishing in some ways. So now we have a lot of platforms that are fueled by commercial interests and fueled by advertisement or they're fueled by divisive politics online. And so the question that we are asking here today is what happened to the spaces that would have been publicly owned and publicly governed? What happened to those spaces? Do we still have an opportunity to create those kind of spaces? Who should be having these conversations about making these spaces? And yeah, that's kind of why we're all gathered here and also to get different perspectives of who can be in the room, who's not in the room, who should be in the room. And yeah, also generally to talk about how this term of public good has changed over time, but how it's still very much the same concept and still very important and very relevant. So I hope you will have a great conversation with us. And the format we'll have is that we'll talk together for about 40 minutes on the panel, 40, 50 minutes. And then we would love to have time to open it up to hear your perspectives and also to get your questions. So I know there's often, this is not a question, but if you do have interesting comments to add, that would definitely be welcome. So I would love to start the panel. And I will first start off with Mallory, and I'll give a quick introduction to Mallory Nodal. Mallory is CDT's, that is Center for Democracy and Technology's Chief Technology Officer. She is a member of the Internet Architecture Board and the co-chair of the Human Rights Protocol Considerations Research Group. She takes a human rights, people-centered approach to technology implementation with a focus on encryption, censorship, and cybersecurity. Mallory, thank you so much for joining us this morning. The first question I wanted to ask you is generally about what do you think about the general concept of public internet infrastructure or public goods? How would you explain it to the people in the room, first of all? And what good is it providing to us? Or even what's the potential of what it could provide to us?
Yeah, thanks so much for inviting me and for having me here to talk about this topic. What I really like about your framing of this panel is it answers the question, internet for what? Because I feel that we often just assume that the internet is inherently a good thing, and that's actually not a bad assumption. I think we all arrive at the same conclusion, but I don't think we introspect or remind ourselves enough what for and what does it provide. I think that where governments and corporations have made the case for why we need to move online and digitize, often those are austerity measures, often those are ways of replacing infrastructure with digital infrastructure. And I think what we're talking about in this panel is the opposite. Why do we have the internet? Why do we believe in it so much? Why is it so important? And I can tell you from a while back, I've been in this space for a terribly long time, it turns out. And I remember when we didn't have social media, or we couldn't take for granted that one could simply go on the internet and build oneself a platform or share information. It started for me when I was an activist with indie media, where we were going around mostly just filming protests or sharing information about protests. And then that wound up online because the indie media websites were ostensibly somewhat open. They were kind of the proto Web 2.0. You could upload an event or share event details with people. You could then post a blog, or we just called it news. We could post news from a protest on the indie media website, and then those got published, and so that sort of citizen media became a real precursor to what we see now pervasively in social media, where a lot of that content now is on corporate-owned private space platforms. Indie media still exists. Those things are still around. Other things that are in that spirit are like Wikipedia, right? Or things where we're code-generating with one another in aggregate content. And I think the other thing that back in that time when I'm really stretching my mind backwards, where we were really insistent upon owning the technology, and not just owning it, you know, in terms of having a bare metal server somewhere in a co-location center that you could visit it and check in on it, see how it's doing, install the software you want on it, make sure you have the encryption keys and no one else, et cetera, was that we were also really invested in figuring out how to do it too. So it wasn't just about the having, it was also about the doing and the making. And I feel like that in and of itself was quite an empowering sort of action, because we were actually building cool tools. Like I mentioned, you know, indie media sort of invented social media. We were, and we were hacking on it, we were figuring out. And so I think there's some spirit of that still happens. I see it everywhere. It's sort of a yes and, right? It hasn't been that corporates have sort of replaced this. It's just that we now have to compete with the corporates that, of course, act in anti-competitive ways. They are interested in capturing users. They have all kinds of other incentives. And so while some of those traditions are still around, they're just not as present. They're not as well used. They're not as well remembered. And so I think, yes, the internet is itself a public good, but I think all of the things that sort of come out of it when the exercise is itself the end goal, really, I think, is what communities end up coming up with as what are public goods for them. So I think I'll stop there and let you introduce the rest of the panel.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that. In terms of what you said, for example, what groups do you think benefit from these public goods, and who is excluded as well? Just as you said, you know, the corporations tend to own them now, so if you could, yeah, just expand on that.
Yeah, I think your question about exclusion is a good one, and sorry, I didn't mention it before. I do think that while we like to valorize the sort of hacking and the making and the doing, it is not that inclusive. It does require a lot of time, and so much of the people in this space still today are folks who have free time or that have jobs that align with this sort of work. And so it does, by virtue of that, simply exclude people who maybe don't have a lot of time to just try to figure out the technology, or they don't have access to those things. So I think we shouldn't be too overly enamored with this idea that we can just build it and make it. It actually does take a lot of time. It does take a lot of investment. And so I think without a concerted effort to build up the public good internet, without real investment in money, again, because we're not doing this for profit, there is no business model, that it won't thrive, and in a lot of places won't even exist at all. And because these communities are very much bootstrapping communities, meaning that once they exist, they start to grow.
There's a request for you to speak a little bit slower.
Oh, certainly, yeah. Absolutely, yes. So I was just finishing up, but what I was saying is that a lot of the communities that make public good internet technology tend to be self-perpetuating, so that needs to be grounded in existence. And the opposite then is also true. If there is not a strong community of building a public good internet nearby, it's really difficult to expect one to just happen. Or expect the local communities there to benefit from a global public good internet when it's not in their local language, it's not necessarily serving their needs. So again, I'll just reiterate the main point here is that it takes effort and investment, support, money, et cetera, to make it happen.
Thanks, Mallory. I think I still have more questions on that topic, but let me get on to the some of the other speakers as well, because I definitely am curious in terms of when you say the investment and the money for a public good that will not make money as well. And yeah, I'm curious. We'll discuss it later. Like where might this money come from, and how would it be sustained? But we'll come back to that. I would like to bring on our next speaker, who is Bill Thompson from the BBC. Yeah, I think he'll...
Hello.
Hi.
Can I be seen or even heard?
We're just waiting for your image to come up on the screen. Just one. I'll introduce you in the meantime.
It's not worth waiting for.
Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, wow. I'll introduce you in the meantime as that happens. So Bill will be joining us remotely. Bill leads the public value research in BBC Research and Development. He's also well known as a technology journalist and advisor to arts and cultural organizations on matters related to digital technology. From January 2001 to April 2023, he was also a regular studio expert on the BBC World Service Technology program Digital Planet, which is also known as Go Digital and Click. And he still appears regularly as an independent commentator. He's an adjunct professor at Southampton University and member of the board of the Web Science Trust. So, Bill, we're still waiting for your image to appear. Should we just go ahead?
I would carry on.
Okay.
I'm better on the radio anyway. I know that.
Oh, there you are. All right, so we can see you on the screen now. Welcome. Welcome, and thanks for joining us very late your time. We really do appreciate it. So the question that I have for you today, Bill, is how can we build internet technologies that are architected, designed, and deployed to meet the specific requirements of public service organizations? So in simpler words, how do we make these public goods? And how do we make sure that they work within the current standards of the internet? So what's the best way we can go around to create these digital public goods?
Oh, the easy questions first then. I think that it's interesting that you say that we do them in line with current internet standards, because that sort of assumes that what we've got now is a sufficient base for public service outcomes. And I'd argue, just in line with what Mallory has been eloquently saying, that the history of the network over the past now 50 years is that we have a set of technology standards that have failed to deliver public service outcomes, that have been subverted, that have been taken over by commercial interests intentionally, in that governments have sort of given that space to commercial interests, but also the standards, the technical standards, the protocols themselves have proved unable to resist commercial pressure and have not effectively delivered good outcomes. And we see that again and again in the way that the open web has been closed, in the way that sort of things we would like to happen in terms of open communications protocols haven't happened. So part of what we're looking at the BBC is in fact to ask whether we need a significant intervention in the underlying technology stack, as well as work on regulation and governance. So let's not just accept the internet as it is, but let's think about how we might build it or improve it and design it to deliver those outcomes. So bring in the sort of communities that have been traditionally excluded from internet governance activities, bring in the sort of communities that were definitely not part of the conversation in the 1980s and 1990s when today's network was emerging, and try to have a more structured conversation. As a public service broadcaster, you see, the BBC has spent 100 years making television and radio work, and it feels to me that, you know, as part of our mission, we should be trying to work with others to make the internet work. And that means trying to, you know, go back to basics, to ask ourselves what a network would look like that could allow us to effectively assert, say, identity, that could protect people from surveillance, that could deliver those public goods. And then on top of that, we could start to build a digital public sphere in which people could feel more fulfilled, could feel happier, could feel protected from some of the bad aspects of the commercial internet if they chose it. And so I'd say the two parts of your question go together quite effectively, in that we want to consider what good public service outcomes are. We sort of know what they are in the real world. We sort of know what they are in the broadcasting space that the BBC knows very well. I think we're quite unclear about what they would be online, particularly when we have many different constituencies of interest. And so we need to have the widest possible coalition of interest, people talking about this, designing the network. But we shouldn't assume that what we've got today is actually the right starting point. Perhaps the radical thing to do is to accept that if we're to serve democracy and serve digital democracy, we should be willing to ask some very hard questions about the way today's network runs, the technical protocols, the design standards for our applications, and indeed governance, and whether that's the right way to deliver the sort of public service internet that we're looking for.
Thank you so much for that, Bill. I think it's interesting in terms of the design because I want to say a few weeks ago, there was suddenly a ton of platforms that came about to replace Twitter/X. And it just felt like over the course of 2 weeks, there was like 10 new online platforms, but they all looked exactly the same. There was no innovation. It was just copy paste of the same platform. And it just felt so boring. Like, isn't there another way to design a space where we can share our very brief thoughts? But I think it's really interesting and like, yeah, how do we get to get together and design something that looks different from what we currently have? And yeah, it felt so restrictive.
Indeed, and of course part of that is, if you like, the network primitives, the underlying protocols that you have to work with if you want to build a modern social network are themselves quite limited. So, the emergence of ActivityPub was brilliant because it was a different way of thinking about how you might construct an online social space. And it allows you to have different design criteria to work in a different way, to build security into it in a different way. And I think it's that novelty that is going to be absolutely important for the next generation of the internet, that what we've got now doesn't feel to me like it's a good starting point. So let's have the sort of radical conversations that we could have in this room and see where they take us.
Lovely, thank you so much. All right, I would love to move to our next speaker, Ana Cristina Ruelas from UNESCO. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Ana is a Senior Program Specialist at UNESCO Communications and Information Sector's Section for Freedom of Expression and Protection of Journalists. She has dedicated her work to the promotion and defense of human rights, freedom of expression, and the right to information. Previously, Ana Cristina was the director of Article 19's Regional Office for Mexico and Central America. Once again, thank you for joining us. The question that I have for you builds upon what Mallory started, talking about who's included and who's excluded, and the kind of resources that are needed. So I'd love to ask you, how do we ensure that various stakeholders are heard and have the appropriate input so that we can develop these online governance structures that serve everyone?
Great, thank you very much. It's a great conversation. I just wanted to think of what Bill was just saying, of how we are thinking the internet and how we are including different voices within the internet. And that reminded me of one of the things that my first job of UNESCO was related to, which was trying to make indigenous communities content within the internet to be available, and how the possibility of creating indigenous communities content, acknowledging that most of the content right now is content that do not relate to most of these indigenous communities. I'm Mexican, and Mexico is the 11th country with most multicultural communities. So I was thinking on how can we actually make sure that diverse cultural content, that cultural expressions are well set in internet, and that when we navigate into internet, we relate to those communities that live in our countries more than to other communities, and as long as, at the same time as we relate to other communities from other countries. Because, as I say, in my country, sometimes we don't even know about indigenous communities, even though they live in the side of our door. So I just was thinking about that because this relates a little bit of what UNESCO is doing right now and what we're intending to promote in this process of defining how the governance of digital platforms should look like when we're facing different processes, regulatory arrangements in different parts of the world. So UNESCO has started since September 2022 a process of consultation on guidelines for the regulation of digital platforms. In the beginning, we started thinking about how the different discussions around regulation should take shape and try to create an understanding, a common understanding that a human rights-based approach should come into place. And we realized that there were 3 elements that we wanted to enforce. One is that, as some of you know, UNESCO endorsed in a declaration unanimously that is called the Windowhead Declaration that said that information is a public good and that there's 3 steps to actually make sure that information becomes as a share good for everyone. The first one is transparency for internet platforms. The second one is empowerment through media and information literacy mechanisms. And the third one, it's media viability. So through that, taking that in mind, we started this discussion recognizing that the thing was happening in silos, that we wanted to maintain the freedom that we all have in the internet. We wanted indigenous community to be able to engage, to have cultural content within the internet as we have it. But at the same time, we were looking that regulation that was happening around the world was targeting the users and not seeing what the companies could do to be more transparent, to be accountable, to identify what was that phenomenon that wasn't to be targeted, such as disinformation, hate speech, etc. So through a different process, it was 3 stages of open consultation where we received more than 10,000 comments from many of you. We realized that what we wanted is, 1, to safeguard freedom of expression, access to information, and I'll say one thing that it will come in the next version is, and diverse cultural content. Because one of the things that we aim in this process is to balance and make sure that whatever the governance system is, thinking that there's always complementarity between self-regulation, co-regulation, and statutory regulation, whatever that kind of shape of arrangement, of regulatory arrangement is, the governance system, which is a group of people that should be identified, and this relates to your question, we need to identify those stakeholders that are interested to participate in the governance system. And the governance system had to be able to create balance in the participation of these stakeholders. We need to bear in mind that when we're talking about a governance system, we need to include those voices that are mostly affected by the different phenomena that we are seeing in the internet and that are the issues that we want to address in order to also preserve freedom of expression, access to information, and diverse cultural content. So this is one of the things that UNESCO guidelines are trying to put forward, how we can ensure that governance systems are transparent, how we can ensure that governance systems are accountable, that they promote diverse cultural content, that actually they are and have in place check and balances, because sometimes even when we're talking about self-regulatory measures or self-regulatory arrangements, there's not within it a specific check and balances or mechanisms to be accountable. And we want them to be able to be open and inclusive and accessible for everyone, not only for the technical community or the people that knows about the internet, but the people that wants to engage with the internet and have the possibility of create their own content. So I will say that for us, there's, I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements that we said about the multi-stakeholder approach within this governance system. The first is acknowledging and identifying the stakeholders, including the companies that should be responsible for for the compliance of the 5 principles set in the guidelines. Then afterwards I can talk about them. And when identifying these companies, the regulators should bear in mind, yes, on one hand, the size, 2, the market share, and 3, the functionality of the platforms. And in this last section, I want to stop a little bit because it has to do with public interest, internet technologies. In this last section, the guidelines are clear that when a governance system identify which are the companies that should be on the scope, there should be a clear understanding of what is the kind of functionality, business model, service that the companies place, et cetera. So I could read the thing, but it's complicated. And then the second thing is encouraging inclusive participation. And when we say encouraging inclusive participation, it's not about only the usual suspects, but actually one of the things that we receive from the various submissions from the consultation, for instance, for children from 13 to 18 years old, we're like, we want to participate in these discussions. We are not in these discussions, you know, like, and you're always trying to protect us, but how are we enabling the possibility for us to participate and engage more in the internet and in the decision-making process of the governance system? How are you giving us the tools to actually engage in these processes? And I think this is an important question because I don't see that we have been able, for instance, in this fora, to bring together like people that is actually the most important user in the internet right now. The third thing is creating balance. That means acknowledging that the different actors within the stakeholder or the governance system have different levels of power, so we need to create balance and understand how balance should be worked. Ensuring transparency and accountability, as I already said. Collaborative decision-making, so it tends to put forward a set of guidelines of how decision-making is going to be. And then coordinating implementation efforts and evaluation. So that means that when we talk about multi-stakeholderness, it's not about just the moment of releasing any type of regulation or any type of code of conduct or any type of whatever. We need to participate in the implementation process and in the evaluation process. What we've heard from the regulatory groups is like, civil society participates a lot in the process of, advocates a lot for or against regulation. But then when the regulation passes, they leave us alone. They are not with us. And we need to participate together because we are the technical persons that are going to implement regulations that are facing the different questions, and we don't have the participation of the different stakeholders in our decision-making process. So I think that's another important thing, and the evaluation process, which allow us to identify if the governance systems is working or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ana Cristina. Thank you for breaking that down. I think that was really helpful. All right, we're going to move on to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Rachel Judistari from Wikimedia Foundation. And Rachel is Wikimedia Foundation's lead public policy specialist for Asia. She has extensive working experience engaging key stakeholders through lobbying and advocacy to promote knowledge sharing, innovation in village governance, human rights, and youth empowerment. All right, so what I was thinking about while this discussion was going on is that I have 2 separate Twitter accounts. And on one, it's the people in this room. It's about like open source or non-profit driven public interest tech. And then on my other WhatsApp, my other Twitter, it's purely for profit. And the conversations these 2 groups are having do not intersect at any point. The for-profit one is about how do you launch a SaaS? How do you get the most money from your users per month? How do you, raise your prices so that you can have the most money and recurring revenue? And it's just all about like how to suck out the most money possible from customers, identifying their pain points. How do you keep them locked into the platform? A big thing in that is like how do you reduce churn, which is people dropping from your platform. And yeah, 2 very, 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 very different conversations. So I wanted to ask you, when we think about public interest. What does it mean to place this public interest, these public goods at the heart of innovation or regulation? So I feel like the innovation space is really being taken over by, I don't want to say corporations, but people who want to make profits. I also thought about this example a few weeks ago about couch surfers. So when I was in college, couch surfers was really popular. In case you don't know, it was basically a platform where you could go to different countries and stay for free in someone's house, and you would stay on their couch most likely. And after Airbnb came about, it totally, I feel that it killed couch surfing, because I actually logged into my account after like 10 years, and it's become like a cesspool. The vibe is gone, you know? And then on the other side, it's all about Airbnb and like how much money they can make and how they've taken all the apartments. So it's a long-winded way to say, like, yeah, how do we keep public interest when innovation nowadays is really focused on profit? Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Nima, for giving me the longest questions, 1 million questions. But yeah, good morning, everyone. So I think I just want to summarize what has been shared by previous speakers, that the digital world today are mostly private and for-profit platforms, as Nima also said. And in some cases, the privations of internet amplify wealth gap, prevent equitable access, and also exacerbated knowledge gap, especially for women, indigenous people, people of color, and other socially repressed groups. It's also compromise our privacy and intensify polarizations and disinformations that is very detrimental to the protections of human rights and democratic values. So at this juncture, I also want to give you good news that Wikipedia still exists. We are the only not-for-profit platforms which maintained by a community of users that are consistently ranks among the top 10 most visited websites. In this year alone, about 4.5 billion unique global visitors visit Wikipedia monthly. No one owns Wikipedia, and it's available for free without advertising, without selling personal data, while maintaining strong user privacy protections. However, when you mentioned about innovations, this is also something that we are consistently doing. We realized that as the world's largest online free encyclopedia, we play essential role in training most large language models, which is essentially in generative AI. I think we've heard the buzzword since day one of IGF. I don't want to bore you, but what we are trying to do is to address knowledge gap within our communities. We also understand that while we are not for-profit public interest platforms, we are far from ideal. Majority of the editors, we have around 300,000 editors right now, are still from Global North. And we want to diversify our community of editors and also providing tools and accesses for most repressed group. For example, 2 years ago, we launched Knowledge Equity Funds. And then this year, we provided funds to AMAN, Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Indonesia, one of the largest indigenous people alliances with more than 2 million members, to create more content in Wikimedia projects to preserve their indigenous cultures and languages. We also have some projects to ensure the participations of women, people of color, and queer people through art and feminism. So by providing more profile of women in Wikipedia, we hope that it can shift the conversations around us. And the second part of your question is also about regulations and what are the key principles that we need to preserve to ensure the protections of public interest platforms. Well, this is a dicey topics right now because I feel like in the past few years we saw a surge of very restrictive regulations on content moderations and platforms. However, the creations of these regulations are often focused on the big tech and forget to consider the diversity of internet services. So some of these policies prescribe overly broad restrictions with highly punitive consequences, which also affecting our decentralized community-based content moderations. Hopefully when new regulations are created or the current regulations are revising, the policymakers can also bear in mind the diversity of internet, especially for public interest platforms like Wikipedia, where we are using our community-led models to maintaining the website, but also becoming the antidote of disinformations. Because daily, our editors are doing fact-checking for more than 50 million articles that are available in Wikipedia. And we also want to encourage the regulations that caters internet to not solely mandating automations of content detections, but also help create opportunities for people's participations to avoid creating a digital divide. Another principles that need to be protected within the internet regulations is definitely meaningful community participations in internet governance. I think Ana Cristina has mentioned earlier on the importance of that, and I would like to resonate with that, because decentralized content moderations model is one of the way to preserving democratic values in the internet. And we also see the importance of having open and free internet for a diverse and equitable digital environment. We saw internet shutdown, service interruptions, website blocking as means to hinder Wikipedia volunteers' collaborations. And hopefully this also can be addressed technically, but also regulations-wise. Lastly, the regulations should definitely safeguard user privacy and ban intrusive surveillance system while also upholding our protections to human rights. And lastly, because our next speaker will be coming from private sector, I also want to encourage further collaborations and communications with commercial platforms that also have pivotal roles in sharing information globally. So thank you, Dima. I hope that I answered your questions.
Yes, 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 definitely. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. But what you said also got me thinking about generally interesting talking about how regulations are often aimed at big tech. And I was doing a couple of surveys, interviews a few months ago, looking at Kenya's data protection. And, you know, on the surface, it looks great that there's these data protection laws, there's a data protection office, you need to comply with all these different laws. But then I think about small companies that are just starting out, because I used to be a small company that was just starting out. And I couldn't imagine adding that other layer of work that you'd have to do when you're a two-person company. And you'd have to follow all the same rules for a company that has 100,000 employees, and there's no way around that. And it feels extremely unfair that it's the same rules that applied despite such different contexts. So that's a really good point. Thank you for that. All right, I would love to bring on our last speaker, who we're very excited about, Widya Listiawulan, who is the VP of Public Policy of Traveloka. And Widya will be joining us virtually as well. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Widya has 20 years of experience on public policy. Currently, she leads she leads policy work of Traveloka, the largest travel and lifestyle app in Southeast Asia. And previously, she managed public policy at Amazon Web Services and also worked in the UN. So, Widya, we're just waiting for your image to appear on the screen. If you'll just give us...
Hi, everyone.
Hi, welcome. There you are. Hi, it's so lovely to have you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So yeah, as Rachel already prefaced, we're very interested to hear from you about how the private sector or you know e-commerce businesses can be a part of this discussion about public interest tech. How can companies ensure that some of the principles of public interest tech continue to live on? So if you can just add generally to the conversation that we've been having, we would really love the private sector perspective. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Nima. Thank you, Nima. Hi, everyone. Good morning from Jakarta, Indonesia. Thank you for having us in here. My name is Vidya from Traveloka. But first of all, perhaps some of you not really familiar with Traveloka. So just a few seconds, I'd like to share what we are doing in Asia, right? And how far we've been working in terms of innovating travel and providing convenient and convenient services for customers globally. So Traveloka has been here since 11 years ago. We started from meta search and trying to help people to travel conveniently. And after 11 years of working with all of the ecosystem, now we are operating in 6 countries in ASEAN. We have more than 45 active users monthly. We have more than 2 million partners, and by partners mean restaurants, hotels, flights, transportation, as well as all the ecosystem of tourism sector. And we don't stop here. We hope to expand and work more and provide more and better service for customers globally. Now, to add on the discussion that we have this morning, we as company believe that innovation is the key factor. Technology and innovation are the key factor to boost tourism in the world. And perhaps we remember back in COVID time, we understand that tourism is, one of the biggest industry that hit the most by COVID because people didn't travel, people didn't want to go outside and so on and so forth. However, Nima and everyone here, we actually very, very proud because this year we published our impact study showing our impact to community, to society, mostly during the COVID era. So during that time, we actually contributed 2.7% GDP to tourism sector in Indonesia, and that's quite large. And we didn't work alone, obviously. We worked with the government. We worked with community, Nima. We did a lot of digital literacy throughout the years, and we aim to have 100,000 participants from tourism sector in our digital literacy program. We work with community across Indonesia, mostly. We work with women community. We work with fishermen and environment community to make sure that we have sustainable component in tourism because according to our data, there are 4 points as a trend in terms of tourism after COVID recovery. Number 1 is actually flexibility that we provide through our innovation and technology. Number 2 is people tend to travel in nearby areas. Number 3 is people prefer to travel outdoor. And the last one is people actually prefer to travel in area that offer sustainability practices. And we actually focus to make sure that sustainable is in our core of business. Now we're talking about policy. I heard Rachel say that, there should be a collaboration with the government. Bill mentioned the openness of government, and we agree with that. And therefore, Traveloka is actually very active in association, both locally and regionally. For example, in Indonesia, we have an association for e-commerce called IDEA, and we become one of the active participant, active member, and actually we hold a position there. And also we actually the coordinator of industry task force. This is a task force assigned by the Ministry of ICT during G20 NIMA. So in these 2 organization or association or community, if you may say so, we provide input, we provide practices, we provide lesson learned that we capture on the ground, that we heard from our customers, and then we provide input to the government, to the regulators, with the hope that innovation, regulation, and customers can actually talk together, can actually produce a solution that fits for everybody's needs, that provides safety for our customer, but still, comply to the regulation in the local. So I think that's the opening remark. I hope I answer your question, and I'm happy to further discuss. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Vidya. Thank you. All right, I want to go back to Mallory with the question that I started in the beginning. And I'm actually going to ask you two questions in one because I feel like they're related. So of course we've heard from Vidya, but I'd love to also get your idea in terms of, can public interest work in a for-profit model? And yes or no, maybe. But if not, like, how would you otherwise fund the infrastructure and maintenance required for public interest infrastructure?
Fair question. I set myself up for this. I just want to correct, I think, a slight nuance that I hear a lot, which I don't think what we see in the massive corporate big tech space is innovation. It's monetization. They're taking things that people want that have already existed, that are there, right? And then they're figuring out ways to make a lot of money off of it, right? So, we've come up with loads of examples already on this panel. I don't have to restate them. How do you make that profitable? I don't know that that's the question, right? What we're asking is not profit, but sustain. How do you make it sustainable? So I think that there are a few different ways to look at this. This is not at all going to be coherent because this is not my area of expertise. But one, for example, is like barrier to entry. Right now, it's really difficult to compete because the barrier to entry is enormously high. We've monetized just about everything at this point, right? We're now picking up the scraps off the floor. Even the big corporates, right, are suffering. They pretend that. It depends on the day, right? Are they doing awesome, making loads of money for shareholders, or are they really losing a lot of money and they need your pity? It's hard to follow. The other issue then too is I think a lot of what we've been talking about so far is assumed that we're talking about platforms or social media, but there's actually tons of different services out there, right? There's email and web hosting. People do pay for those things. Businesses pay for those things. There's financial services, certainly something that people pay for. Lots of things that are possible to be made in the public interest without profit seeking, but that typically just aren't because we're really just hyper-focused a lot of times on like what's social media doing? How do you make social media profitable? And the last thing I'll just say is that I think I would say often we are critiquing this issue of surveillance and privacy violations in service of the, quote, innovative, targeted ads-based monetization, right? That is really narrow, and I think it's starting to break down already. Maybe I'm too eager to see it collapse, but I don't think that necessarily the issue is with advertising itself. There's a lot of ways to do advertising that's not targeting, right? Contextual advertising is great. If I'm already reading an article about something, it'd kind of be great to see ads related to it. There's no need to necessarily, again, like try to sell me wool socks in Washington, D.C. in the wintertime. Like, I'm going to buy warm socks when it's cold in a place that I live. I don't need an ad from Facebook to tell me to do that. So we're kind of wasting a lot of potential on this idea of targeted ads, and so I'd really like to see that go. And I don't think that, for example, that is a monetization strategy that's at all compatible with the public interest, but we don't need to just look at the figures to make that determination. It's inherently a paradox to survey and to serve in the public interest. So I think maybe when we're coming up with monetization schemes or sustainability schemes, right, that there's alignment with values and that really points the way towards what's possible. And so I don't think that there's any issue with that. It's just, it has to be done with principles in mind.
Thank you so much for that. And I think you've made such a great point that a lot of it, it's definitely not innovation. It's just monetization. I saw these angry messages from people because there was a website where you could get sheet music for guitar that had existed for like 20 years and was free, and then somebody bought it up and made it a SaaS, and now you have to pay a monthly subscription, and yeah. But that was praised as a very good business. So on the other side, interesting. Okay, I'd love to bring Bill back. Hi, Bill.
Hello there. I'm still here.
I wanted to ask, how do you determine responsibility and accountability for delivering various aspects of public interest internet? So, yeah, please go ahead.
I think that, I mean, it's a very broad question and a useful one. To some extent, it's the responsibility of everyone who wants a public service internet to figure out what they can do to contribute to it. And then we can look at existing institutions and organizations and ask whether they are aligned with the overall interests of the public service internet. So when Vidya was talking about commercial engagement, there should be no barrier to commercial engagement with a public service network, as long as it's done on the public service terms and not on commercial terms. And there should be no barrier to anyone's or any organization's engagement, as long as they accept the terms of trade. That what we're looking for in supporting democracy online and supporting the idea of a digital public sphere where society can come together is something which is sustaining, something which has positive attributes and is not subject to commercial capture or monetization, as Mallory was saying. In that sense, it's up to everyone to decide how they can contribute and how they can support it. The issue, as ever, is going to be coming up with some underlying principles that we can all agree on about how such a space, how such a network should be constructed and run. And then also feeling comfortable with the fact there will be divergence in how it's delivered into different cultures, to different interest groups, to different societies, to different countries. Because one of the problems that's emerged in the last few years has been the idea of the global timeline, that Facebook, Twitter as was, want everyone to see everything and we all exist in the same space. And that's not how real life works. It's not effective for us as human beings. It's not effective for civil society. And so we need to abandon some of those core assumptions on which the existing systems have been built and look to a different way. I do not have an answer. I have an organization, the BBC, which has been quite good in the past at figuring out how to do these things in the world of broadcasting. I believe there are enough of us, some of us are in this room right now, who care enough about the model of an internet that is sustaining and nourishing to want to build it and to have those difficult conversations about what it might look like. And everyone brings their own concerns to the party. We try to be much more representative than we have been, and certainly than we have been in the past 30 or 40 years building today's network. If we do that, my optimistic view from this side is that we can achieve something really good and valuable, that we can outline the design principles for a network that will actually serve the public interest and will sustain civic society. As I say, I don't know what it is yet. I do think there's a process for getting there beginning to emerge, and this conversation is part of that process.
Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you. I have a last question, and then I will open it up to the floor for a discussion. And my last question is to Rachel. So this whole time we've been having the conversation, we've been, using words like public interest, public good, right? So we're inherently assuming that it's good. And like as Mallory said at the start, is the internet always good? Because I was having this conversation with somebody about how they brought the internet to these like really previously disconnected indigenous communities, and I almost felt sad. I mean, I don't like access, access is great and everything, but also sometimes it's like, yeah, what if we just lived in a world where we didn't have to know what was happening in American politics all the time? What if? So let me close my questions with asking, what unintended consequences could public interest technologies have? So what could go wrong? How might we anticipate and or mitigate them?
Well, It's kind of very interesting questions, but there are some risks that can be affecting public interest platforms, especially in the process of knowledge creations itself. As you know, like 2/3 of global majority countries are consuming information from the internet. However, only less than 15% of representations of the global south are actively create knowledge online. And mostly the contents are in English. So one of the possible risks that we might be facing is endangering indigenous and less resources languages. And as I shared with you, this has been picked up as one of the key priority of the foundations. Knowledge equity is one of our main goal in achieving our 2030 visions. And in doing so, we are working with community of editors, partners like the UN, and government to do digital literacy so that more people can contribute in the creations of knowledge. Second of all, internet is only reflections of what's happening in the society. So it's unfair if you want to have quote-unquote free and accessible internet, while in reality, civic space are shrinking. And sometimes information in internet, especially the creator of that, can be utilized to punish the information that they put in the internet. And we see some of these cases happening in public interest platforms. So definitely regulations that criminalize dissenting voices need to be addressed, while we are also strengthening community resources to ensure the holistic security of contributors of the internet. And ultimately, while we are thinking that internet is everything, and if I don't have internet access in 5 minutes, I'll definitely get anxiety attack. But it's literally not everything. There's a lot of people who do not have access of internet, and the digital divide is still become one of the main issues in the global south. So although this is not specifically the risk that arises from the public interest platforms, but I feel that the public interest platforms should also contribute into discussions on how to addressing this access inequity. So yeah, I think I'll stop there, and hopefully other people can also have more questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I just had one funny example to share on what I consider a public interest tech. And so my mom is from Tanzania, and a few years ago they started digitizing their government services. And so, you know, before, it's quite a centralized country, so before you'd have to go to the capital where the office is, you know, give the papers, the person's gone to lunch, the person's not around, the person has been sick for 2 months. And then they digitized the service. But what that basically meant was that most people couldn't fill the forms online. And so people would go to the office, but now there was a little kiosk outside where there was a man with a computer who would then fill it in for you. So it was, and I was like, yeah, it's a cost-cutting measure, and it's all these other things, but it's also like, yeah, have we thought about whether people have the access and know how to fill online forms, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's interesting in like how you bring people in the design of these things and thinking about those issues. But yeah, I've really enjoyed this conversation, and I've hogged most of the questions. So I would love to open it to the floor if there are any questions for 5 of our amazing panelists. Or if you have stories to share.
Hi, I'm Ziski from the Wikimedia Foundation. Thank you so much for a really wonderful and engaging discussion. I would love to hear other people's answers to one of the questions that you asked Nima, which is, I think it was about funding. I forget exactly what the phrasing was, so maybe you'll do me the honor of re-asking it. But I'd really like to know, from Bill's perspective, particularly because you're also in R&D, how you see funding working.
Thank you so much. I'll just reframe the question for you, Bill. The question was, how do you fund the infrastructure and maintenance required for a public interest internet? Please go ahead.
It's a good question. Obviously, I speak from the BBC in the UK, so my obvious answer is you make everybody pay for it by forcing them by law to give you money to cover the public infrastructure that you require through the television license that we have in the UK. It's a sort of a frivolous answer, but it also actually has some serious intent behind it, which is that you don't get good public infrastructure for free. The danger of having state funding media is, of course, that you then have state-controlled media, and that's a very dangerous thing to have, and so you want to avoid it. But it feels to me that a society that wants an internet that can deliver public value should be able to invest in it and not require it to be self-sustaining on a commercial model. So I would much rather that we looked for a design and a set of functions that we wanted, that we believed could be, and we were using the term good fairly loosely earlier, so I'll carry on using it loosely, that was good for society, and then find a way for paying for it that does not require compromise. And from my mind, if what you're covering is the sort of core internet infrastructure, it's just moving the bits around, and you can get some guarantees from governments not to interfere too much, then a degree of state funding is acceptable, because what you're paying for is the underlying network in the way that you're paying for the roads, or you're paying for water services and things like that. You're paying for the infrastructure of a society in order to allow civic society to flourish on top of it. So I'd much rather that sort of model than rely on, say, philanthropy, or rely on private companies being able to do something commercial on there, but to stay good, because I think that sort of thing goes wrong. So I'm reasonably sort of firm in my own mind that paying for public infrastructure is a reasonable thing to ask a society to do. The problem is we don't yet know what we'd want to be paid for, or indeed how much it would cost. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you so much for that, Bill. We have, please go ahead, either or.
Hi, I'm Ivan Sigel from Global Voices. I have a question about mobile technology. In much of the global majority, internet access is through telecoms. And as we're talking about the internet, we should also not neglect that question. I'm curious, given that in many countries in the global majority, Facebook is de facto the internet, given its access point and often its free offerings, how we reconcile the desire for a public interest internet in many global majority countries with the fact that most of the energy, effort, and resources is coming through telecoms, which is a different technology architecture. Thank you.
Do you have someone you would like that question to go to in particular?
Not really, though. Maybe UNESCO, that would be an interesting one.
Okay, let's go with that. Anna Christina.
Well, it's a difficult question, but I actually was looking to a person that just stepped up, because it's a very good sample of what you're mentioning. They started creating in Mexico and Central America and Latin America community networks with the community. They start building those networks. They actually work with UNESCO in a process of creating public policy, and that's the one that I was referring to promote indigenous expression and cultural content from all of the process of like creating community networks, but then engaging communities, indigenous communities in broadcasting, but also in generating internet content and having the possibility to create media and information literacy processes. But what I think is that, and while I learn, it's that we need to learn also, and Bill just mentioned, from other expression of other experiences that have faced the same struggle, acknowledging that we have differentiated approaches when it comes to the internet, the scale, the way it functions, etc. I don't have a specific answer of how sustainability would come into place, but I think if we are talking about multi-stakeholder, is a word that comes all the time, all the way through. We also need to take into consideration that funding public interest technology comes to the responsibility of all of the actors that participate and engage in this process. So it's yes, a responsibility from the governments, and I totally agree with Bill. We cannot rely on governments because then it can become co-opted, but there's part of responsibility of governments, there's part of responsibility of private sectors, there's part of responsibility of the users and the people that engage in this. And so we need to define and create balances where these come from. I urge you to talk to Redes, because I really think that they have come up with a good idea of how to deal with this, acknowledging that the scale might not be, you know, like enormous, but the change would be very, very, very good. Yeah, so that would be my take.
Yeah, I'll add on. I might actually connect it a step back, because I think one of the things about the work you're doing at UNESCO to help with content moderation, and then this ties into sort of Wikipedia's woes around having to actually meet then those standards that are really designed for big tech. So just connecting those dots, I think for Wikimedia, maybe other public interest platforms, that element of regulation really isn't helpful. In fact, I think it can be really counterproductive, because ultimately all of this, even if it's multi-stakeholder, all of this effort is going into making big corporate platforms better. And maybe they're just not good. And maybe we shouldn't be using them because they're not awesome. And if we had more platforms, more choice, we would eventually just migrate off of them. But why it's important to consider these larger platforms is they will end up being the only thing that's in place in a lot of places that don't have a robust local economy or the ability to create these alternatives. So if we can't neglect really big multinational corporate tech platforms, because they are big and a lot of people use them. A lot of places don't have the ability to completely modify the market or the landscape that they're working in. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that it's both, right? It's not either or. Like, we have to do all the things. But I do want to just lift up the fact that a lot of this regulation, I feel like there should be something called like the Wikipedia test or something, right? It's like, if your regulation is making it hard for Wikipedia, like, your regulation is not great. So, I mean, if anything, we should be asking a lot of questions of you all, like, how do you do content moderation of disinformation at scale? We know you're doing it. Teach us how, right? And everyone else should be learning from it. That's not currently what's happening, and I have a lot of sympathy for that, because the two are not equal, right? And so that nuance gets lost. And ultimately, yeah, if a platform just is not working and there's a better one out there, thinking about social media and activity pub-based platforms like Mastodon and other ones, let's let the bad one die. Let's use the better one that has better content moderation, that fosters community better. But that's a sort of long-term solution, and it's going to be unevenly applied around the world. So.
Thank you so much for advocating for us. I think I need to just copy paste what you're saying. Yeah, I think on top of that, I think what we are really trying to say to the policymaker is to have exceptions for non-for-profit and public interest platforms like Wikipedia, but also internally we understand one of the major hindrance is lack of understanding about decentralized community-based content moderations, especially in the global majority country. For example, in Asia, the issues of internet regulation is considerably new and privacy protections. So the default response is using fear-based approach to quote-unquote control it so that it doesn't create public chaos or whatever based on the assumption. So I think one of our main responsibility as public interest platform is to educate the lawmakers with our community about the diversity of internet ecosystem and also alternatives content moderations tactics, because there are different models. So yeah, and hopefully we can have more allies to do that, and ensuring that communities are actively participating in that effort.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. Does that answer your question? All right, we have a question back there.
Thank you very much. I think very great panel. Thanks, sharing all the information. So this is Najmul Hassan from Bangladesh. I work with ActionAid Bangladesh, and particularly with the young people. I'm very much interested, in terms of how young people are being engaged in the internet and also cyberspaces. So, the internet, it's not only globalized the world, but it was also centralized the whole process. This is a big challenging. I think this is the anti-democratic kind of movement and process that we somehow, we all are in this kind of process. So, in our context, we see there is a huge digital divide. Particularly, we see young men and young women, particularly in the grassroots, they don't have access to the infrastructure. At the same time, in the content, we already mentioned about these languages and the other aspects of the contents. And we see also stigma. Sometimes internet, using internet is being stigmatized by the patriarchal interventions in the society. So when young girls and women are using internet, probably the society don't see this look good kind of things. This is, going in a different direction or challenging the social norms and behavior, this kind of things. My interest is that since I work with young people, how can actually we make more grassroots young people, young women, under this kind of digital literacy network, and bring up particularly with this, content generation, and also make them as a kind of active internet activist, and for the social good. So this could be something actually would be really helpful for me. I think it goes directly to the Wikipedia at once, but you can also respond UNESCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your questions. I think engagement of young people has become one of our focus these days because, as I shared earlier, majority of our editors are from the global north and coming from specific age group that are not young. So what we are currently trying to do is to work with community of editors to provide trainings, not only on how to use Wikimedia projects, but overall digital literacy that are contextual and culturally appropriate according to the needs of different young people, because as we all know, young people is also a diverse constituencies. So some of the example is our projects in Cambodia, where we provide capacity building and tools for young indigenous people to create content and also video for preserving their culture. And in addition to that, we are also working collaboratively with government. For example, in Indonesia, we are collaborating with the Minister of IT to create a Cyber Kreasi, which is a national digital literacy educations for a community of young people in school, but also in the community that have various needs. So it's definitely work in progress, and we are hoping to have more collaborations with youth-led organizations to making sure that we are still relevant in that case. I hope that answered your question, and thank you for your questions.
So Vidya would also like to give a response to this question. Vidya, please go ahead.
Thank you, Nima. Thank you for the questions. So for us, Traveloka, as a tech travel company, youth is part of the core of our ecosystem. And then we divide it into two things when we talk about young people or youth. Number one, actually, our talent pool, most of them are young people. We recruit like the best talent in Indonesia, for Indonesia market and for other areas as well. But on top of that, your question was how can young people work together and then create such an impact for community, for their own community. Now in Indonesia, if you are familiar with the geography of Indonesia, we have more than 500 villages all over Indonesia. And working with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, not only that we provided digital literacy for young people in those areas, but we empower them, we encourage them to help their community to build a new tourism destination. And using our platform, we promote those tourism destinations using their language, using their analysis, using their assessment on that tourism area. So in a way, we empower them to be proactive in looking what is the potential of their tourism destination and voices their assessment toward their the neighborhood. So that's how we empower the young people across Indonesia. But not only in Indonesia as well. We work with young people in Vietnam. We work with RMIT, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology in Vietnam, to empower young people, to work with them in providing digital literacy for young people, for disability community, as well as for women-led business. So I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vidya. All right, I'm going to start wrapping down the panel. And I feel like this has been a great, obviously this has been a very great conversation, but I feel like I'm leaving with more questions after this discussion. And some of these questions that I have are, how do you design public spaces or public goods? I feel like we're a bit locked in with the designs that we have at present. How do we get out of that? How do we think about what platforms could look like? Who do you engage in those discussions? How do you build it, and how do you make people come, right? So just building it doesn't mean people will come. Mallory, I know that you did say we would just move, but I remember when the WhatsApp signal thing happened, and then we pretended to move, and then a lot of us didn't really move. We just went back to WhatsApp. I think we get stuck using platforms because you're like, I've already used it for 15 years. Like, I mean, I know it sucks, but I'm not, oh, but I would love to see a new form of design. And my question is, yeah, how do we design that? The other question I have is related to how do we have these conversations with lawmakers? Like, as civil society, I can see that we are annoying to governments, If we first approach governments and said, we want data privacy, and then we come back and we're like, but not like that, not for those people, but for these, yeah, I can also see from the government's point of view that it's difficult to legislate for different people. So how do we have these conversations in a constructive way? How do we encourage people to build public goods in a world where we're very money and monetization driven? How do we get back to that culture of volunteering and maintaining open source and that kind of stuff? How do we encourage, there was conversation about encouraging young people, but just in general, how do we get more people to give their knowledge to Wikipedia? Why is it that group of people? It's amazing work that, that they do give that information, but what is it about that group that makes them give the information versus other groups? And then the big question, how do we fund the infrastructure? I really like Bill's point about how to think about it like a public service, like sanitation or water or any of those issues. Like, we need media, we need spaces as a public service, physical and digital. And then my biggest question is, where do we take the conversation from here? So yes, it's nice to have this conversation, but what's next? How do we actually answer these questions? So we only have about 5 minutes left. And I would just love to hear from each speaker, if you could really, really just keep it to 1 minute of a parting message to us of what's next. So I'll just go in the same order that we started. And let's start with Mallory. 1 minute.
All right, challenge accepted. So about leaving or moving, I just want to say that I don't think it's always about have we successfully moved off of or have we killed it. It's the threat that we can. That's really important. So while like, yeah, maybe we're all still using WhatsApp, but now we're maybe using both, or at least it started a conversation, and it proves that users are paying attention. Who knew people were reading the terms and service of WhatsApp so closely that they could basically, they had a red line in their mind, and they're like, they changed this sentence, and I'm furious about it. That was a really impressive moment to me, because it demonstrated that people care. And that's just as important as people now don't use it anymore, they move to something else. So, and to that point, I think we have to stop thinking, I've said this already once, we're not replacing anything. We're actually just moving into this incredibly complicated landscape where we're downloading apps all the time, we're trying out new things. I mean, at least a lot of us are, right? There's more and more and more. Nothing's really dying anymore, right? So I would think that what's going to be important moving forward is integration, and this is not exactly interoperability, but it does, I think, implicate things that Bill was saying about standards. If your app or your new thing integrates with all the other ones, that's actually an asset and it's a feature, and users are going to come to expect it. And that's really, really good for competition, and it's really good for end users. So I think that if you're building something new, or if you're an ossified old social media platform that's been around for too long, if you don't start integrating or creating those features, people are not going to like you as much.
Thank you so much. I'll stay with the people here. So Anna Christina, if you could go next. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I was thinking of the government question, because I have heard within the consultation different views from one side. Well, governments are not all the same, and civil society is not all the same, and companies are not all the same. So everyone has their own opinion and their own comment. But my thinking in all this process of consultation on the guidelines is the most important part is to build and to maintain, to resist the process. Because what happens, as I said, is that we're very used to think as the regulation as the ultimate goal for the good and for the bad. And we don't see, and it's difficult even for us to understand what is our role in the process of implementation, reviewing, monitoring, evaluation, etc. So I think, and I have to say this, in the question that we made specifically within the consultation, what a multi-stakeholder role looks like in all of the stages of the regulatory process, this was the less responded question. Even though this word is a word that, along with the Gen AI, is the most used in this forum. So I think it is very important to identify, not like when we're dealing with governments, what is also our role after regulation happens, you know, in dealing with the people that is engaged in the regulatory process, and then afterwards in the evaluation of these regulations. Because if not, then the regulatory cycle has a breach, and it becomes, like we were saying, and this is just to end, you can have the best law, you can have the best standard, but in an authoritarian regime, this can be misused. And the only way to target it, to fight it, is with resilience, with capacity building, with a strong civil society that is advocating for change. So I think this is important.
Thank you so much. Rachel, 1 minute.
I think it's really important to back to basic and really promoting the internet commons for public interest, and also reminding policymakers about the diversity of internet ecosystem and providing exceptions to protect public interest platform. While at the same time, public interest platforms, including Wikipedia, has to ensure the diversity of communities that contributes in the creations of knowledge, so that it will be positive for our sustainability and also the diversity of internet itself. And I'll stop because time is up. Thank you.
Can we have 2 more minutes, or it's like really time is up? 2 minutes? Okay, 2 minutes. Bill, please go ahead. 1 minute.
Very, very briefly. I think we need to accept that the model of an internet based on the technical decisions made by a bunch of overly optimistic, mostly men in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, based in North America and Europe, has failed us, and we need a different approach. The answer is about co-creation, and it's about bringing communities of interest together to decide what's important to them and to work on that basis, to look at what we actually really need from the internet to build and sustain civic society. And so what I look forward to is actually revisiting some of those core assumptions and working together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. And lastly, Vidya, please go ahead. 1 minute.
All right, it will be quick. So again, like what Bill said, the last part, collaboration, public-private partnership regulation need to open a discussion for private sector to raise concern and for user, for society to raise concern. But on the other hand, company has the responsibility to ensure that we will focus on customer needs, not only providing service, but what is important for society, and digital literacy that is not only focuses on how people actually use technology, but also to ensure that people know their rights when they use technology. So twofold here, the regulation, the corporate sector working together with the ecosystem, and people needs to know their rights. People need to be educated on how to use technology in a very responsible way. Thank you, Nima. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vidya. That's such a good note to end on. Thank you so much to all our amazing panelists. Thank you to everyone for joining us. This has been a really great conversation, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the IGF. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start in a bit. So I'd like to invite my speakers onto the stage. Mr. Binod Basnit from Educating Nepal and Valerie. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes just to make sure that everybody has found their place and are here. So good morning, everyone. Namaste and ohayou gozaimasu, as they say in Japan. I'm Ashirwat Tripathi, the chair of Internet Society's Special Interest Group on Internet for Education. And today I'll be moderating and organizing this session on digital education for the future, improving accessibility, capacity, and workforce readiness. The aim of this workshop, this session, is for all of us to move towards a global internet that ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning for all. So without further ado, let me introduce my speaker, Mr. Binod Basnit. Mr. Binod Basnit is co-founder and director of Educating Nepal and Empowering Asia. He's an MPhil graduate from Kathmandu University in Development Studies with his focus on education. He's a researcher in the field of digital and inclusive education. He was APR IGF Fellow in 2017 and Australian Awards alumni since 2019 upon completion of a course on inclusive education in policies and practices from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. He's also an Australian Awards Impact Ambassador for Nepal upon his efforts for digital education post-COVID-19 pandemic in Nepal. He's member of Internet Society's Accessibility Standing Group, and he's fluent in English, Nepali, and Hindi. And he also speaks a little bit of broken Japanese, I guess. Binod-san, sukoshi Nihongo mo hanashimasu ne.
Hi.
Next talented figure we have here is Ms. Valerie Yega. She's an advocate of High Court of Kenya and an internet governance lawyer and a tech policy analyst. She currently works as an associate in intellectual property and technology, media and telecommunications team at Bowman's Law Firm. She was a youth ambassador at United Nations Internet Governance Forum held in Katowice, Poland, a youth volunteer at IGF in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, as well as a youth leader for Declaration of the Future of the Internet under the European Union in Czech Republic. She has also been a fellow with Internet Society, ICANN, Afrinic, and Kenya School of Internet Governance. She was an ambassador for Digital Grassroots, a youth-led community in charge of building awareness around digital rights in Africa. Valerie, too, is multilingual, and she fluently speaks English and Swahili, and believes in being woman in the area. She probably watches too many Korean movies, so she has a little bit of Asia in herself as well. So Binod is from Asia, and Valerie is representing Africa at the moment. And joining us online, we have Umut Pajaro Velquez. They have a BA in Communications and a MA in Cultural Study, and currently works as researcher on issues related to digital rights, ethics, and governance of AI. They are focused on finding solutions to biases towards gender, race, and other forms of diversity that are often excluded or marginalized in the constitution of data that feeds these technologies. They are the chair of Gender Standing Group of the Internet Society and the coordinator of Youth like IGF and Youth IGF Colombia. They also chair the Gender Standing Group of ISOC, and they are fluent in English and Spanish. That's why we often use him as a translator, and he provides his translating services for free. We also have Shraddha as our online moderator from the same SIG, Internet for Education. So without further ado, I would like to move on to the next slide. So we say that the internet is everyone. In Internet Society, we believe that the internet is for everyone. But there are some food for thoughts for you. There's some questions that we need to ask ourselves and within our community. Those are like, does everybody has equitable access? We say internet is for everyone, but is the access equitable? What is meaningful connectivity, and what is digital poverty? These are the things that we need to ask ourselves when we talk about internet and when we talk about education for all and internet for all. So when we talk about digital education, before I move into my slides, the flow of this session would be, I briefly set the stage and then move towards our speaker. There are a few questions that we need to address, and our speakers are from diverse regions, from Africa, from Asia, and from Latin America and Caribbean, so we hope to have a diverse voice here. So there are certain challenges when it comes to digital education ecosystem. So what are those challenges? The first one is language digital divide. A lot of content that are available on the internet are in English language, which might not be the first language of everybody. Actually, it's not the first language of most of the people, and there are some people in our area who are not that much fluent in English. So that's one of the challenge to quality education. The next challenge is lack of skills for digital teaching and learning. So post-COVID, everybody, we moved towards digital education. Everybody was focused on work from home, online classes. And during online classes, the teachers and administrators did not have adequate knowledge and skills for teaching and learning. And the third one is the industrial skill divide. We're moving towards fourth industrial revolution. That's how we say industry 4.0, education 2.0 for industry 4.0. So how do we cater those needs? There still is a lot of divide among that, and what that is doing is it's furthering the digital divide, and that's not what we want. So moving further, I would like to share the IEEE's essay, Industry Connections Report on Digital Resilience. You can scan the QR code for the full report, but when we see about the challenges, we have 4 levels of pillars for challenges. One relates to accessibility, that connects to infrastructure, connectivity, and language divide. The second one is on literacy, that focuses on digital content and solutions, skills for teachers and learning, and the industrial skill divide. The third comes the assessment. How do we measure the quality of learning, and how do we engage a learner in online space? And the third one is the challenge of security, cyber security, human resilience, building human digital resilience. That's much important. And what are the future implications that we might bring when we are shifting the whole world towards the blended form of education? And again, there are people who do not have internet connection, so they cannot get education. There are people who have internet connection, but they're not very much used to it, so they don't know how to use it. And the third one is those who know how to use internet, those who are very much active in internet are very much prone to cyber risk. And when we talk about education and bringing our young kids into this space, we have to be very careful about those. And yes, the social cultural norms that restrict the role of women and girls in society hinder their access to the use of digital technologies. And as per GSMA's State of Mobile Connectivity Report 2022, worldwide, women are 20% less likely than men to use mobile internet. And now when we talk about gender, it's not a binary, it's not 0 and 1. There are a lot of spectrums, and if a woman are 20% less likely, the non-binary gender, they are more prone to it. So with that, I would like to move directly to our first question that we would like to address. It would be a different session. We would be asking questions, and the speaker would obviously share their experience and set the stage, but we'd also want more interaction coming from the audience here so that together we can learn more and do something for the betterment of society. So with that, I move to my first question. How can governments and organize and ensure equitable access to digital education infrastructure in Asia Pacific, Africa, and Latin America and Caribbean region? First, to set the stage on this question, I would like to move to Binod Basnet to share his experience from Asia's perspective.
Thank you, Ashwad, for the question. Before I address the question, I'd like to welcome all of you to this session, to all those who are participating here at Kyoto International Conference Center, and those participating online. Thank you all for being here. And I do hope for a very proactive participation and engagement of everybody throughout this session. Coming back to the question actually does not have a rigid answer. Well, the question in itself is very broad, and I cannot take much time on elaborating every aspect. I'll try to be as precise as possible. I'll try to sum this up within 4 points. So, talking about having a resilient digital education for each economy, especially for Asia. On my behalf, it will be much more about Nepal because that's where I'm from, and that is the context that I'll be bringing in more. So it won't be just Nepal, it will be representing many least developed countries or developing nations as a whole. So for the first part, I think it's very important for a nation, for a country, for its governance to have a wide vision and mission. And this also coincides with the researches done by ISOC as well. Until and unless we have a good vision, we cannot bring in good policies for the nation. Especially for Nepal, when we've just moved into a federal system of governance since 2015. We're quite young with the federal system. We moved in from constitutional monarch, and the powers and responsibilities have been dispersed amongst 3 tiers of government, central, provincial, and local. So different aspects, different policies, and different duties have been assigned to different tiers of government, and we still have to make much more policies and programs, that help each government understand what their roles are. So that is one aspect that we need to think about, and especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. We've understood that we had a huge impact of COVID-19 on education as well. Especially for the LDCs, it was a hard time for education. And it's not unsafe to say that actually remote education was something that prevented a complete meltdown of education during the lockdown periods of COVID-19. Saying that for Nepal, instead of use of internet for education, use of radio, use of television, were more effective than the internet way of education, because we did not imagine this earlier and we're not prepared for it. And that was the same case for all other developing nations as well. So the policies that were devised before COVID-19 has to be reconsidered and reevaluated. Similarly, when we had an earthquake in 2015, there was disruption in education, but then the government came up with different building codes and different modality of learning. But after COVID, I think we've forgotten a lot about disasters, and we're going back to our normal lives, forgetting what we had to change for education. And it's easy because we have the Education 2030 plan, the SDG 4, and what its targets are. It's easier for government to align ourselves with those targets and meet those targets. So the first point for me is a proper vision and mission. The second point is infrastructural development. Of course, without proper infrastructure, we cannot imagine the new way of learning, remote education, hybrid learning, or blended education. All this requires proper infrastructure. Talking about Nepal again, we have around over 35,000 schools in Nepal, 27,000 of them being community schools, 6,000 of them being institutional or private schools, and over 1,000 being religious schools. Maybe the private schools by themselves are quite well off in comparison to the community schools. When we look at the data, we have bare minimum of 1/3 of those community schools that have minimum infrastructure for ICT. Now, having infrastructure for ICT is one point, and adopting it for education and other users is another point. Even having infrastructure may not be enough if we're not using it, because they are just medium. And when we look at the internet penetration rate, we had a huge target of reaching 90% broadband connectivity by 2021, but post-COVID, we've just reached to around 36%. So without infrastructure and without its implementation, we cannot imagine the new modality of learning for schools and children. My third point will be one of the most important pillars, and that's inclusion. We need inclusion for everyone, because anyone can be a person with disability if we are not provided with right infrastructure support or any other forms of support. So we have the target of not leaving anyone behind. So when we design any curriculum or any learning practices, it should be inclusive from the design to its implementation and any other thing that is there beyond. So inclusion for PWD, IDPs, women, marginalized communities, vulnerable communities, and gender, and many other, those are the things that has to be considered from the beginning till the end. And the third aspect is, of course, it is connected with, again, infrastructure, but it's about content, it's about competence, and it's about skills. We need contents that can be used for digital education, and we need them in the language that are, we need them in different languages that tailor to the local needs of the people. And talking about competence, without teachers, students, parents, and everyone having competence for digital literacy, it's very difficult to implement these programs in the schools or communities. And I think I'll come back to this point for the other questions, but I think I sum up my answers within these 4 points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Binod. Of course, the policies that we make in Nepal, from my personal experience, are good sometimes, but we also need to be realistic more than idealistic when it comes to educating kids, because internet and digital technology are just tools, and without human interaction, the basic education needs for young children cannot be fulfilled. And being said that, I think there's a lot of things that echoes with Africa as well. So Valerie, to you, how are things in Africa, and how do you think that the African government, African Union and organizations are doing, and what can they do for equitable access to education?
Thank you so much for that question. I think a lot that has been said by Binod is very similar to what happens in Africa as a continent, but also in my country, Kenya, where I come from. So because he's handled it very well, I'll just give you contextual examples of what happens and why we're talking about being future ready in terms of education and the skills that we're going to get. Because I think we're coming from an era where education was just given to students. You have to get the information, get the content, and regurgitate the same for, say, exams or passing tests. But now we're looking into a future that is very skills-oriented, looking into a reimagined future where we're getting careers that were not there previously. So how can government and organizations come in to ensure that we have a future-ready form of education? And one thing I've seen is that it's a lot about policies and legislation, but more the implementation and the practical steps to get us there, as opposed to just putting the law as it's written, but it cannot be implemented. So I'll give you an example. What we have in Kenya is what we call the Universal Service Fund, and I know it cuts across, because I'm sure Uganda have something similar as well, so it cuts across some of the African countries and globally as well. So what this fund does is that a lot of the companies that work around technology or telecommunication then donate into this fund in partnership with government to ensure there's accessibility and access to the internet. And I think over the years, it's been a fund that has been slow to be taken up, because there's been no accountability and monitoring of how the fund is performing. Is the money going into the fund? Is the fund being practically implemented across these regions that require internet access? But I think now what we are seeing, especially with our government, with our Ministry of ICT in particular, is that they've put systems in place to ensure that there's accountability and monitoring of this fund to ensure that we get to that goal of internet access, especially in rural areas. And I liked what my co-panelist said earlier about what COVID did. Because if you look at it, I think if we look at life generally as the studies that we do, we may tend to forget our why. If we look at the impact that is made across and over time, then we'll better understand what this impact is. So I'll give you an example. During COVID, the people who were staying in the urban areas were able to continue their education because they were connected to the internet. Whereas those who are in the rural areas, because of lack of the internet as well as issues such as power connectivity, they were not able to continue. So what that meant, especially now with the tagline of leaving no one behind, is that we potentially left a number of students who have a gap that they need to fill in order to get to where the students who are able to continue their education seamlessly are now at. And this over time creates a situation where you have a form of a global south, but one that is heavily impacted by education. You already have a literacy gap within the countries that are already suffering from a lot of developmental issues. So this is one of the things that, from a policy perspective and from a legislation perspective, is very important to understand and to monitor what that impact is. Because once you're able to monitor where that impact is and you're able to know where the gap was left, then you're able to make steps towards ensuring that that gap is filled. I'll give you another example. I'm also a telecommunications lawyer, so I work in the telecom space. And what we found is a lot of the telecom players back in Kenya, what they're trying to do now is partner with the government to ensure there's low-cost devices that can access to the internet. Because it's one thing to have an access to the internet, but to lack the device that actually helps you connect to the internet and get that skill or that education that you're looking for. Because one thing that's very clear is that internet for education is very important. There's a lot that's happening on the internet in terms of education. You've seen your usual Google career certificates, you've seen the skills, you've seen all these platforms that are offering education. And just like now that we're talking about Asia, I even like what, if you followed the SDG conversation that was happening at UNGA, there was the example of the Khan Academy and what that impact has been like. However, we can't get there if we're not looking at, number one, connectivity, number two, low-cost devices, and then back to the point of becoming digital ready in terms of the future skills, are we also looking at curriculum integration? what digital subjects, skills, learnings are being put into the, what we would call the traditional quote-unquote curriculum that's happening. And this is a full multi-stakeholder approach, because what you find as well is that even the educators do not have the capacity to offer some of these digital skills that we are saying you require them to be future ready for the future that we are going into. I'll give you an example. We've been hearing all these stories about plagiarism and how generative AI tools work. And the question is, we are now moving into an era where it's going to be more about critical analysis, because what we are saying is that we are bringing in artificial intelligence, we are bringing in all these tools which are extremely of positive impact with the right navigation. Are we also equipping ourselves, and are we also equipping our governments, our legislators, our policymakers with the right information to ensure that we are building a digital-ready future for our education systems, where we're now moving from heavily regurgitation of content to more critical analysis and more thinking, allowing students to think and to create in a world that is moving so much across thinking and critical analysis. Yeah, so also to my last point, it would be, we are now moving into a space where we're going to require a lot more of digital libraries. Previously, it was about having books, but how can we access the books with the kind of generation that we are bringing in? We want to bring in a situation where there's cross-border collaboration, even when it comes to education, so that we have a situation where skills can be cross-exchanged. There can be a lot of collaboration across those who've developed a bit more and those who are still looking to develop. So I think that's also one of the points that governments as well as organizations should be looking into to ensure that we have a digital ready and future for education. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, though we are from diverse regions, as we're humans, our basic needs are the same, and you know, for education, right to education is one of the basic needs now. So is access to internet. So the challenges are same, but obviously we have to have localized context for that. So moving to our next speaker, Umut, they are online speakers. So can we get him on the screen, please?
Hello.
So to you, Umut.
Hello, how are you? Well, thank you for the question. I'm going to share some key points about the Latin American situation when it comes to digital education. Probably as my previous the previous speaker already said, COVID-19 changed the situation here in Latin America when it comes to digital educations. Because we realized that actually we create a bigger gap when it comes to rural areas and also to marginalized communities that were living inside of the cities. So in order to manage that in a better way, some other governments came up with some kind of solution that I found very much in common in several governments of Latin America. And I'm based in Colombia, but some of the solutions that are starting to implement in Colombia are the same solution that is starting to implement in countries like Brazil, Argentina, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and others for Latin America. So one of the many solutions is access, because and the way the governments are trying to do it is to promote not only that the private sector get to the rural areas, but also creating community networks and invest in organizations and the people in the rural areas also create their own networks to be connected to the internet. So this is a way that to expand the broadband access not only to the social use of the internet, but also to a school and other education institution, as I say, especially in rural areas and underserved areas in the country. And they create laws, especially in most of the country, that trying to promote the partnership between public and private sector, and also some kind of subsidized rates to promote that some private companies get to certain rural areas that is hard to reach, and other innovative financial mechanisms such as community-driven internet accessibility, for example, Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina, recently developed laws related to community-driven internet accessibility, where they have a special rate for this kind of connection and giving access when the use is mainly to education. The second one is they trying to get affordable devices and connectivity, governance organizations, and also working in providing affordable devices and connectivity to students and teachers through several governmental programs. One of the things that Valerie already said, we are also trying to implement ways to monitor how the resources are being used to get those devices, because we had that problem that sometimes those resources are not being used to get those devices or to get internet to the schools or to the students. So it's not only to create programs that is school-based distribution and also task based and another incentive, but also monitor those programs in order that we can giving access through internet and access through the different devices to people especially in rural areas and under-resourced areas of the country. Another aspect is that we are working right now a lot is train teacher administration and administrators on digital tools and resources, because we understand that after the pandemic of COVID-19, that most of the teachers wasn't ready to face the digital spaces and how to teach using the different technological resources. So we understand that we need to train on how to use digital tools and resources effectively in the classroom. And we understand that this training should be tailored to a specific needs of the schools and the community, because it's not the same thing to teach in a rural area or to indigenous communities or in a marginalized part of a city or in a private school than other spaces. And finally is develop digital literacy programs for students. Right now, some countries are working in change the curriculum and create more digital literacy skills, because we understand that these skills are needed in the current technological development. So students can be aware of how to use not only the tool for good, but also for their daily lives. Some countries are developing school-based programs, or others are working on after-school programs, and also developing online resources so people can get, so students on every ages we can build capacity building for students. So pretty much is like the 4 points that we are working here in Latin America the most. And so we have other problems, but I think we share a lot in common with Asia Pacific and Africa. So I don't want to repeat exactly what my colleagues already said.
Thank you, Matt. I think that's a very good start to our session, and we can already find so much commonalities within our diversity as well, which is something that we can celebrate about always. So, okay, so we all agree that equitable access to digital education is needed, but it does come with other implications, future implications as well. So my question next to the panel as well as the audience here is like, what policy measures can be implemented to enhance educators' capacity and address the cybersecurity risk in digital education space across the region? And how can digital education empower youth with the necessary skills for evolving labor market? Because we know that the future workforce is going to be different. The third industrial revolution is already over. We're into fourth industrial revolution. And the purpose of education would be to create a labor force that matches the needs of the future market. So I would start this time on the reverse order with Umut first. So what necessary skills are needed for evolving labor market, and how can we enhance educators' capacity to do that, also by making them secure and safe in the cyberspace? To you, Umut, again.
Okay, well, I think one of the things that we can actually do is start to providing professional development opportunities not only for teachers, and also develop digital education standards for teachers and students. That means to not only to include in our curriculars things about cybersecurity and how to protect ourselves online, but also provide to teachers, for example, digital pedagogy about cybersecurity best practice. Also, one of the things that should do our governance when it comes to policies probably will be invest in cybersecurity infrastructure, because this could be especially to protect school, and other educational institution for cyber attack. Here in Colombia, we received a couple weeks ago a massive attack on probably the public sector, and a lot of public universities were affected by it. So this showed the importance of implementing strong firewalls, intrusion detection system, and other security measures to protect the information inside of schools or educational institutions. And when it comes to probably empower you with the necessary skills for the development market dynamics, I think that digital education programs should focus on developing transferable skills that can be applied to variety of jobs. These skills should include problem-solving skills, critical thinking, communication, and teamwork. That probably those things that we are going to be using more in a landscape and a technological landscape where AI is present, especially critical thinking, because we're going to rely a lot on that in the future in future market labor. Also provide opportunities for experiential learning. This means that not only the way we educate our students is mostly just in a regular classroom, but also providing opportunity to gain real experience through internship, apprenticeships, and other programs. They will also to develop skill and knowledge they need to succeed in the workforce. And finally, I would say that partnership with more experienced person or some employers that actually can teach the necessary skills, what is needed in the current labor market, but also with the future or the current trends when it comes to digital changes that we are living. Yeah, that was it.
Thank you, Umut. So, Valerie, from Africa's perspective, so what policy measures have been implemented, what lacks, and what can be done to enhance educators' capacity, addressing cyber risk, as well as making sure that the knowledge that we're now providing to our future generation caters the need of the future economy and the future market?
Thank you so much. I'll definitely give you a Kenyan perspective as well, but also just recognizing that within this conversation that Kenya is quite ahead when it comes to legislation, when it comes to the technology space, which may not be the same case as most African countries. But the first thing is to map out and find out what the gaps are in the education system. Because as we start to talk about educator capacity, we need to understand what are the gaps in the educator capacity to begin with. Number one, we have two forms of workforce. So we have the educators who are much more senior in the profession, and then we have the educators who are coming in who are much more junior and who may find, quote unquote, more ease in understanding the technological tools. So it's a question of how are we going to put in place an intergenerational co-creation capacity framework where you're not only skilling the newcomers, but you're also reskilling those who are senior in the profession, because you do not want a situation where you're saying you want to create a future for the education, a future that we definitely are going to see more of technological tools being in play when it comes to education, and the more senior teachers or educators are not able to interact with these tools. So we're going to see a lot more of an intergenerational co-creation and being able to be okay with a mindset shift of where the future is taking us, as opposed to holding on to the different educator roles that we have seen before. I also I liked Umut's point on infrastructure. Again, the situation in Kenya and largely in Africa as well is that the more urban areas have access to this digital infrastructure. Most likely, I'll give you an example of Kenya, you'll find schools within Nairobi are already using the technology, already have computers, are already set up in terms of internet connectivity as well. Whereas in the rural areas, some of the schools, maybe there's only a computer in a rural school, one computer that maybe is used by the teachers to illustrate. So again, it questions the issue of digital infrastructure, because it's very hard to understand a technological tool when you don't have access to it, regularly using it and testing out what can be done in terms of digital skilling as well. So infrastructure is a big one, but we see more and more that governments are putting in resources and funds into creating an opportunity for more infrastructure to come into the country. But I think, again, it goes back to our role as the multi-stakeholder model in terms of what are the internet service providers doing, what are the private sector doing, what are the companies doing who are offering the services, are the governments actively reaching out to these companies to partner with them to ensure that there's digital infrastructure when it comes to what can be done differently to create a future-ready workforce. Again, the issue of cybersecurity, I like that as well, because what we've seen, and recently our Office of Data Protection Commissioner rolled out a penalty notice with a fine, with one of the greatest fines sent out to a school. And this is because what had happened is that the school had used the picture of the children as a form of advertisement to advertise a new intake for a school. The question that lied therein, and I was asking myself when I saw this penalty notice, is that, is the school aware of their obligations when it comes to data protection, when it comes to children, especially because children's data is one of the most sensitive data that is classified out there. So the question is, the same way we would have privacy by design and by default, are we also putting in measures to ensure that we have cybersecurity by design and by default? And I think Umut had mentioned earlier the issue of firewalls to ensure there's no intrusion. Are our educators aware that these are some of the technological tools that are being used to ensure cybersecurity? Because I think what you would not like to see is a data breach in a school, because that potentially means that there's a lot of children data that can then be exposed. And we've seen the whole discussions around trafficking, around what that data can be used for. So that's something also that we need to look into in terms of cybersecurity, not only awareness, but also understanding how some of these tools are used and how they can be presented to educators to then use them as well. The other thing is that what resources are also being rolled out for the educator capacity, and are we streamlining it in a way that we can have it in the curriculum integration for the educators as well? Because we're not going to have 1 or 2 workshops for educators on what the internet means, what technological tools we are now facing, because one thing that is very clear is that artificial intelligence and technology is moving very fast. I think previously we didn't have generative AI, now we have generative AI. And now that we have generative AI, you've seen ChatGPT roll out, you've seen Bard roll out, you've seen Bing roll out. So clearly there's more innovation that's coming through. Then how are we going to ensure that even as we move to skilling and reskilling educators, that all this is kept in mind to ensure that we have a future-ready workforce as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Very, very interesting and valid point, especially when you talk about the seniors and junior educators that are coming in the field. Young people are very much adapted to the technology, but the senior professors might not be, which might create some kind of problems. But yeah, intelligence and solidarity, that's why it's very much important in this phase of human development. Also about the future that you said, it's a very, very valid point, and it's also about not going to the future, but it's us that we take this society to the future. So the future that we're gonna see is what we are doing now. And the cost of cybersecurity is always has been a problem for cybersecurity by design, but yes, if we invest on cybersecurity now, then in the long term, the cost is very much effective. That's something that governments in developing countries need to understand. And also about the rural-urban divide that you talked, I may very much echo with you, because when I started my work, the world was going on dual group computer, but when I took a Pentium 2 computer to a village, that was very much what attracted us to build up a school. On that note, I'm gonna move to Binod before I go to the audience now. So Binod, what are your views on this topic?
Thank you, Ashwad. I think most part have already been covered by my previous speakers, Umut and Valerie. But even so, I'll try to answer those questions in two folds. First, about policies needed for cybersecurity. I won't go much with the policies as of now, because for the least developed countries, I think digital literacy is very important. We have a digital literacy of around 31%, and we desire to reach to 70% in a couple of years as per our digital framework Nepal 2019. But that's a hard task. Yes, in terms of literacy rate, we're moving forward very well, but the digital literacy part seems to be quite stagnant. And to solve those issues, I think we need to learn from the existing frameworks. Like Umut said, we need to make our own frameworks tailored to our custom needs. We can take ideas from the Digital Intelligence Framework. We can use the IST, International Society for Teachers Education Framework. And there are various other teachers' competency frameworks. But I think my concern or my idea would be for least developed countries to design a diploma course for producing trainers on digital literacy. And those trainings could be taken by teachers, educators, and administrators as well. And once we can create those trainers could be hired by CSOs or other organizations or government bodies as well to take those trainers to different marginalized communities and give them training. And it's quite urgent now. It's because I think over 70% of the households in Nepal already have a smartphone, and they're already using social media platforms very intensively. And with no knowledge about cybersecurity, cyber hygiene, this could be disastrous. And my second point would be especially for the teachers, because if teachers are well equipped and well empowered, they can teach the students, and students can go back home to empower their parents as well. We need to devise standards and guidelines for digital pedagogy, online learning environment, learning resources, virtual assessment, digital citizenship, and for educational management and information system. We need to have our local standards, but we can get inspired from the ones that are already existing in the Western countries or developed countries. So that's my first fold of my question, of my answer. But before I go to my second answer, I'd like to start with a small example, small story that I'd like to share. And then I'd like to get some feedback from the audience, and then I'll go back to my answer. In Nepal, I'm also the director of Empowering Asia, which gives skills to students that prepare them for the future workforce. And I was talking to one of these students, and he asked me a very serious question that kept me pondering for a while. He said, here in Nepal, I've been studying for around 15 to 20 years, 12 years for my college degree, 4 years for my university, and then I go out to the economy, I go back to the job market, but I strive for getting a job. I just cannot get one, and the one I get pays me so less. But I just do a course for 3 months, and it's a job designed by the Japanese government, and I get a certificate, and the Japanese companies are willing to hire me for around $2,000 per month in a specified skilled worker visa. That 3 months is so little, but they are paying me so much to get a job. And back home in my own country, I study for 18, 19 years, and I barely get $300 per month job. Why is that? He asked me this question, and I had to give it a thought before I answered him. But before we go back to this answer again, I'd like to ask 2 questions to my audience. One question is for everybody. The first question is, what do you imagine the future workforce will be like? That's one question for anyone to answer. Second question is especially for people if you are from a developing nation or least developed nation. Why do you think we have an issue of employment in our countries? If anyone from audience would like to answer one of these questions, I'd like to give the floor to you.
Yes, sir, please. Hello, everyone. This is Narayan Timilsina from Nepal. So it's wonderful to see Nepalese guys here as a speaker. Regarding your question, what I want to enlighten here is basically we have lots of problem in our teaching pedagogy. Basically, when we see that lots of students, they pass out from the universities, they are unable to find their job placement quickly in the startups or other industries. So basically, what we are missing is the not only the curriculum, but the way the teacher they provide their skills and the new technologies in their teaching methodology. So that's why we are debating about providing some what we call it the finishing school concepts in Nepal. We have been debating there in Nepal, but means problem what I want to share in this platform and find some other experiences from African continent or something like that. Basically, when you talk about digital literacy, digital skills, reskilling, reskilling, it's not a tangible thing. It's an intangible thing, and it takes a lot of time. So government and everyone does not are willing to invest on these things right away. They like some infrastructure investment and something like that. So it's very challenging. So what is your thought and how we can cope up with this sort of things? Yeah, that's my question.
Would you like to answer or take question first?
Let's take the answer from one more, and then we'll come back.
So hello to all the speakers. I'm Luke, and as a youth, I'd just like to add my opinion to this issue about digital education for the future and pose a question as well, which is AI readiness. So currently, as a university student, a lot of my friends are wondering, should I use maybe applications like ChatGPT to help me with my homework? And if I do use it, what are the best practices in place? Because it's easy to say, oh, you should not do this, but you should do that. But I feel that, as you said, there should be a diploma in maybe teaching digital literacy. So my question is, what are the maybe measurable actions that we as youth can take right now to make sure that we're using it ethically and not doing any unethical work like copying or stuff like that. Thank you.
Could you repeat the question?
So basically, what are the best practices that youth can take right now to implement AI into their education? Yeah.
Okay, so for the first part.
Let me finish mine, and then Ashwath, you can answer the questions as well. Well, thank you so much for the audience participation and the question you posted. Within my ideas that I'm going to share from here on, I'd like to answer the questions that has been posed, and if I'm not sufficient, please Ashwath help me out after that. How many of us have actually heard of Industry 4.0? If you could raise your hand. Or Fourth Industrial Revolution. I think, Valerie, I think Africa actually is very ahead in this matter. There are programs being launched to prepare people for the future workforce in terms of Industry 4.0. Let me come back to that. You know about the industrial revolutions, right? The first industrial revolution being more being governed by mechanical workforce, like steam engines and stuff like that. The second industrial revolution was more about electrical items, televisions, and all other electrical items. The third industrial revolution being governed much by technology, computers, and the internet. And now we're moving towards the fourth industrial revolution. And that is going to be governed more by, as one of our audience has already spoken, it's going to be governed by artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning, and blockchain technologies and stuffs like that, robotics as well. So is our economy ready for those kind of activities, and are we preparing workforce that match those things? Is a very difficult question that we need to answer. In terms of our least developed countries, we're still producing, it's harsh reality, but I think we need to talk about that. We're still producing workforce that cater to the needs of second industrial revolution. So we are always behind playing a catch-up game with the developed countries. We are like the rear wheel of the bicycle, which never catches up with the front wheel. So that is one issue, but I think if we talk about this today, and if we go back home and work out for this, I think we can prepare workforce that are ready for the future economy. And that starts, of course, with the school. We need to have a digital curriculum, digital pedagogy, a digital means of assessment system, and prepare, especially the vocational and technical schools have to prepare workforce that we need for the future. And without that, I think we will again get stranded. The situation we're facing now is the same in our nations. That's why we don't get jobs, because we're not matching the skills that are needed for our economy at the moment. Along with that, I'd just like to leave a small thought for you. Please hear me out here and give it a thought as well. Being unemployed and being unemployable are two different things. And I think the latter one is more severe. Thank you.
Rightly said, Binod, and also about the AI and how Africa is moving ahead. I think African Union is also looking for an AI center of excellence, something where all African nations can benefit from that. So Valerie, what are your thoughts on the questions from the audience?
Thank you so much. And yes, just to agree with Binod, Africa actually is moving into a space where we're looking to see how we can use AI to move the continent forward. Again, just as a background, Africa is the continent that has the most number of young people. It is quite a youthful population. So definitely it's looking into that. And we've also just seen what's happening with the AI labs in Ghana as well. There's a lot of work going around that. There's also a lot of work being spearheaded by the African Union in terms of artificial intelligence, especially in Africa. And I like the question that one of the audience talked about in terms of reskilling and skilling and how we can move it from being intangible to tangible. Unfortunately, we cannot skip on time and we cannot skip on resources. However, we do need to put in the time and the resources to ensure that we get us there. I'll give you an example. Recently in Kenya, our government has launched what we're calling a housing levy tax. So this levy essentially should be able to assist the government to ensure there's affordable housing for low income earners. And though we are complaining about the tax, we are paying. So you find that you can't skip on time when it comes to skilling and reskilling of the workforce, and you also can't skip on the patience that is required to ensure there's that mindset shift, to ensure that our educators are able to get to a point where they're skilled enough to have this educator capacity and see more resources to move into the education sector that streamlines the whole education sector to ensure that this is being done. Because at the end of the day, we are moving into a time where technology is moving very fast. If you're not skilled or reskilled in the technology space, in order to provide this value to the learners or the student or the workforce, then over time you find yourself being redundant or not relevant to the workforce or to the education service that you provide. Yeah, I like the question that Luke asked about the issue of using artificial intelligence and generative AI tools, whether that can be used at an education level. I'm a tech lawyer, so I'm very pro technology. I'm very pro innovation. I'm very pro the use of tools that can be able to have positive impact, but also understanding and recognizing that these tools can also work to the detriment of the learners in terms of, we've had a lot of stories about cheating, a lot of plagiarism, but I think now we also need a mindset shift and an educational shift as to how tests are being done as well. Because we're no longer going to look at content, because you could easily just put in a question in ChatGPT and it will give you an answer, and you could easily go with that answer. But also as educators, we now need a change as to how this will be done, because at the end of the day, AI is here with us, and it's here to stay, and it's here to create even more innovation as the days go by. So then how can we change that to ensure that even as we test learners, you're able to pick out critical analysis from a plain regurgitation of facts? Because the thing is, these tools are also for good, in that even if you were to ask AI to assist you to draft an email, say, to your boss, you can already see that there's some value being created from that email, but that does not replace the human effect. It does not replace the need for a person to apply themselves and to give context to whatever the generative AI tool is going to bring out. So definitely a lot will be done in terms of critical analysis, especially for best practice when working with generative AI tools, but the truth is they're here to stay, and the best way forward would be to understand how to use them for good, how to use them in line with the ethical and responsible guidelines that are being formed around artificial intelligence, and ensuring there's monitoring, there's transparency and accountability when it comes to developers of artificial intelligence as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Also about the question for Luke regarding ethics on AI, I think Umut is one of the experts on that. So Umut, your wise words, please.
Okay. The use of AI in education is something that is really close to me, because AI is one of the things that I work the most. When it comes to education, I think mostly the youth already know how to use this tool for good, because they already know the limits when it comes to the use of this technology for example, to complete different tasks in the education system. The problem here is they are not fully aware of the ethical implications or the legal implications of using these technologies in certain contexts. So we need also to teach that kind of things so they can use it for good and improve their productivity or the work they have been doing. And also another thing that we should focus here is to enhance some capacities, some more human capacities as critical thinking, because as I said before, that will be essential in this in this context of artificial intelligence, especially in education. We need to understand that the future professionals or the future or the labor force or the youth that is using these technological tools need to understand how they work, how they can use it for good, and also how they can use it to solve bills. Not only use it because they want to get an answer fast or something like that. It's just to use it to build something from it.
Thank you so much, Umut. So moving on to the last part of our session. If there is anything from audience that you want to add, please do. So if there's anything, please. I think you're ready for some questions, yeah.
So hello, my name is Ivy and I'm representing the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong. And this discussion has been really informative and insightful. And it's mostly talked about how governments can put out policies. So I would like to ask, is there anything as individuals or as youth like myself, what we can do to also help with digital literacy?
I would like to take the question.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
As a person that being involved in the youth movement inside internet governance, one of the many things that we came to conclusion during the years that we shouldn't be afraid to your voice to say what we said, what we wanted to say in terms of what kind of technologies we want to have. We know that some governments probably are not so open and not so keen to hear the youth voices, but when we have the space, we should address all the issues that we actually consider that should be addressed inside of those spaces. We have right now here, for example, the internet governance ecosystem that actually opened the doors to many youth people from around the world to say exactly what they wanted to say about the internet they want. And so that is an opportunity that we shouldn't take for granted and we shouldn't appreciate and talk about exactly what we do. Another aspect that I like to recall in this being on your participation and your incident into policy is try to find those places in your countries because there are spaces in your country, even the more closest ones. There are spaces where you can do incidents and you can participate in the construction of the policies that are being developed in your country. And as I say, don't be afraid to share what your knowledge or what you see, because probably it's important to build those policies.
Yes, I think that was very right, as Umut said. As youth, I also think you are a very valuable part of the country, and you coming here in IGF in itself is already a good start. So you could, as a youth, you could join into more events, more IGF forums, regional forums, your country-wide forums, and you could do advocacy for your government on those areas which you feel that need to be changed. And you can take the competency you have back to your home, back to your community, and you can also empower and invite more youths to join in. That way, I think we could synergize and have more empowering youths with digital competency and literacy. Thank you.
Valerie, you are the youth ambassador. You've done a lot since you're younger, so please enlighten us.
Thank you. Yes, that's question that's very close to my heart. Again, I coordinate the Kenya Youth IGF, so I understand your question and where you're coming from. And just like Binod said, I think it's very important that you're in this forum right now. That really shows that you're on the steps to understanding what happens in the internet governance ecosystem. But what I'd say is that there's a lot of self-education when it comes to this space. So there's a lot of you trying to actively learn how to engage in this space. And I know the Internet Society has excellent courses that it offers online on how you can engage. And I also know that you're able to join the relevant youth organizations that you have. I know here in Asia you have you have an organization that covers around the Asia region quite well. It's something that Jenna's team does. I forget the name, but I'll get you the name soon after this meeting. But in that organization, you'll find a lot of young people across the Asia region. And I've found that they are very powerful in that there's a lot of digital literacy that happens within that organization. There's a lot of advocacy as well. There's a lot of community building that happens within that organization as well, because I've been following the organization for quite a number of years, and I know they're very forward thinking when it comes to equipping young people with the skills to navigate the internet space and to navigate it effectively. Also, just one thing that has also helped me being in this space, having been in this space for about 5 years now, is understanding the specific challenges and opportunities that you have from your own home country. Because yes, we do have a lot of best practices in place, but what also helps is once you understand your context and you're very clear on what you're trying to achieve and what change stroke impact that you want to achieve as well. So especially here where there are already set organizations, my 2 cents would be to join those organizations and be able to speak to them. I know the team from Asia Pacific within this Internet Governance Forum. I've seen the entire team last night. I think they can also help you to navigate this as well. I think also Ananda can help you navigate this piece. He's just laughing there, but he's also part of the Youth IGF team. So I think he could also be a good start as to how you're able to navigate this space. And with the right persistence and when you keep keeping on with this space, you'll be able to see that your understanding of digital literacy and your understanding of internet governance will keep growing over the years. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think the Jenna's team you're talking about is the Net Mission Academy. Yes. So there's this Net Mission Academy. I think it's based in Hong Kong, supported by Asia. So yeah, you can connect to Jenna or Jennifer for that. And if you want, I think you know them. If you don't know, I can help you connect with them as well. So do not hesitate to do that. I would very much love to speak more and love to hear from you, but we're nearly in the end of time. We just have last 15 minutes. So before we kind of wrap up, let me also take this opportunity to thank Ananda, who is here helping us take the notes and keep all the things in place so that this discussion and conversation can continue. And also, as he's in Nepal Youth IGF, very active in this space, I hand it over to Ananda to just tell what you've noted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for keeping me here. So, hello everyone. It was a nice, insightful discussion today, and like we are discussing about a very important issue. And while today we went through different case studies from Asia to Africa to Latin America, and like what we have witnessed we talk about Industry 4.0, massive development in AI, machine learning, and those are the hot topics of the whole IGF itself. But what we have to also understand that is there's a big digital gap. There are still people who are unconnected from the internet, who doesn't have access to the internet because of different barriers. It might be affordability, it might be accessibility. So today we have discussed many things, but in the age of Industry 4.0, how do we actually blend technology with the education and actually providing this kind of skills to students so that they are ready, industry ready when they are graduating is the most challenging issue of today. And then we also talked about the reskilling of educators, contextualization of technology in local context, which is very important, but as I think Valerie mentioned about the Universal Service Fund, there are those kind of service funds which are allocated for developing technology. In case of Nepal, there is a Rural Technology Development Fund, which can be used and which shall be used to actually make internet more affordable, inclusive, and secure. And there is a role of, we talk about multi-stakeholder engagement in IGF. So there is a role of everybody in this process. Government make policies, and civil society need to support them with the monitoring and the accountability part. And private sector will be supporting, and then we can actually build the ecosystem which creates the students that are ready for the industry, that can land the global job landscape. So, and I think Umut also mentioned about the community networks. So if you guys are not aware about community networks are actually the networks that are owned and managed by community themselves, where there is no connectivity. People, last mile connectivity cannot reach at some point, and people accessing various funds, they can build their own community network using affordable technologies. I think Africa has so much of example on that, and then like ISOC and APC kind of organization are working hard to actually build a community network across the world. In Nepal there were few, but I think they are not much active these days. But like we have to work on those things so that the people who doesn't have affordable devices, or who doesn't have access to internet, and not any device that could actually connect to the internet. So for those people, we can create community learning centers where they can go learn these things. And we have also talked about some open courseware where content can be accessed online and offline. Khan Academy is one of such examples, and I think there are many more. There's a repo built by Rachel. Rachel Foundation is working on open courseware system where you can find trillions of gigs of information which can be used in rural technologies where there is no access to internet. It is a local server-based content management system. Maybe some community networks has already used that as well. So, tipping up my point, while policies are way behind in case of like developing nations, we have a huge responsibility, and Valerie was asking me to share about how youth can contribute on that. So like what I always tell about youth is we are the biggest stakeholder of the internet today. And then with this role comes a bigger responsibility. How do we actually make this internet more inclusive? How do we help people to actually connecting the people that are not connected today? And then how do we create an ecosystem that allows everyone to access the content in the internet? So, and the initiatives like civil society initiatives like Internet Society, IGF itself, national IGF, regional IGF, and local IGF should actually work hard so that we can actually eliminate these things. So I'll wrap up my things over here. Thank you so much for being here. I'll give it back to Asiba. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ananda. So this is the last call for any interaction from the floor, if there's any solutions available, if there's anything. Glendale.
Hi, good morning. I'm Glendale from the Philippines. I would just like to ask some initiatives that you're presently, if any of you are doing right now. For example, in the Philippines, we have more than 7,000 islands, and most of these islands are in remote locations and still doesn't have any internet connection and even utilities. Okay, I would just like to ask, apart from just what you have said a while ago, any existing initiative or tools that you can recommend that would answer those underserved schools who that soon they will still be able to maximize the use or the advantage of AI and other digital technologies and contents. So that's it.
Thank you. Anybody would like to take it? And please note that we have a very limited time now, so please make it short.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. Thank you for the question. During 2017, we did a pilot project with movable and deployable ICT resource unit. It was a community, it was a network for the community for places where there were no internet connectivity. This device would create an internal networking system for the whole community, and it would be a community-owned network. And with those networks, people could share information through voice calls, through video calls, through message systems, sharing of photos. But we used it for education, and it was very effective, and we reported that to entity, which was further reported to ITUD. One of the study groups has published the effectiveness of how community-led network and devices can be effective in places where there are no internet facilities. And taking this one step forward, we are trying to pilot with locally accessible cloud system, LAC system, that I think has been implemented in Philippines as well. I think you've been using it mostly for disaster, but we want it to be used for education and health sector for marginalized and backward communities of Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinod.
So, talking about, I think Binodji has covered a lot. So, actually, when it comes to open source repositories, there are many. Like Rachel is one of the, I think I have found the most, RHEL is its spelling, and then like in Rachel you get the Khan Academy integrated over there, and there are a lot of like open source learning resources which are updated periodically, which can be downloaded on any computer. You can make a local server and then like broadcast it to the network that can be accessible without internet as well. It is not internet based. And when you have connection, you can update the content. And there is another initiative called Colibri. And Colibri is also integrated in Rachel as well, but Colibri is more actually on like user end. You have a content, you downloaded it, and then you can actually transfer it to another person's phone without internet access. That is the power of Colibri. It's like it uses peer-to-peer networking technology. So if I have that repo, I think what content I have here, I can transfer it to another person without internet. And then like that is they are doing. And Colibri is integrated with Rachel as well. And inside Rachel, you can find Khan Academy, every content you have ever imagined, and it is updated regularly. So I think if you want more resources, maybe we can discuss or like set up a call, and then we can talk about the, I think Valerie knows more about it as well, because many community networks share the same principle. I deployed one back in COVID, and Asirvad and myself are trying to upgrade that. It is not operational right now, but we are planning to upgrade that. We are going through feasibility study, and we are looking for funds. So like those kind of technology are there. We can discuss more because of the time limit. There's like red sign coming up. So I think we should wrap up, but we can discuss it offline as well. Thank you so much for being here.
So we have last 5 minutes, as this gentleman has showed me. So I'll give our speakers 1 minute for their closing remarks, and shorter is better. So we'll start with Umut online, Valerie, then Binod, before I close.
Okay. Well, that will be, my closing remark will be to remind that digital education and digital literacy are in develop right now and in constant changing right now, because technology is constant changing and society is in constant change. So we need to aware that the future of education is a work that is done day by day, especially in spaces in the global south, where our societies still need access, still need equipment, and still need infrastructure. That will be it.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you so much. I think for me, my mantra has always been each one, teach one. That means that just like the member of the audience had said earlier, it's up to us to ensure that we carry together into the future this generation of digitally skilled learners as well. So what that means is that how can we contribute? Is it through policy making? Is it through building innovative solutions? Is it through putting our voices towards ensuring that we have a future-ready digital skilled education system? So for me, it's always paying it forward and rolling out the information that is required by the stakeholders on the ground. Thank you.
So my last words, I'd like to urge the policymakers actually for the Asian countries, especially the South Asian countries. We all had our ICT in Education Master Plan 1, and I think most of the countries have completed that, and we're moving towards the second master plan. But I don't think there's much awareness about ICT in Education Master Plan amongst most of the stakeholders. We don't even know what the master plan is and what we're trying to achieve. So I think post-COVID, we've learned that ICT way of learning can be more inclusive and accessible if it's implemented correctly. So I think we need to raise more awareness. We need to map our resources. We need to have realistic plans and not just have plans for the sake of having a plan. And I think post-COVID, ICT Master Plan 2 will be a very effective tool for us to reach Education 2030 goals. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Binod, Valerie, Ananda, and Umut for your insights and sharing your expertise. So when we talk about internet or any technology, it's free from prejudice or harm or anything. But how we govern it decides what is used. That's why the multi-stakeholder model is very much important. And that being said, I'd like to go back to the human aspect of technology. How do we get a resilience in digital education? There are technical aspects, but yeah, we have to be inclusive from design. We have to accept diversity and practice empathy. We have to share each other's experience. We don't duplicate things, we have to learn from each other, and we have to work as a community for the better shared future. So let's think about our children and their children when we make any kind of decision. Thank you so much, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my SIG leadership team, Shraddha, Swetha, Samuel, Maxwell, and everybody who's not here, but they have been supporting us for our past 2 years. So thank you, everybody, and please do join our Internet Society's special interest group on education. There's the QR code. If you can scan it, you can join us through Connect, and let's move towards a global internet that ensures inclusive, equitable, and quality education, promoting lifelong learning for all. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presence, and also the ones that are online. Swaran, I see you there, so thank you so much for being there online. Thank you, everyone. I close this up. Also, if you have had a good photo, yeah, photo is always good. So those who are present till last, if we could just take a photo for our memory, that would be great. We could do it right outside the hall because there might be next session here.
just do raising hands,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. Okay.
Hello.
I'm giving him the information to make sure he lets everybody in.
Unless we have a very small number of people.
Okay. Okay, everything good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice shirt. Okay, today you are the best dressed. Very cool outfit.
Okay. How are you? How many sessions have you done already?
One. But I didn't sleep last night. Okay.
You're doing too many things.
Doing too many things. And I'm just tired. And I had such energy for this session. And I was also done. I got myself a proper pen for coffee.
That's good. Well, you know, the
I got some chocolate.
because Michiko was admiring you okay, for never being tired. She said, Andrea doesn't look tired.
It's adrenaline. It's all adrenaline.
That's what I thought.
So, oh my God, you guys look amazing.
Well, it's the same thing.
Thank you very, very much.
She said, oh, Andrea always gets us things.
I know, but I didn't this time.
That's okay. But I mean, just a little chocolate.
I want to say something to you, actually, Patrick.
You do?
You are a good friend.
I think so.
I was just going to say outside, but I need to check in on you. No, just, you really are. And I was reflecting on this whole, the table. I know, you could have.
Who sees what is very little frosting?
There's a real warm, soft heart.
I find sometimes in that crowd, I kind of feel sometimes like Adam and Tatiana are in their own little self-contained space, and Tatiana talks like she doesn't really give a shit, and she's so obsessed with Milton. What's Milton doing? What does Milton do for everything? And that starts to get on my nerves a little bit. But you know,
Look, we all behave pretty badly in that sometimes, and we all sort of just, you know.
But Rafika's also very nice to everybody.
Rafika's also
He can make a little snarky comments sometimes.
Essentially, he can.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how
Yeah,
we
you
can do
can
this.
always tell.
I want to set it up. So, if you want a chocolate sticky,
Take it.
help yourself and bring it to the front.
We'll just leave them on the table if anybody needs them. Maybe we need the sugar cane.
So, are any of the online participants online yet?
Yeah, there's one here.
Which one is that? Nigat, great. Hi, how are you?
Hello, everyone. I just want to do an audio text. My name's Henriette. I'm your moderator. Clara, Nigat, can we just, David, I think you are online. Do you want to unmute or so we can hear you? Hear if you are easy for us to hear. Clara, please go ahead, say something.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Very clearly. Nigat?
Good.
Let's see. Can you unmute Nigat Dat, please? Oh, that's right, you're unmuted. Go ahead, Nigat.
Anyway, I'm so sorry, my internet connection was bad. I actually missed your
I just
question.
wanted to do an audio check to see if we can hear you
Oh,
clearly.
now
and
you
we
can hear me.
And we can. Thanks a lot. Okay, we'll start in a few minutes. We'll start at 1 o'clock on the dot, Japan time. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Disinformation from an Internet Governance Perspective workshop. My name is Henriette Esterhuizen, and I'll be moderating. I'm a Senior Advisor, Internet Governance at the Association for Progressive Communications. I'll introduce you to our very diverse and very interesting panel as we do the workshop. But I actually, at this point, because we're a small group of people, I want to ask you all to stand up, because we're going to start with an interactive exercise, Professor, that includes you. So just stand up and line up. I'm going to make a statement. And then I'm going to ask you to position yourself, I mean, along this corridor and that corridor, more or less, on that side of the room, if you strongly agree with the statement, towards this side, if you strongly disagree, and then somewhere in the middle, according to how strongly you agree or disagree. So the statement is, absolutely you, otherwise you're not going to get a chance to speak. Disinformation is undermining democracy. If you agree, go towards that end. Disagree, somewhere around here. And somewhere in the middle. And the idea is, as other people speak, I'm going to ask people why they stand where they stand. Then think about it, reflect, and decide whether you want to move along this imaginary spectrum.
And also that way we gain new friends.
So, Bill Drake, you have to. Then you have to stand in the middle. Disinformation undermines democracy.
If you agree, you go that way, and if you disagree, you
Okay. So I'm going to start over there with somebody who's right on the other side. Anybody willing to, why? Why do you agree so strongly with this? And just introduce yourself and then say why.
Hi, I'm Gretchen. I think it's hard to explain, but the feeling that there is information outside that can hurt how how democratic institutions work and function, or really.
So you feel that misinformation can actually undermine the institutions of democracy. Anyone else here who feels strongly?
Hello, my name is Remy Milan. The reason I would say undermining is that mis or disinformation undermines citizens' confidence in the institutions of the state. And that's probably what I view as the sort of highest level danger.
Similar. So remember, you're supposed to move if he's moved you. So let me move to that side of the room, because I haven't seen anyone move yet. Jeanette, why don't you tell us, you're one of our speakers, so introduce yourself. Why are you standing at this side? Why do you disagree?
But then I sort of, I anticipate what I'm going to say. All I wanted to say, one of the main things I want to say is that while we have a lot of research on generation and circulation of disinformation, we know little, if not nothing, about how it actually affects people's minds and people's voting behavior. A lot of what we see here discussed is sort of based on assumptions, but not on empirical evidence.
Just introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm one of the speakers, Jeanette Hofmann. I'm a political scientist from Germany.
Anyone, you want to react to that? Good, you're allowed to. You disagree with Jeanette.
I would say, since I live in the United States, I would say January 6th was actually a good example of events inspired by mis and disinformation, designed specifically to undermine the democratic transfer of power between two governments. That I think I watched on TV. I actually believe that I saw something. So I think there's empirical evidence that people can be driven to act contrary to democratic institutions by mis and disinformation.
Any of our online participants, including the speakers, who strongly agrees that disinformation undermines democracy? Nigat, Clara, David, Erin? Nigat, go ahead and just introduce yourself, and then tell me whether you agree or disagree.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. My name is Nikat Dad, and I run Digital Rights Foundation. I'm speaking from Lahore, Pakistan right now. And I'm like in between agree and in the center. So I was very much agreeing it. And when Janet said, I'm like, okay, I want to little bit move on to Janet's side, because we have been saying this over and over again, that yes, disinformation, misinformation impacts our democratic processes, but what kind of evidence we have to support actually that, and how, and a very solid evidence in terms of how it basically changes behavior of people during electoral processes. And however, we see a lot of impact and effect of disinformation on several institutions and also on voters. But I think we still need to have a solid sort of evidence in terms of supporting that, yes, it is actually, you know, deteriorating our democracy in our countries. I feel like there's several other aspects that sort of impact this sort of destruction of our democracy processes.
Thanks, Nigat. Before Professor Kurwe, before you strongly disagree as well. Are you willing to share why?
I wouldn't say I strongly disagree, like I'm not over there.
That's true.
I'm sort of slightly to the left of the middle, well, right of the middle, I guess. I think it's, so I'm from a think tank, we do some work in this area. I think my background is also legal, and I frequently find it quite difficult to settle on a definition of disinformation. And then I think there's a whole separate question of how we actually apply that definition. And I think a lot of people are thinking of different things when they say they're thinking about disinformation. I also think the sort of longitudinal impact is something that's very hard to assess. And I think when we think about the causative impact of disinformation, it's very hard to extract substantive grievance from it. So is it a manifestation of people's dissatisfaction with the way society is that we can now observe and measure in ways that we couldn't in the past? Or is it the disinformation that is sort of causing that dissatisfaction? I think that's a hard thing to unpick.
Okay, so the unknown. So those of you that came late, I made a statement. I said disinformation is undermining democracy. And the idea is that people who disagree are kind of over here, and people who agree are over there. Bill Drake, you're one of our speakers. Please introduce yourself. And what is your position? Why are you in the middle? That's not actually very common for you. I've known you for many years, and you very, very rarely sit on any fence.
Bill Drake, Columbia University. Hi. Because as I've said before, when we had a session about this at the Taiwan IGF last week, beware of false binaries. I think when you put these things into simple either-or choices, it becomes almost meaningless. The extent to which it impacts democracy and the way it might impact is highly dependent on context, et cetera, et cetera. So, I would add to Jeanette that social science ability to do effective polling in here may not be the only possible measure. We have tens of millions of Americans who have demonstrated over and over that they believe disinformation. So.
You see, Bill has made me move a little bit more to the center. Professor Kurwe, you wanted to say something. Introduce yourself.
This is Guowei Wu, is the chair of the TWIGF from Taiwan. And just like Bill saying, I have a 3 point, very simple. First of all, disinformation. Politicians also, create and spread the disinformation, not only the news media or the social media. So don't forget that politicians did it too. The second of all is, I don't fully agree about Janet saying. The reason is because she didn't put the time in that coordinate. Because if you put the time, because when the disinformation is spread around, don't forget it, the voting is just a second. So in that second, you might get moved by the disinformation, change your voting behavior.
It's like Brexit.
And then maybe 1 minute after you regret, but too late, it's done. So,
it's exactly like
I'm stand in the middle.
Like the Brexit referendum. So many people regret it. Okay, before we sit down like normal IGF participants with a interesting, we hope, panel on that side and the rest of us on this side. So before we assume the normal divisions of power, anyone else in this side of the room who agrees strongly that disinformation is undermining democracy?
My name is Jan Jacob from the Foundation for Media Alternatives from the Philippines. And if you are aware who was our previous president, Duterte, and who is our current president, Marcos, the son of the former dictator, I think it would be easier to appreciate why civil society at least feels that disinformation plays a huge part in as to why our democratic institutions right now and democracy in general is very much in peril, if not already gone, so to speak. So I can understand though the search for empirical data. I'm also a sociologist and a lawyer, but we live beyond the studies. We live through the realities every day, and we've gone through our elections last year, and we saw how much that disinformation actually impacted people across not just those supposedly in the marginalized sectors, even those who are actually you would expect to are learned individuals. They too were very much caught into that web. Yeah.
It's true, but you also did have decades of Marcos dictatorship prior to online disinformation. So, okay, the last word will be from you.
Okay, thank you for giving me some floor. Tim, I'm from Russia. I work for a think tank which is responsible for fighting and countering disinformation and fakes in Russia, so I have some practical experience on that. So, like some bad news. Disinformation is like inevitable at all because the ability to make a mistake is a natural part of humankind and human brain, actually. So, as far as it goes, disinformation and fake news are extremely effective weapon, and nowadays it's widely used as a weapon, and you can get that in, especially in context of Russian-Ukrainian war. We have an informational war with Ukraine along, and we have lots of usage of this weapon like against us. And last but not least, actually when you fight disinformation, it's never possible to like ground zero all the disinformation and fakes and myth and anything else like this possible. But what you actually do you actually fight the consequences and damage of disinformation and spread of disinformation. But you cannot fight the disinformation itself. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, everyone. Let's take a seat. Come and sit in the front.
Henriette, while people are taking a seat, can I
Yes,
answer
David,
too?
please go ahead.
I wish I was there. It sounds fun, and it's 6 in the morning where I am, so I could use the stretch. So I'm going to be a little bit of the diplomat of my
David, just
past
introduce
and
yourself. Just introduce yourself to the room.
So I'm David Kay. I teach law at the University of California at Irvine. I was the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression from 2014 to 2020, and I'm the independent chair of the board of the Global Network Initiative. And the diplomatic thing that I was going to say is that I agree with what everybody said. But the thing, I think there are at least 3 different issues here that from an IGF global governance perspective make it very difficult to talk about disinformation. One is it really matters, and this came through in the comments already, I think it really matters who's doing the disinformation. Is it the state? Is it the president? Is it like who's doing it? And also where is it happening? So as far as our study and understanding of the impact, I think those things matter. A second thing is what impact do we actually care about? I mean, do we care about whether disinformation has an impact, as Jeanette was suggesting, on voting behavior? Do we care about the impact that disinformation has on people's action in the street, as in January 6th? You know, what is the thing that we're actually studying? And then third, based on all of those different contextual features, I think it's very, very difficult to say that there's one particular solution that works at a global governance level that would address disinformation in every instance or every context, whether it's in legacy, broadcast, media, print, or on social or search. There's just such variety. So I think that it's just a vast topic that requires nuance and may not be really amenable to a kind of one-size-fits-all response.
Thanks very much, David. Clara, do you want to reflect on this opening statement? And then also please introduce yourself. Tell us where you are.
Thank you, Annette. I'm Clara. I'm a legal scholar from Brazil, but I am right now in Berlin, also 6 a.m. here, so keeping strong. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm going to jump right in and say that I think I would be alongside David, kind of in the middle, a little bit more on the diplomatic side, and I'll tell you why. I think disinformation can undermine democracy, depending on context. I prepare myself to talk a little bit about that, right? So depending on sources, depending on political, social context, what disinformation strategies are being pursued, I think they can undermine democracy, but not on the ways that we would instinctively think of. So I agree with Jeanette that we don't have solid empirical evidence that disinformation changed voters' behaviors, for instance. We don't have solid empirical evidence that it changes the results of elections. But I think we do have enough reason to worry about how exactly it weighs in recent political transformations that we have seen in different contexts. And I think this shows that we need more research on that, on these blind spots that we're not exactly unfolding yet. But I will say one thing about the empirical evidence, just to close my first statement, which is this empirical evidence we have nowadays, it's very much focused on the US and Europe. So I would be very happy to see more empirical evidence of how this information unfolds in other political contexts, what we call the global South, but I'm talking Latin America, Africa, and Asia. So that would be it for my first input.
Thanks very much, Clara. We do not yet have our final speaker, Aaron, who was with the Singaporean government recently. He's now moved to academia. I don't think he's with us. I do want to introduce our remote moderator. She's in Nairobi. Rispa, can you just reveal yourself on screen? Put your camera on and say something. I'll see if I can unmute you. Can you unmute Rispa Arose, please? She was there and she might have just dropped off, but she's trying to get hold of Aaron. But let me turn to Jeanette and Bill here. I mean, and David, you can add on this as well, and Nigat. Our opening question to you was not that dissimilar from the question that I asked the room, and that is, do you think you can define it? What is disinformation? Is it serious? And if so, why?
Disinformation focuses on strategical intent, meaning the strategical circulation of disinformation with a specific purpose, and that usually is to manipulate people in their behavior and in their worldviews. So that is what disinformation is. But now I'd like to come back to what I said earlier, that we really lack empirical evidence, and I'd like to elaborate a bit on that. We have right now a strong focus in academia on platforms. And while that makes sense, because we get at least some data about the circulation of disinformation, there is also a little problem with that, because it cuts off long-standing research traditions that focused already on the question of propaganda, of manipulation and its effects on people's minds. At that time, it was less about platforms and it was more about legacy mass media, but also political propaganda. And I have to say that there was never agreement on the question of whether it had a long-time effect on people. There is a strong opinion in academia saying the effect is amplifying what people already believe. If you have a tendency to believe in conspiracy theories, you might be open, susceptible to disinformation. But if you are immune to that, it might not have much of an effect on you. So there is the hypothesis called preaching to the choir. Disinformation reaches people who are vulnerable. That's point one. And second one I would like to make is that a lot of research focuses on the individual. But what really matters when it comes to disinformation is the media environment. Countries with a strong tradition of public media, of high quality media, they are able to counter disinformation much better than countries where the media landscape is a mess. So if we want to learn more about whether or not disinformation works, we need to look beyond platforms and take into account the wider media landscapes. Context matters, and there is no point in only looking at platforms and their algorithms.
It's also interesting. I mean, it just kind of struck me, the remark about the US and then the comment from the Philippines. And maybe there are cultures, media cultures and populist, political moments which might also be similar. So there could also be other contextual issues. And Bill, do you want to elaborate on your earlier remarks?
Okay. Well, first of all, on the US case, I think that there have been a lot of studies that have indicated that actually, further to Jeanette's point, a lot of the disinformation is not originally coming from social media, it's coming from broadcast media, and then gets picked up by and amplified by social media. So when we talk about the strength of the traditional media environment being a buttress against the spread of disinformation, you have to recognize in a case like the United States, which has a fairly strong and vibrant media system and has for a long time had multiple voices, well-funded, et cetera, that we have three networks that get tens of millions of viewers that are completely all in on disinformation. I mean, and who are major proponents of disinformation and who attack anybody who questions disinformation as being somehow trying to suppress freedom of speech and so on. So we have a certain problem in the U.S., but I guess the point I would make is, between traditional media as the savior and platforms as the source of all problems, as again, what I said at the outset, it all depends on the context of what we're talking about. On the definitional issue, Jeanette said it, we all kind of agree on this. It's actually interesting. I was looking at some of the different definitions that have been put forward by different leading organizations, and it's amazing how variable they are in their details. Maybe this is because I spent a lot of time in the internet governance space working on the definition of internet governance 20 years ago in the UN working group and so on. But I mean, I tend to look at these things and think, why are they doing it this way? For example, the European Union describes disinformation as the creation, presentation, and dissemination of verifiably false or misleading information for the purpose of economic gain or intentionally deceiving the public. Why economic gain or intentionally deceiving the public? There's different ways of formulating the strategic objective there, right? The UN Special Rapporteur in 2022 says false information that is disseminated intentionally to cause serious social harm. So are you saying that it's only disinformation if it is intended to cause serious social harm, and what constitutes serious social harm? So, you know, you can play with the definitions, and in fact, they can be quite messy. Obviously, we want a definition and an understanding that captures the notion of intentionality and of verifiable falsity. And we want to capture that there's a strategic dimension in the production and original creation dissemination. But then again, you have people who recirculate disinformation all the time, not knowing it's disinformation, so that when they do it, it's misinformation, I suppose you would say, right? Because they're not seeking necessarily to cause serious social harm. Their weird uncle sent them this picture saying that, you know, Hillary Clinton is the devil and eats babies, and they think maybe that's true, and they send it to their friend. So, I mean, you know, this is the kind of crazy stuff we have. But I will, back to Jeanette's point, and I'll stop, on the US thing though. It is true that social scientists, just to amplify what I said before, social scientists always have trouble demonstrating impact. We have 60-something years of media studies before the internet where people tried to look at the impacts of media effects and how strong or weak they were, did they cause violence, sexual predation, whatever, etc. It's hard to get at that through polling data and so on. But when tens of millions of people vote saying that they do so informed by strong disinformation, this would seem to be relevant information to me. So anyway,
Thanks, Bill. Nigat, do you want to add anything to your earlier opening remark on the concept and the issue?
Yeah, so based on my work, wearing different hats, you know, someone working in Pakistan, looking at the context, but then someone sitting at Meta's oversight board, I feel that content that is related to mis and disinformation, it's very complex to define it as a mis and disinfo, and even more complicated to identify it. And I think definitions are very, very contextual. I mean, some of the definitions Bill mentioned here, and I'm like, okay, but some, you know, like actors, civil society actors, states, companies sort of define all these things according to, like, keeping their interest in mind as well, right? Or the work that they are doing or the context that they belong to. But for instance, like disinformation for us, how we kind of see it as a, you know, false content, which is being shared with the intent of causing harm. But then we cannot assume all untrue information is harmful, and we should be very cautious of, you know, defining it in a way where especially not the civil society, but the powerful actors, when they define it, that means that they are going somewhere to regulate it, right? And that's where I see a problem is. So I don't know what else to add here, but I feel that it's very contextual. If I don't know how many of you have seen it's a UNSR's report on gender disinformation, which is just released a couple of days ago. And it has a context of all the regions. And it was mind-boggling to see that how disinformation causes harm to women and marginalized groups in South Asia, and how it does it in Latin America. So I feel like it's such a good document that people should read. It's very recent, but at the same time, I feel it's contextual. But we should be very, very cautious when we are defining it and not leaving a space where, you know, like we should basically give space to people to interpret it the way they want to, according to their context and how they see their political situation is.
Thanks, Nikat. Just a little plug for my organization used the IGF, and this shows how the IGF can be really valuable, to have a consultation last year in Addis Ababa with the special rapporteur on gender disinformation, and she used the input from that consultation in her report. David, any additional points from you?
I think the only thing that I'd add is that is to sort of put a sort of a legal gloss on all this, which is just to emphasize why definition is so important. If we're talking about ultimately legal regulation, which I think ultimately when we're talking about governance, that's what we're talking about, then we have to be clear about what the issue is. And that's not just some abstract issue, it's also a fundamental component of legality. We need precise definition and then precision in what it is that we're actually restricting. And one of my big fears is that even though I share the view that there is a problem called disinformation, and there is a wide variety of impacts of disinformation, we don't really have clear definition. And we see that, I think, even in the emerging regulations from places in Europe and the UK and elsewhere, because what we see there is this move for transparency and risk assessment that assumes that in those cases, platforms will sort of define the issue as they're doing that work. Maybe that's okay, and maybe that will be great evidence for social scientists and for legal scholars, but I'm afraid we're not at a point where we have shared definitions that are clear enough for legal regulation.
Thanks, David. Jeanette, you want to react?
Yeah, I wanted to address the question of motives, because many people, of course, for good reasons, refer to distinct episodes like the attack after the last election in the US on the White House. Empirical research shows that many people who act on disinformation and share disinformation do not necessarily believe that this is the truth. One reason why people share disinformation is to signal belonging, to express their loyalty to a certain way of thinking and acting. So many people say Republicans who now share information about the last election being stolen might not necessarily believe this. What they are expressing is their loyalty, their belief in Trump and this sort of crowd of Republicans. And we even have evidence that when people are asked, do you believe what you are sharing, that they might not tell you the truth. And this brings me to an aspect that I find actually alarming. It's less the amount of disinformation, but there is a growing amount of people in various countries who do not care any longer about the distinction between truth and falsity. For them, political belonging, let's call it tribal attitudes, are becoming so strong that they are more important than whether or not there is a truth to strive for. And that is what I think undermines public discourse and therefore democracy.
Thanks, Jeanette. Clara, I can see you also want to react. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Henriette. Just a sec, my kid's waking up.
Tell them to make you coffee.
Yeah, unfortunately not possible yet, but soon. So yeah, I agree. There's this conceptual inconsistency. So we have a lot of definitions more on the media and communications disciplines as one of the many communicational phenomena that comes alongside misinformation, propaganda, fake news. I think I actually like distinguishing things by intention. It makes all the difference for the law. We often run into social science scholars or communication scholars say, oh, but you can tell much about intent, when in fact intent holds up a big chunk of legal relevance, right? But what I do want to say is that beyond being a communication practice or being a sort of online harm, which is also another way in which we refer to disinformation a lot, I think we need more definitions or more efforts to conceptualize disinformation within political theory, within political practice, right? So I think it functions a lot as a form of political intervention that takes shapes in different contexts, as Nigat was saying as well. So I come from Brazil, for instance, and this type of intervention clearly serves there as a means to show dissatisfaction, as somebody pointed out in the beginning of our panel, or to directly attack democratic institutions, in particular the electoral system and high courts. So I think we do have this varied but not complete enough conceptual framework. And I'm just going to say one very quick last thing. I don't think there's space in statutory regulation for a concept of disinformation.
Well,
But
I'm
I'll talk
about
more
to
about
move
that.
on. I'm going to ask you about regulation next. So, Bill, you want to react. Is it about the opening segment, or do you want to actually talk about regulation?
I just want to surprise Jeanette by agreeing with her strongly, because we've been arguing about this for a while. No, I mean, I just want to emphasize again, and this is why I said at the outset that I was kind of in the middle, and it depends on context and so on. There are indeed lots of people who will say they believe in disinformation because of tribal loyalty.
Yeah.
There's no question about that in the American case. And indeed, one of the things that's really happened, and this goes also to your like not believing in truth versus fiction, you know, they not believing there's a boundary. There's a lot of people who have just built their identity around giving the finger to the other side. Right? It's like, you know, if you hear a lot of people, when they interview people at Trump rallies and they say they believe this stuff, and somebody asks them, you know, but you saw this, and they go, yeah, well, whatever, screw that. The libs don't want us to think this, you know. So it's all about owning the libs, owning the other side, giving the finger to the people you don't identify with. And so there's like a pretense in a way of, so it does mean that it's harder to disentangle. It doesn't mean that it's not a vibrant, important part of the mix. It just means, is it directly causal, is a little bit more complex.
Thanks. I want to ask everyone in the room, is there anyone here who lives in a context where disinformation is not particularly prominent or influential? Anyone? Just come and tell us a bit about it. Just come to the mic and tell us where you're from and why you think that's the case. Well,
hello, everyone. Well, I'm from Switzerland. I wouldn't say that it's not a problem whatsoever, but I also wouldn't say that it has the ability to sway entire elections. We have a multi-party system, for example. People tend to vote for the same parties for the last 30 years, so not much has happened in that respect. Of course, we had the same challenges with COVID as everyone else, but I think I will be exaggerating massively to say that this is the topic for us to focus on.
Well, it's really good to get a global north perspective. I'm from South Africa, and I can say that disinformation is not a major problem in South Africa. Believing the government is a major problem. So there's often engagement in the media about whether information is false or accurate. But we've got very well self-regulated media that deals with disinformation, and the public tends to participate in that. So fact-checking is something that happens on a daily basis very quickly. So a politician will make a statement on television one night, the next day the media will fact-check it. And the public does tend to believe the media, and what we find quite unique or interesting is that whether it's right-wing, center, or left-wing media, there is a common commitment across that spectrum to accuracy, which we think is because our media, the self-regulation actually works. So for us, it's also not a major concern. I want to move on to the next question, in a way at the heart of why we convened this workshop. By the way, the three of us argued a lot in the course of this workshop planning and design. So it's for us also not a clear issue. But really the heart of this is it's at the IGF, and it's about governance. Do you think that do you think we can regulate disinformation effectively internationally? We know there's a lot of national initiatives that are being put in place and that are quite controversial. And what do you think? Do we have the baseline? Do we have a strong and clear baseline that existing international instruments can provide for the governance of disinformation? And if we move in this direction of international governance of disinformation, what are the implications for access to information and freedom of expression? David, can I ask you to start us on that? I know this is something you have applied your thought and your expertise and experience to.
Yeah, thanks, Henriette. So my view is that global regulation of disinformation, if we think of that as a concrete set of rules that will guide decision makers in every context and will have kind of a global oversight, is a chimera. We're not going to achieve that, and it's not worth, in my view, even trying to achieve it. What I do think is that governments and platforms and media outlets need a common set of principles to guide how they think about this and how they react to it. And to my mind, I mean, this would be no surprise to people, at least who know my work. I think that those principles are rooted in human rights law. And there's very, very good reason, because we're talking about information, the sharing of information, the possibility of making it harder for individuals to find accurate information. We need to have standards that are based in Article 19 on principles of legality, necessity and proportionality, and legitimacy of the objective. And I think that, and just to end here, I think that there is a way in which resourcing human rights mechanisms in particular, and by that I don't mean the Human Rights Council, but rather the Human Rights Committee, regional human rights courts, and others, resourcing them, ensuring that they have the tools to answer questions when individuals feel that their government is interfering with their right of access to information by either disinforming themselves or permitting disinformation in one way or another, that those kinds of tools can be a mechanism for global governance, but not in the maybe IGF sense of what internet governance looks like.
Thanks, David. And Clara.
Yeah, so I really enjoy thinking about this question. It was really provoking to me. I am not sure about the extent to which global governance solutions can help us. And I'll try to summarize this very briefly in 2 points. First, because I feel this urge to look at disinformation's role in political disputes. And it becomes clear to me that countermeasuring it or mitigating it's not only about a communication practice in itself, if it's being used by certain political and economic interests that have been shaping our societies for so long, then mitigating disinformation is also about confronting ourselves with these broader issues. So to stick with the Brazilian case, I think about the ultimate convertibility of economic power in political power. And that includes a traditionally concentrated and unregulated media landscape, especially when compared with other Western democracies. So I think that certainly needs to be a part of the conversation. But even in the interest of getting more granular, it's okay. It's fair to say we need some action that targets disinformation specifically as well. And here, I'm afraid I'm also skeptical because global solutions mostly presume consensus-based governance structures, or as David put very well, at least global governance in the IGF sense of things does not include an authority enforcement, right? And I think even though it offers us very interesting guidelines, human rights standards, I'm afraid the confirmation of current digital business models and data usages will need more than that, to mention a few things that should be on the regulatory agenda.
Thanks. And Nigat, do you feel we've got the instruments needed? Or how do you feel about the idea of global governance of disinformation?
Yeah, I mean, everything that has been said by David and Clara, I agree with that. I think we already have global governance instruments with us in terms of several principles or, conversations that have taken place, resolutions and all of that. But I think we also need to see what actors have learned out of those instruments and tools that we have, which have been developed globally. I don't think powerful actors have learned that. If you look at national policies, regulations, and laws that are being drafted and introduced not only in global majority, but also in global north, those policies have this appetite of suppressing freedom of expression, right? I don't think that they are able to identify how certain content can actually cause real world harm. And what David basically said, that like especially state actors have this, not only companies but state actors also have this obligation under human rights standards to provide accurate information and prevent misinformation. I mean, we have Rabat plan of action. We have so many instruments out there. I think we really need to see how different components that are already out there can complement each other and do not work in silos. There are several, and we'll be talking about those governance mechanisms. You have already mentioned this, like certain like for oversight board or other things that are already out there, how those are performing. Are we really looking into the performance, what they are adding into the certain our existing ecosystem? So I think we already have so much. I think we just need to know how to use that.
Thanks, thanks for that, Nika. Jeanette.
Yeah, thank you, Henriette. The whole question reminds me of the early days of internet governance, when it was always clear that protocol standards for the infrastructure we had to agree upon to have a global network, but the upper layers, particularly content, that should not be done on a global level. Having said that, there is one aspect I'd like to mention that I find quite interesting in this context, and this is the Digital Service Act that the European Commission just agreed upon, and that will take effect early next year. And that DSA has one aspect that, at least from a German perspective, is really interesting. It concerns the scope of human rights. At least in Germany, traditionally, human rights regulate the relationship between citizens, or say people, and the government. But the DSA mentions at several points that human rights should also guide the behavior of platforms, meaning the scope of human rights begins to integrate also private sector action, because it affects to such an extent our conditions and possibilities to exercise human rights. So this is an interesting development, and we can think about extending that to other jurisdictions or world regions. And actually, I would like to know what our other panelists think about that.
Thanks. Well, Bill, do you want to react to that before we go to Aaron, has now joined us, so we'll hear from him next.
No, I don't want to react to that. I want to say something else.
Go ahead, you can.
So the question, I mean, the way the question is posed, can it be effective? Probably not. I think we have to engage it on the long term anyway. We have to try to build up the operational and normative infrastructure to continually challenge disinformation. But of course, obviously, to believe that it's going to effectively regulate it at the global level is a little bit far-fetched. But we have to try. That said, I think it's worth just highlighting, because this is the Internet Governance Forum. We're trying to talk about disinformation from an internet governance standpoint. Some of the things that are happening internationally. I just want to flag a couple of quick things. One is the UN discussions around cybercrime and cybersecurity. In those contexts, you've seen a lot of proposals, a lot of language that pertains to disinformation, and it demonstrates the difficulty of trying to do this at a multilateral level in a geopolitically divided environment. So for example, in the cyber crime treaty negotiations going on now, China proposed language saying that all governments should adopt laws saying calling spread of disinformation a criminal offense. And they described it as anything that makes available false information that could result in serious social disorder. Well, again, I think what could result in serious social disorder is obviously in the eyes of the beholder. Then we have, secondly, the UNESCO guidelines for the regulation of digital platforms, which UNESCO hopes to finalize this year. That has some language in it that is germane to disinformation as well. And the model of adopting guidelines or suggesting guidelines to countries, you know, there's the possibility that some countries will implement those guidelines in ways that are restrictive of freedom of expression and will claim international legitimacy in doing so. So the question of guidelines versus treaties is an issue. The last thing I would just mention, the UN Secretary General is now proposing a code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms. This is part of the Global Digital Compact discussions, and he wants to have this discussed at the summit on the futures. And if you've seen the document, he proposes a global set of guidelines drawing on the UNESCO experience that is based on 9 principles, many of which are pretty much focused on platforms and how platforms behave and how stakeholders behave. This is, you know, it's easy, I think, to say, well, platforms have to adopt rules about transparency, disgorging information, allowing scholars to access the data, and so on. It's a lot harder to say states should not disseminate this kind of information in the first place, or all stakeholders must abide by good taste and common sense. Those things are a little bit hard to achieve, particularly through guidelines, but that's what the Secretary General is doing, and he's actually calling also for the establishment of a, quote, dedicated capacity in the UN Secretariat to monitor and advance all of this, which is an interesting thing. So, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about whether new organizational structures will be built through the Global Digital Compact, particularly in New York, and this is one where I think they might get some political traction in saying there ought to be a centralized mechanism for at least tracking progress in addressing these issues, tracking progress in adopting complementary kinds of guidelines, and so on. So we'll see. But so there's a lot going on at the international level, and I think it's worth talking about that.
Thanks, thanks. Erin Maniam, you are with us now. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you think about this global governance response to disinformation.
Thanks so much, Henrietta. Apologies for joining you a little bit late. I had some technical challenges, which I suppose are unironic, given that this is, you know, a panel at the IGF. And I'm calling in from Oxford, that panel, you know, that capital of the world in internet connectivity. So apologies to everyone. I'm glad I got here now. I love this question on global governance because I think it gets to the nub of many of the core issues.
Erin, just tell us a little bit more. I know you're an academic now, but we were particularly interested on your views based on your perspective as being within government.
Of course, sure. Until recently, I was a policymaker in Singapore, working on digital issues, you know, covering both how governments can enable digital in the economy and society, but also what sorts of international partnerships governments need to embark on, and the kinds of regulation that we need to do both in the economic sphere as well as on content. So I think this is a real, you know, commingling of many of the challenges that any government faces. And on the global front, I wanted to make 4 points, which I think, you know, all germane to this discussion. The first is we have to figure out even what we mean by global governance, right? There are so many models. There are de minimis models where it's kind of a very basic level of guidelines that get set out and very, very little else in terms of enforcement or monitoring capacity. But then we have maximal models as well, things like the ICAO has managed to achieve because we know that there are clear risks and safety issues that are involved. And at the moment, you know, we see emerging examples like those Bill mentioned. The open-ended working group on cyber at the UN is trying to achieve a greater set of consensus on some of these issues. And it's really not clear where we're going to land, I think, in terms of the de minimis or more maximal models of global governance. As a result, just second point that I think is important here is, I think it's really important to differentiate between the basic standards and the kind of more additional sets of issues that we want to cover in a set of global governance regulations. Jeanette referred to this, and I think examples like the DSA are really important, right? In Singapore, we have a set of online safety regulations. The UK, we know, has put that out recently as well. And I think it's useful to ask if beyond the basic, we were not able to get to a level of consensus yet. What is useful is that the guidelines that Bill mentioned or any further kinds of regulatory principles that are put in place must at least be interoperable amongst different countries. They don't need to be identical, but interoperability allows for different systems to at least talk to each other in a much more coherent way. Two last points that I think are also important that we haven't quite named in this discussion. The first is, I think one major challenge in this work is going to be the fact that in some cases, governments are the source of mis or disinformation rather than the entity that is going to regulate it. And that makes it much more difficult for those sorts of systems to be working with others where governments act in more rational misinformation minimizing sort of ways. And we need to be able to differentiate the two and not let that first group of governments actually end up holding us back on any kinds of coordination that we need to achieve. This will be hard, of course, right? Because the tech itself is dynamic. In a sense, we're trying to play whack-a-mole here. I don't know if they call the game the same thing in every country, but it's like a new problem comes up every few weeks and you have to find a new way to keep hitting it down. And the regulation has to keep evolving. But that also means that we need the skills within governments to keep that adaptation going, and we need the ability to continually update our legislation if we want to do this work well. That's not impossible, it can be done, but it means that parliamentary capacity is going to be stretched, not just executive capacity, because we're going to constantly be going back and having to update and refine and making our laws more agile and adaptive. Not easy, but I think those are the kinds of challenges we'll have to deal with to realize the sort of global governance that we would want.
Thanks, Aaron. And maybe, maybe that interoperability is, that takes us back to David, to whether human rights frameworks can provide that interoperability. Before I open to the audience, do any of the speakers want to react or comment on one another's inputs? So I want to open it. Sorry, who is that? That was that Nigat. Go for it, Nigat.
Yeah. And yet I just wanted to, before we move ahead, I think one part of this conversation that is missing is we are talking about global governance, but for some reason, I always raise this in several panels, and it kind of, it kind of get lost in the conversation. And that basically is that how to hold those governments accountable who actually use these guidelines for their own interest and benefit and make laws and regulations where they can control content on in their own sovereign jurisdictions, but then they are not accountable that what are the wrongdoings that they are doing. So I feel like that, yes, regulatory mechanisms are good, but how to hold those state actors accountable? And I have had these conversations where many global North actors are like, but those governments will do this anyway. Then where should we all go? Like, should we leave them behind? Should we leave those users behind? Like, how we will take them along with us? I think this is the question that I always raise it, and it frustrates me a lot.
Thanks, Nigat. I share that. Bill, you want to react quickly to this?
No, actually, I want to ask the other panelists for their perspective. I'd like to know if anybody has views. I'm looking at some of the people we have online. Has any opinion on the Secretary General's proposal? Since this is an important thing, the Secretary General of the United Nations is proposing a code of conduct on information integrity for digital platforms. That would seem to be an instance of an attempt at global internet governance. It's governing information that goes over the network that fits within the definition of internet governance. So I'd like to know how people view this initiative, what they think of it in terms of its potential impact, how well it's crafted, et cetera.
Do you want to comment on that? Any one of you? Just jump in if you do.
I'll say something just very, very briefly about it, because I do think it's a very important topic. I'll say two things. One, I think the process has been interesting, but I am not sure that civil society has played as active a role in helping shape the document as should be the case. And so there's a process issue at the outset. And as we look forward to the actual negotiation of an adopted or to be adopted text, if civil society is not in the room, if civil society is not in the places where there's actual drafting and adoption taking place, I think the legitimacy of the outcome will be suspect. So that's a process response. A substantive response is that I'm concerned that it focuses not exclusively, but in an perhaps an over-reliant way on platforms. There is absolutely a major role of platforms in the problem of disinformation, but any process that excludes, as we heard from the situation in the Philippines or the United States, that excludes a call for governments themselves to be better behaved, to be supporting and resourcing public service media, public broadcasting. Any avoidance of that will, I think, make the process sort of at its core, not useless, but will really detract from its value.
Thanks very much, David. I'm actually going to move to the audience now, and I'm going to open with the question that actually I'm going to ask the panel to respond to as well, which is that if we are going to develop governance initiatives to respond to disinformation, how do we do it? David just pointed out the risks of a fairly top-down process, such as the one that's coming from the Secretary General's office. So how do you consult? How do you make decisions about governance responses to disinformation in a way that will be effective? So I'm opening this question to people in the room, and also if you have any questions for the panelists or contributions, please stand up, take the mic, and introduce yourself first. Farzana, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Farzana Baidi from Digital Medusa. First of all, congratulations on a nuanced and evidence-based discussion on disinformation. This has been lacking from IGF this year, and I think you remedied that with this panel. Disinformation governance can become indeed an internet governance issue if we rush towards solutions that could affect internet infrastructure. And by talking without evidence, by talking about disinformation and how harmful it is and rushing to govern and regulate it, we are going to see that it affects connectivity. And it has actually happened when Russia invaded Ukraine. Europe decided to do IP blocking of websites of Russia that were spreading disinformation. So it is indeed an internet governance issue, and we need to, and at IGF, we need to have absolutely a more nuanced approach to the discussion and not rush to any conclusion. And as Nigat said, we also have been active in coming up with solutions anyway, but so I think that that's one point, that it can be an internet governance issue, and we need to monitor that. And the other is that disinformation is also something that in declarations like G7, they mention it, they commit to open global internet, but they also talk about tackling disinformation, which but our solutions to fight with disinformation should not affect connectivity and internet infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks, Farji. Wolfgang.
Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a retired professor from the University of Aarhus, and I can only support what Fasene has just said. We always risk in this debate to undermine the fundamental right to freedom of expression as laid down in Article 19 of the Human Rights Declaration. And, you know, as a member of the old generation, I'm asking myself a little bit, what's really new here? So I went through the Cold War, and the Cold War was an information war. So if it goes back 500 years when Gutenberg invented the printing press, so the Catholic Church were excited, then somebody used it to write anti-Catholic pamphlets, and because the Pope said there's a misuse of technology. And then the struggle started, you know, who is right, who is wrong. So the critics of the Catholic Church, or is the Pope wrong, right? And they had the index of censorship. So it's very close, if we continue the debate, that you end up with a censorship regime. So, the tragedy is also, look at Germany in the 1930s. So Mr. Goebbels, who was the Minister for Propaganda in the Third Reich, so he did see radio as a weapon. He said it's like a machine gun. And people loved him. So millions of Germans, you know, believed in what this crowd of criminals said to the public. And the tragedy is, we know all this, that complex, simple answers to complex to complex questions are given by either idiots or liars. So, but the problem is that a bunch of people love idiots and they love liars. So that means what you can do with this. So that means you have to invest more in education, creating awareness, you know, to enable people that they understand the context. So I think context is one way forward. So that you have, if you have bad information, the best thing is to have more good information, so that you can rebalance this and not to cancel it or to censor it or something like that. So I think the Janet mentioned the Digital Service Act. That's one step in the right direction. We have the Facebook Oversight Board, you know, it's an effort, but I'm also very critical. So I see we have a problem, but I do not have a solution. And I think in 20 years, we will discuss, you know, what could be the solution for this problem. So we have to go with very small steps to identify where we can minimize the negative side effects of this disinformation. You will not be able to remove it. So, and you know, one idea I have is, since years, so in the ICANN context, we have the dispute resolution mechanism for domain names. So the UDRP system allows a broad system on a case-by-case basis to go through cases, taking into account regional context and individual constellation. And 80–90% of content-related conflicts in the internet are relevant for the region and the cultural context and the involved parties. So that means, why not to think about a distributed system where you, on a case-by-case basis, go through certain issues. And this could create a body of understanding what is bad and what is good. So that means these are then the voluntary guidelines could accommodate, so best practice or something like that. So I fully agree with David that he said, you know, a top-down regulation will never work. We have Article 19, we have Article 19.3. We know how the national security, public order, public health, and moral as possible restrictions are misused by governments. But this is not a governance issue for the IGF. This is a national issue for national policy making. And insofar, we should debate this in the IGF, but we should not expect that we will find a solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Wolfgang. I just want to make one point, though. I do think we have to recognize that the weaponizing of disinformation is very different now from what it was when you had to do it via radio, to do it via broadcasting platforms. You needed to have some kind of political power or economic power. in online platforms, it's much more distributed, that ability to weaponize disinformation. And I think that is a challenge we cannot ignore. So yes, there are similarities, but there are also differences. I see, Kowe, you want to have the floor, but I wanted to know if there was anyone from the Christchurch call in the room who might be willing to share how they approached consultation, because I think that is an important part of what we're trying to address with this workshop, to find effective ways of getting towards governance ignitions. So please go ahead, Kowe.
I have two comments. The first comment actually is I really question about the UN Director General. His saying is really can get a consensus or any respect from the state, the different state, because well, how he can act that, and eventually the state agree upon, and that is difficult. And the second one actually is a question, because we are talking about this information, because we are living in a luxury democratic system, or some of us. We have a democratic system. We allow you, even the disinformation you can debate. Let me ask a simple question. If this disinformation, most of that, or maybe 80% of that, is distributed by government, in that kind of environment, can you tell me how the people can react that? Because the disinformation is not from people, it's from government or from politicians. Then what are we going to do?
Thanks, Kowe. Nigat made that point. Anyone else from the audience before we go back to the Christchurch? Did you want to, Paula, do you want to say something about it? I know it's a slightly different topic, but I think that what you did was, in terms of the consultation process, maybe if you could just say a little bit about how you approached finding solutions through consultation. And apologies for putting you on the spot like this, but...
It's okay, I'm often put on the spot. I'm just used to taller microphones than this. Thank you, Henriette. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through the various different layers. The Christchurch call has been through a bit of a journey. For those who don't know much about it, it was started in 2019.
And just introduce yourself, please.
Sorry, I'll go back a layer. Kia ora tātou katoa, my name's Paul Ash. I'm the Prime Minister's Special Representative on Cyber and Digital from New Zealand. I also lead the team in the New Zealand end of the New Zealand French Secretariat, leading the Christchurch call. For those who aren't familiar with the call, it was stood up after the terrorist attacks in 2 mosques in Christchurch in March 2019, when the murder of 51 worshippers was live streamed around the world, amplified algorithmically, and found its way, I'm sure, into many of your social media feeds and inboxes. And rather than let that stand, we took a deliberate approach to working with companies, seeing them, governments and civil society as stakeholders in the process of trying to build solutions to prevent that happening again. And as we did that, we negotiated a set of 25 commitments. That was done in rather a hurry, through 8 weeks, but actually those commitments have proved very durable as we've looked to the implementation of them. As we went through that 8-week process, we met with civil society groups. At that point, we were not in a space of a full multi-stakeholder construct, in part because we wanted to capture the moment and make sure that we fed that input in, put a placeholder in the Christchurch call text in order to enable full participation thereafter, and get those commitments landed at a meeting in Paris in May 2019. Thereafter, we've worked on the process of implementing specific commitments around things like live streaming, around the ability to detect and deal with terrorist and violent extremist content, and increasingly recently focusing in on issues like algorithmic amplification, like user journeys and the pathway to radicalisation to violence. And it's probably in that area that there are some significant connections to the topic of dis and misinformation and its distribution. And certainly there is a good body of evidence showing that the amplification of disinformation messages can lead to radicalisation to violence. The approach we've taken since then around consultation has been over the period of 2019 to build up and establish a civil society advisory network that works with the Christchurch Call partners, and over time to broaden that out to develop what we call the Christchurch Call community, in which all of those involved, whether they're in the advisory network, whether they're a partner, whether they're a government or an online service provider supporter, can contribute to a discussion on all of the different pieces of policy and problem solving that the Christchurch Call is working on. Over the course of a year, we work on those through specific working groups and work streams that the Christchurch Call leaders ask us to focus in on. And each year we hold a Christchurch Call Summit where heads of government, heads of tech firms, heads of civil society organisations consider the outputs from that and give direction around the work that we will take forward in the subsequent year. It's a different subject matter set from dis and misinformation. We've been very careful to distinguish the subject areas. What I would say is keeping scope really tight has been one of the things that has enabled the Christchurch Call to make progress. It's not a call about child sexual abuse material or body image or a range of other things. It's focused in on one specific subject area. And I think having a secretariat that at times is able to build trust across participants to work quietly on issues that can be really contentious is also a very, very important lesson that we've taken from this. But the most important, I think, analogue that could be drawn and brought over into the area of dis and misinformation is the strength of a fully multi-stakeholder model. We've looked at many, many different multi-stakeholder configurations that might be governments and civil society, tech and civil society, tech and governments. Having that mix all in a room together is actually incredibly difficult. You get aspects of the three-body problem working at times, and that can be really complicated to deal with. But it does mean that there's a process of building trust and becoming, as we put it, comfortable having uncomfortable discussions. And I think that's one of the most important things to learn. Over time, we've had to systematise that a bit more. And as it's grown, one of the hardest things to do is actually maintain that trust across the community. So there's a useful lesson there for any other multi-stakeholder governance construct. But I'll stop there because that's probably more information than you needed. But thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for that, Bill. But I think it's very useful because I think it's about the depth of the process, the fact that it takes time to establish a process that's going to help you respond effectively to a problem. And then I think the focus, maybe we talk about disinformation, but maybe disinformation about sexual and reproductive health is very different from disinformation about elections, So now to go back to the panel, Bill, I'm going to start with you. This question about how to approach the consultation, the decision-making process to respond to this from a governance perspective.
You keep asking me questions that I don't want to answer. I want to do something else.
Okay, then I'll go to someone else.
I want to reply.
No, you can answer the question that you want to answer.
I want to reply to David and Gawe on points they made real quick. Gawe was talking about the governments being the source of things. This goes back to what I was saying about the Secretary General's initiative. In December 21, the General Assembly had a resolution on countering disinformation, which recalled, reaffirmed, recognized, highlighted, expressed concern for, et cetera, and asked for the Secretary General to do a report. He did a report the next year, August 2022, and said, one of the big conclusions, states bear the primary responsibility to counter disinformation by respecting, protecting, and fulfilling the rights to freedom of opinion and expression, to privacy, and public participation, and called for a multifaceted approach anchored in the protection and respect for human rights. And now what are we doing? What's he doing in response to that? Guidelines for platforms. Because the reality is, it's pretty hard for the United Nations to have any kind of really constructive process around governments being the source of much of the disinformation that matters, because governments reserve the rights under the UN Charter to do whatever the hell they want, and they're not going to be constrained. So instead, we focus on the platforms. I agree that the platforms have some issues. I agree that it would be useful to try to encourage greater transparency, et cetera, in the platforms. But that's not, telling Facebook that they have to do something because Russia used Facebook to disseminate information does not address the fact that Russia is disseminating information. And it's not just, Facebook and Twitter and what am I trying to say? YouTube. There's so many different sources of disinformation on the dark web and so on. It's an incredibly robust environment. It's a commercial marketplace. People create this stuff. You can go online on the dark web and hire people to generate disinformation using bots and so on and so forth. So, I mean, it's not just, you can adopt rules for a few of those platforms. It's not going to solve the thing. The other point I just wanted to make real quick was that David said we need greater civil society participation in the Secretary General process. This is why I brought it up. Here we are at the IGF. We're having almost no discussion around the various things that are being proposed through the Secretary General under the Global Digital Compact. I've been to many sessions. We're not doing it. We're not taking advantage of the opportunity to say we, the stakeholders, not just civil society, but all stakeholders, demand right to be heard and weigh in on these processes. Nobody knows where this is being done and how it's being done. It's just outreach to a small set of players. Something has to change there.
Now, there is a sense, I haven't heard anyone use the concept yet of disinformation panic, but I think there is a bit of a sense that that multi-stakeholder and self-regulatory processes aren't dealing with it, therefore the parents have to come and step in, and we need governmental regulation. And I think, well, certainly in my view, I'm not saying that there isn't a need for regulatory response, but it does feel as if we are leaping to that response before we've actually explored more bottom-up ways. Jeanette, what is your view?
When it comes to what we should do, I'd like to go back to the Digital Service Act. Its paragraph 40 has a provision that gives regulators, but also, vital for me, researchers access to data from platforms in the area of what is called systemic risks caused by platforms. I'm not so happy about this restriction that we have to sort of mobilize systemic risk as a concept to get access, but the fact that we now will get access to data that help us understanding in a better, more evidence-based way of what disinformation does, also how many people it actually reaches. We don't know much of that, right? We have only vague data from the US and Europe saying it's sort of between 0.4 and 5% of the people, of the users of platforms actually get to see this information. There are better times lying ahead of us with getting access, and I hope that the IGF could be a mechanism where we can sort of provide best practices of how to actually implement this Article 40, and I hope that also small jurisdictions will pick this up and say, here, you are giving people access in Europe, why don't you give us access in other countries? IGF could be a way to sort of discuss this.
Yes, it's very important to note that this access to data is not available to researchers in the Philippines or in Brazil or in other instances where there is the need to look at the impact and how it operates, how disinformation operates. Erin, what is your view on this, on how we develop these responses? And particularly, I would like to respond on the role of government, because I think we are in a moment where governments are taking this very seriously. I think sometimes with good intentions, not always with bad intentions.
Yeah. No, thanks. Thanks so much for that. I think I broadly agree with the thrust of the discussion so far that this work needs to be polycentric. It's not just about having multiple people involved, but there needs to be leadership and decision capacity in multiple centers of power and influence. And that means that governments move from just having an authority-based role to having a convening function. And that, it means governments bring together the right players. It means governments have to acquire skills in facilitation, in interest aggregation, potentially even in conflict mediation, in order to allow for emerging consensus to actually distill itself. In Singapore, we've been doing a lot of this consultative, deliberative work in terms of the kinds of bottom-up democracy that we've been calling Forward Singapore in its most latest incarnation. It's just how are we looking to build a future identity for the country. During COVID, there was a process of thinking about recovering and emerging stronger together as well. And it's something that we've been experimenting with for a good part of the last 20 years, right? How we build this bottom-up set of priorities and issues. But as a kind of side note to that, but a very important side note, I think even where government itself is thinking about its role, right, in relation to the private sector as well as civil society, it's really important to harness the range of roles, not just the regulatory functions and the lawmaking functions that we have, but also the possibility of governments in community building, in space building, in urban planning, because a lot of the solutions might actually lie in there. One thing I was very struck by in my last job, for instance, is that the three agencies that worked together with the ministry in operationalizing strategy, right, were the Information and Media Development Authority, the Cybersecurity Agency, and the National Library Board, right? So we have a board that looks after all of our national libraries. And it's really interesting because when you think about it, we've talked a lot about regulation. We've talked a lot about the dark aspects of security and how we want to respond to that. But we haven't talked about the literacy that our citizens need with as much detail. And if you ask me, I think schools and libraries are as important players in this whole process as the more regulatory counterparts that they might have in government. This isn't always obvious to us because this is where the patience comes in, right, Henriette? It takes time to build up literacies. But I think that's where we need to start, right? I look at my one-year-old nephew who knows how to swipe on an iPad even before he can talk. His literacies are going to be very different from the literacies that all of us have had to develop over time. But I think we need to bring our libraries, bring our schools, and bring our family discussions into this a lot more, because that's where some of those core literacies and moral sensibilities will start to get laid. Yeah.
Thanks, Clara. We have 3 minutes left, so let's move quickly. And then I'm still going to come back to the panel for their takeaways. Clara, keep it brief, please.
Okay, so I'm going to second Jeanette on a call for more empirical evidence, especially outside of the global north. I'll stick to Brazil to tell you, for instance, that we all know that Latin American countries have another sort of relationship with messaging apps, for instance. In Brazil, this is aggravated by zero rating policies, where for a huge majority of the population, the internet equals WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. So this just shows you how we need more data in order to understand how all these political social contingencies that we can see actually play into the way this information behaves. Very briefly to our promise, and yet I think we need more institutional innovation in the sense of, among all the things that we need to fight this information, there's a lot that is up for governments, but there's this one thing that is disputing the truth, disputing content, and that should definitely be with civil society. It should be with different agents, and I think we need the institutional apparatus to allow for that to happen.
Thanks. So Clara has actually already done what she wants to see and what she doesn't want to see. Nigat, what about you?
Yeah, Henriette, I actually, to go back to your point where you said that we sometimes, quickly want to get into, other solutions. And I feel that the ones that we have, we really need to look into the nuance that those solutions have established. Of course, like it or not, some solutions, all solutions have pros and cons. But to your point about the consultation, one thing that I have learned sitting at the board is that we are talking about context a lot, but we really don't know how to extract that context, when we are deciding about something. And at the board, what we have done is speaking to civil society from that particular region, where we have selected that case from. And I think that's the kind of process that we need. We need more global oversight board. We don't need only one, because if regulation is doing something from the state perspective, we need these boards to also hold these companies accountable and do their work. Our transparency reports are there, our decisions are there. I think those also give really good data sets to researchers to hold these platforms more accountable.
Thanks, Nigat. David.
Yeah, I really appreciate that Paul Ash sort of made an intervention, because I think that his leadership and New Zealand's leadership and the role of multi-stakeholder approaches, even in the wake, and let's remember the Christchurch call is, could have gone the other direction. I mean, it was a moment of real trauma, and people have a kind of natural response, as we're seeing right now in Israel and Palestine, a natural response to adopt ideas that are not rooted in human rights. And the Christchurch call and Paul's, I think, stewardship of that had that at its core. And I think we need to find ways to ensure that that remains at the core of the global governance. IGF has not always been a place where human rights and access to information is front and center, but it can be. And I think there are a lot of people in this room or on this Zoom who believe in that. And there are models that we can draw from as we move it forward.
Thanks, David. So, Bill and Jeanette, you're going to have the last word. And I want you to say the one thing that you'd like to see taking this forward and the one thing you don't want to see. And be brief.
The one thing let's start with the negative. The one thing I don't want to see is that governments use this sort of global concern on disinformation as an excuse for regulating their people speaking up in public during a time where for the first time they can actually speak up. It's so important to support people and giving their opinion and exchanging their views and not sort of primarily thinking of it in terms of regulating. That's the negative. The positive, I've always been an internet researcher with a focus on the internet. And over the last months, I begin to grasp the importance of high quality journalism. I want everybody to have the right to claim that the earth is flat, as long as there is good journalism that depicts the globe, right? That shows and talks about it, so that everybody can disseminate crap, because it doesn't matter, it doesn't do harm to society as such. Good journalism and business models that are also robust for the future, that comes where the young generation doesn't subscribe to use newspapers anymore, but use social networks. We need to prepare for that time that the young generation doesn't pay anymore, but depends on high quality journalism.
Thanks. Nigat is thanking you for saying that. Bill, you have the last word before me.
I would like to see the European Union fine Elon Musk substantially. They've got the capacity under the Digital Services Act and their guidelines. He has told them, screw you, I don't care what you think, and dropped out. I mean, I think government's the main focus, but we have to do some stuff on the platforms, and making it hurt financially, especially vis-a-vis the advertisers, is a good way to start.
Thanks very much, and I'm sorry we went over time. I'm sorry we didn't have time to come back to our participants again, but thank you very much to all our panelists and our online participants, and to the tech team and to RISPA. And enjoy the rest of your IGF, and let's continue using the IGF to get to the nux of these problems and to unpack the misinformation about misinformation. Thanks, everyone.
I just wanted to come introduce myself and maybe get your contact. My name is Sharmeen. We study mis and disinformation on the Arabic language. We are a research nonprofit based in New York, and this has been amazing. We have a lot of ideas and propositions we would like to get your opinion on. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm from Iraq. I'm Kurdish. And we study mis and disinformation on Arabic. And, you know, disinformation seen in the Arabic world is a bit different than everywhere else. It's
next to nothing. I'm really interested.
Oh, we would love to. We would love to explain that to you.
Okay.
Great talk. Pleasure meeting you.
Like, I mean, like, it's somebody else's opinion.
I work in the government secretariat. And the private stock is passionate. Everyone countering disinformation. Oh yes, sure. Yeah, actually, I will. So just Paris's office. So yeah.
So should I send you?
Oh yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, please keep in touch, and I will. Yeah, happy to meet you next week. Okay, please. I will accommodate your schedule. Yes. And also, actually, I have the possibility to station in Brussels or some European countries in the near future. So really nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Tim. From Russia, from Moscow. Yeah. So I had last minutes I had an initiative to intervene with some short comment that you never know what actually this information is, because sometimes this information is just somebody else's opinion which you don't like. And you remember the old joke from COVID times that what's the difference between conspiracy theory and the fact? 6 months. So that is. I live in Russia, in Moscow, yes.
So they're really West, we always fact how many people Russian propaganda.
Very quite well, but it feels pretty. For example, we have like Moscow City, which is like.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
We have a district called Moscow City, which is obviously a district with business skyscrapers. So there was a Ukrainian drone. All sorts of pictures in my head.
Coming and I see this exhaust fan of the laptop, which doesn't look like Japanese, like the sticker type of fan. And I'm like, what? Saying what is that? I come to check, so this is how I
Hi, Onika. Good, wonderful, nice to meet you. Always great to connect the name, the ears, the face.
And I also was doing it just this way, so
How long ago was this?
like
And you're also a CTO?
Yes.
With a Baito?
Yeah, it's okay, nobody knows about that.
Okay, I won't tell anyone.
It's kind of my personal work for what happened in the story. So I would like to also see each history. I'm not like a rule. I'm working in limited period.
Wow, that's so interesting. That's really some great insights.
In Switzerland.
We're based in Geneva. I'm personally based in Italy. I'm working remotely and I really wanted to work with you.
So Italy is my place.
Yeah, not a bad place.
I've been studying in Italy for my BBA. Before college, I 6 years in investment banking.
Yes.
You switched the software?
We switched to
or
the
were you
software.
software?
No, I'm a banking guy. We switched to the software.
I'm gonna come to you.
Software development, but soon I'm gonna, cut banking software.
There you go. And if you're in Zurich, you're going to have a great time. And my idea was to kind of try to get more of a, like exactly like what you're doing with your bike here. Try to kind of understand what's happening on the other side. I'm really interested in
Thanks very much for coming.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting. Yeah.
I wanted to work with you briefly on the way out. No, you were very civil. I thought it was very good.
And I think it's after a lot of like sessions before to make it everything organized.
Surely that means you should ask.
Democratic.
I would love to just walk out with you for a brief second. I have your. I
Okay,
did.
I invited you.
You did. Great. Great. Great to meet you.
Yeah. All right. I'll need also to run for the next session because we started like a bit. So I'm gonna catch up. See you later or socially.
Hello, just to check about the colleagues that are online, if they can hear us.
Yes, we can hear you.
Pablo, are you online?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, I think we can hear you. It's just if you could put your camera on, please, as well.
Yes.
Perfect, you're on. And then Atsuko, can you hear us? Can you please text your mic?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Perfect.
And I have a presentation,
You
if
have
I can test that
presentation?
as well.
So
Yes.
I have those saved in my computer, so I can either share them for you or you can share them yourself, as you prefer.
If you can share it from
I
your
will do
side,
that.
that'll
I
be
will
much
do that.
easier.
I
Thank
will
you.
do that. And then Giacomo, you're also online, I see. Can you please test if we can hear you properly?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. And then
No problem.
Mitsuki, you're also online. Can I please check if we can hear you properly?
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We can hear you. Thank you.
Great. I think it's time to kick off. So first of all, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm Rose Payne. I'm the Digital Policy Manager at the International Chamber of Commerce. We represent 45 million businesses worldwide. So that's everyone from your huge multinational corporations down to MSMEs. And from pretty much every single sector. So just first of all, some housekeeping. As you can see, we have 2 mics. In traditional IGF fashion, I'll ask you to queue up behind them when we have the Q&A session, which will be towards the end of this panel. Great. So this panel, which is entitled All Hands on Deck to Connect the Next Billions, will take a deep dive into connectivity and digital divides. Today, almost a third of the world, some 2.6 billion people, remain offline. We've made huge strides in expanding connectivity, but clearly we still have a long way to go. So this issue has deep-rooted causes, and it's important to understand that it's not just a matter of people being able to connect. So earlier in the conference, Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the Secretary General of ITU, mentioned that the proportion of women relative to the proportion of men who are offline is actually increasing. The persistent gender-digital divide shows that the reasons for digital exclusion are complicated. This is as much of a social problem as a technological challenge. Do people have the skills to use digital technologies? Are there relevant services and content that they want to use that motivates them to be online? What are their experiences like when they use technologies? Do they feel safe and secure? That's why we often refer to meaningful connectivity. Infrastructure and devices are really one part of the puzzle. So we're going to start with an exploration of where we are today. Where does the connectivity gap actually stand and why? Why is there this persistent digital divide? This session isn't just about discussing problems. It's also about finding actionable solutions. So that's what we'll discuss next. We'll identify the right policy environment that encourages investment and how to create cross-sector partnerships. This workshop brings together experts in policy and technology who are dedicated to delivering universal connectivity using various technologies, economic and business models, and policy and regulatory approaches. Our goal is to learn from their experiences and discuss concrete solutions that can be applied or scaled up to ensure meaningful connectivity for everyone, everywhere. We're very lucky to be joined by these experts who work with the technology actually delivering connectivity, people who are carrying out essential research to help us understand barriers, and people delivering programs that help to overcome them. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our panel today in the order that they will speak. So, joining us online, we have Atsuko Okuda, who works for the International Telecommunications Union Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, where she is the Regional Director. We have Takashi Motohisa, Manager of International Regulatory Affairs for Project Kuiper at Amazon. We have Pablo Barrionuevo, Public and Corporate Affairs Manager at Telefonica. We have Joe Welsh, who Vice President of Global Public Policy for the Walt Disney Company, who focuses on the Asia Pacific. We have Machuki Mwanga, Distinguished Technologist for Internet Growth at the Internet Society. We have Anika Makwakwa, Co-Executive Director at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. And finally, we have Giacomo Persi Paoli, Head of the Security and Technology Program at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. Great. So, to begin, Atsuko Okuda, who's joining us online, will begin with a presentation on the state of digital inclusion today. Atsuko, I hope you can kick us off now.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank our appreciation to invite ITU to this very important session. And I hope that we can support and contribute with the statistics and analysis that we have done for this session. Now, next slide, please. I would like to start with a very short presentation on what ITU is. ITU, as many of you may know, is the oldest UN agency specialized in information and communication technologies. And we have three distinctive areas of specialties. One is the radio communication, dealing with the spectrum allocation as well as satellite orbit. Second, standardization, supporting the SMEs and industry to develop the technologies, including emerging technologies. And third, assisting member countries to connect the unconnected and meaningful digital transformation. Next slide, please. So I would like to start with the bigger picture on SDGs. And I'm not sure if participants have seen this slide in the previous sessions. And this is the highlight of where we are in terms of achieving the SDGs by 2030. In Asia and the Pacific, we have passed already 2022, but we are nowhere near. And it's unlikely that we can achieve all SDG goals by the time. One SDG goal, we are seeing even the regression. So there is a high expectation that digital technology and connectivity will really accelerate not only the connectivity part, but through connectivity, the achievement of socio-economic development. Next slide, please. So to answer your question, in terms of where we are, according to the latest statistics, it is estimated that there will be 2.6 billion people still offline as of 2023. Now, for some of us who have been following the numbers, there have been steady improvement in the numbers. The previous number last year was 2.7. So there is, you can see a significant progress. However, the 2 years before that, during the COVID, we have seen a much, much faster progress. Almost 800 million people joined during the short period of 2 years under COVID. So we can see that this pace of connecting the unconnected is slowing down. And I believe that this is one of the concerns that we have and we share across the globe. Next slide, please. So the next slide goes a little bit deeper into the digital divide and how it could look like. As you know, ITU collects the various aspects of ICT development globally and time series. So this is one presentation on the data analysis that we have done. We can clearly see that there is a regional variation globally, as well as gender gap between men and women, and how many internet users are there in each group, as well as the affordability gap. These are some of the prominent features of a digital divide that we have. Next slide, please. We also have a very clear urban digital, urban-rural divide, as well as generational divides. And this is the granular view of internet users and how many, what's the percentage of internet users in each region, as well as per income groups. And you can clearly see that low-income countries have much, much less internet users. And the same applies to LDCs and LLDCs, which is the least developed countries and landlocked developing countries. Next slide, please. And I would also like to go a little bit deeper into the affordability. As you may know, the broadband service affordability is measured. There's a benchmark, 2% GNI per capita. And over and above that, it is considered not affordable. And below that, people can, a number of a population can access and enjoy the service. And this is a snapshot in terms of which countries have affordable and unaffordable mobile broadband baskets as of 2022. And we can see that those countries with unaffordable broadband services have much, much less internet users. Next slide, please. So we believe that the challenges of connecting the unconnected, as you have seen in the previous graphs and charts, can be summarized in this problem and solution trees. Of course, this is a high-level summary. You may have different perspectives as well as the elements, but from where we see to connect the unconnected in remote and rural areas, we believe that there are actual investment, physical connectivity issue, affordability issue on the part of consumers, as well as digital skills, and the lack of services and applications that can bring the concrete digital benefits to the communities and population. Next slide, please. So in order to turn those challenges into opportunities, we believe that perhaps, and in the context of slowing down of our progress in connecting the unconnected, perhaps we need a qualitatively different approach to the issue to narrow the digital divides. And one of the approaches that we have been advocating is this whole of government approach and whole of a society approach, because what is plaguing the smaller economies in particular is a siloed approach that to connect the unconnected schools or hospitals or farmers, we have different initiatives, but we believe that by connecting these different groups and sectors, perhaps we can create efficiencies and economies of scale. And there's a lot we can gain by collaborating and through partnership. So this slide shows what that means concretely as an ICT initiative. And we start with SDGs on the left-hand side. And in the middle, in the capital, in the center, in the government, we believe that we can create a whole of government and digital government services that can build the to support the education, health, and agriculture without breaking the silos and without creating a separate systems and infrastructure. And we hope that that will be delivered to the communities and people through smart cities and smart villages and smart islands. And we hope that there will be a smooth transition from SDG to the actual benefit to the communities. Next slide, please. So what does then the smart village, smart island could look like? And this is a very high level overview and summary. So as I said, we need a whole of government approach in the center that can provide education and health and commerce, agriculture, and so forth based on a common building blocks, as you see on the left-hand side, which could be a national ID, it could be a one payment mechanisms, one could be a messaging. Now that will be translated into the village in the middle of the slide, which is a low-cost, scalable, and multi-sector collaboration platform that is within the remote village and islands that will provide e-health and e-agriculture and those services to the people. Next slide, please. So in ITU, as an example, we have about 15 countries that we are rolling out this initiative, and I'll be happy to provide more details later on. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. I believe that in order to materialize the whole of government approach and whole of society approach requires also a whole of support approach, the partnership among all of us, so that when we see an opportunity for synergies and partnership, we can join hands and to make sure that there will be one, perhaps, solutions to address the issue instead of 2 or 3 different solutions. And we believe that through this partnership and joining hands, we can provide a qualitatively different support to the member countries and target communities. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I have a QR code in case you are interested in knowing these initiatives. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that that was a really fantastic framing of first of all, why this is so important. Connectivity doesn't just lead to economic growth, it also can help to achieve global goals and also potentially help us get back on track with the SDGs. We also heard that the kind of complexity of this issue and the need for really innovative solutions which take an ecosystem approach. So I'm going to ask the rest of the panelists for their reactions, starting with Takashi. So you work for Amazon's Project Kuiper, who are addressing how to connect some of those really hard to reach areas using low Earth orbit satellites. What can you share about how the private sector is really innovating technologically to close the gap?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I would like to state that I'm very excited to be part of this session. And then thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss how to bridge the digital divide globally with the experts from the many variety of the field. That's a very fantastic chance for me because bridging the digital divide is exactly the mission of the Project Kuiper that Amazon is working on. And then this is also my personal motivation and then personal reasons that I'm working for in this project. So yeah, let me talk about the Project Kuiper as an example of the private sector is working for this bridging the digital divide. And I think, yeah, thank you. Yeah, please go back to the. Thank you. Oh, that's good. Please go to the next slide. Thank you. And Project Kuiper is sorry. Sorry. Please go back to the second slide. Thank you. This is Project Kuiper's mission. Project Kuiper is an initiative to increase the global broadband access through the satellite constellation of these more than 3,200 satellites in low Earth orbit. Its mission is to deliver fast, affordable connectivity to unserved and underserved communities around the world. The Kuiper system will deliver fast and latency on par with the existing terrestrial network. And like many other Amazon products and services, Project Kuiper is designed to affordable for the customers because we want to be accessible as many as customers as possible. Please go to the next slide. Project Kuiper will serve individual households as well as school, business, hospitals, and other organizations operating in the locations without reliable broadband services. And Project Kuiper will also provide backhaul solutions for the wireless carriers to extend its LTE or 5G network to new regions. Please go to the next slide. Thank you. We will deploy the more than 3,200 satellites in low Earth orbit at the altitude of the 590 kilometer, 610 kilometer, and 630 kilometers. Coverage of the Project Kuiper will be 56 degrees north to the 50 degrees south of the equator, which allows us to reach about the 95% of the world's population. And then the satellite relay the customer data traffic to our ground infrastructure on the Earth, and then connecting to the internet, public cloud, and private networks. This is how Kuiper network works. Please go to the next slide. In March, we revealed our 3 customer terminal models, which are groundbreaking in terms of performance and affordability. These state-of-the-art antennas designed by the Amazon engineers include the most smallest one, ultra compact one, which has only 80 centimeter square antennas. That's I believe it's a very incredible engineering. And then it can deliver up to 100 megabps connection. And then largest one will deliver up to 1 gigabps speed. Please go to the next slide. Last Friday, our launch partner at the United Launch Alliance successfully launched Kaipa's very first 2 proto flights with the Atlas V rocket. This was a very one of our key milestones. We are running up our satellite manufacturing facility and will begin launching production satellites next year. So we can start to deliver service to the earliest customer by late 2024. That's an overview of our project.
Thank you so much. So now that we've had a little bit about the technological kind of innovation that can help close some of those gaps, I would like to move to usage and how we can address the usage gap. So Pablo, I think that you're online. I hope that you have the ability to unmute yourself. If not, send me a message.
Yes, I think, can you hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you now. Fantastic, great. So could you share a little bit about what Telefonica is doing to address usage?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the panel. Very pleased to be in the IGF again. Well, I think that the first idea I would like to transmit is that the first impression when we talk about digital inclusion is that it is a problem of access. And it is true that the telecommunication networks are the backbone of our societies and economies. And without access, we don't have anything. So the first step are the infrastructure, no, the telecommunication networks. But the truth is that I believe that in the last years, we've been observing an evolution in this conversation about digital inclusion. And I think that what we are observing is that there is a shift from the connectivity gap to the usage gap. Following the numbers presented by Atsuko at the beginning, the truth is that now we have 3.2 billion people that are under the footprint of a mobile broadband connectivity and do not connect to the internet. And so I think that the question we have to answer is why do we still having people that under the footprint of a connectivity does not connect, and this is the usage gap, no? And so it is important to understand what are the reasons for these people to not connect. We've talked about affordability. That's one, of course. Maybe they don't connect because they don't know how to connect it. And so we have to improve the skills. Maybe they don't connect because they don't trust. And so we have to work into the confidence. and build digital trust, there are many reasons. Also, the gender gap has also been mentioned. But I would like to underline this idea of a swift interconversation on digital inclusion from the connectivity gap to the usage gap. The second idea I would like to transmit is that I think that one of the learnings of the last years connecting the unconnected is that none of us can do it by ourselves. This is an idea transmitted by Atsuko also, and this is the idea of partnerships. We need all hands to connect the unconnected. Of course, the telecom operators, but also the governments and all the stakeholders. I would like to simply mention an example, which is a use case we've put in place in Peru, which is called Internet para Todos, IPT, which is a collaboration, a partnership between ourselves and Meta and the Inter-American Development Bank. This is just an example of this kind of partnerships. So, as a conclusion, first idea, the conversation on digital inclusion has evolved from the connectivity gap to the usage gap. This is where now is the problem, in my opinion. And second, the idea of partnerships. We need everybody to work in the same direction to connect the unconnected. Thank you. Back to you.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Joe, we've covered access, we've covered usage, but we've also heard that that's just one part of the puzzle. So how could you talk to us a little bit about how partnerships can also address that question of skills?
Yes, I can. Is the microphone on? Yeah.
I think so.
And first, thank you, Japan, for having us here. It's just an amazing event. It's my first IGF, go figure. And the weather's fantastic, makes it even nicer. And thank you, ICC, and thank you, fellow panelists. As Disney, I'm a little bit humbled to be on with Kuiper. Oh my God, the Leo thing is finally happening. There's competition for Elon Musk. It's just amazing. And of course, the ITU presenter framed the problem for us, which was wonderful. Telefonica goes out and actually builds connections, respect. So I'll just try and do the humble Disney contribution to the discussion. So before I get to partnerships, I'm going to back up and ask the question. You know, what do? We don't build connections. We're not a satellite company or a telco. So what do we bring to the table? Well, we try to bring the demand side to the table, right? So backing up, that means we try to make amazing content and then put it on the internet and drive demand. That's our thing. I think that's why we're on this panel, is that reason. So you know, enter Disney Plus, which launched in 2019, 20, 21 around the world. Middle East, Africa, Asia, Europe, etc. And so that's where we can put our product online and help drive demand in particular. 60 countries plus. The global content is there, the Lucas, the Marvel, the Pixar, the Disney, the Nat Geo as well. And then that takes us to even better is when you can add in-country content, right? So then Disney Plus allows us to make local, kind of hate that word, right? It sounds almost pejorative, so I'll call it in-country content. Content in the language of that country that we create. We can now do that. We're playing in that space. We have a Korean show we just made called Moving. It's like Korean superhero espionage. It's doing really well all across Asia. It's doing well on Hulu in the US. so it's not only Korean content in Korea, it's exporting Korean content, which is even better, right? Driving demand, around the world. India, we do great in India. We had the Star brand in India for a couple decades. I'm sure anyone from India, it's really vibrant Indian content, Indian people making Indian content for Indian people. We've been doing it for a long time. Now we can do it through Disney+. We have scale in that market. It's India's credit that they've let us in, right? There's another large country that doesn't let companies like mine in. And there's a Gandhi quote, which goes, I'll paraphrase, it goes something like this. You should have a house that is built strongly enough so that you can throw open the windows and the doors and let the breezes come through. So applied to our industry, that we're allowed to come in and make content in the language. It's fantastic. All right, I'm now gonna segue into 3 questions for the room. We can, panelists included, Rose, you too. If you answer the 3 questions collectively, then what? I will give everyone a Disney token or a tchotchke of some sort. So I'm going to read a quote, and if you can identify the quote, this picks up on the in-country language. If you can identify who said the quote, that's the first question, and then there'll be 2 following questions. So the quote is, if you speak to a person in a language they understand, you speak to their head. If you speak to them in their language, you speak to their heart. You don't have to raise your hand. Just shout it out. Anyone? Very famous person. I'll give you the continent. Africa. Still no one. Mandela, yes, that's one. Now that one was easier. The next one's a little harder, but I think doable. What language was he talking about? For he himself, what language was his first language? Who said that? There you go, Bertrand. That's 2. That was probably the harder one. This last one's easy, and it comes back to the Walt Disney Company. Which movie was Xhosa a significant part? Disney movie. Thank you, Helen. Yes, Black Panther, of course. Yeah. So that's our piece of this, is to drive the demand. And if you can do it in the in-country, creating in-country content, then you're even more home and dry in motivating that demand. I'll end this part of the panel by plugging another panel. It's at 5:30. It's on the main stage. Bertrand, what's it called again?
It's called the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. Sorry, my voice is gone.
And it will feature some producers from Kampala, Uganda.
Yes, 2 young female producers, 2 sisters who've been producing local content in the region, for the region, in local languages, including Luganda and, of course, Swahili.
All right, so that's a way better story than I could think of, and it's just a nice happenstance. It's coming up at 5:30 on the main stage. Back to you, Rose.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Great. You may find that a lot of people suddenly turn up in the room at the end. Great, so you actually just lined up really perfectly the next person who can join us. So Machuki, I hope that you are able to unmute yourself. So you just touched on the idea of, or the importance of adapting content to the local context. And Atsuko began by breaking down the state of connectivity across countries. That makes it really clear that connecting the unconnected means very different things in different places. I was hoping that you could speak to us a little bit about how we ensure that efforts to expand connectivity are responsive to local specificities and needs.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me.
We're all good. We can hear you.
Great. All right. First, I'd like to start by thanking the ICC for inviting us, the Internet Society, to this session, because it's a key area of interest for us and a focus area for our work, because it's very much aligned to our vision that the Internet is for everyone. Now, to the question on expanding connectivity and the need to make it more aligned to the needs of people in rural and underserved areas. The one thing that we've come to realize is that there is a need for innovative approaches that can complement the traditional models for providing access. And because it's evident that connecting people in rural, remote, and underserved areas, and even in some cases, low-income areas, presents a challenge to the traditional models that provide connectivity, especially from a business operations perspective, and more specifically on the return on investments. So it makes it much harder for the traditional models to extend connectivity to these areas. Now, I'd like to set a perspective or sort of reset our thinking to understand what we mean when we talk about connectivity and what the internet is. Most of us understand that the internet is a network of networks. Essentially, what this means is that we have networks or individual networks that are using different technologies that come and interconnect together to make what we know as the global internet. Now, if we look at this from the context of those people who are living in remote and underserved areas, the way to do this in a sustainable way is to anchor the network or to build a network from those communities and then interconnect with the existing internet. And by doing so, it means that we are having to establish or anchor that connectivity based on the realities of people living in those areas. And that means that we have to consider the various social, economic, and other factors that exist or prevail in the areas that they are in. There was a study that was done or paper produced going back to 1998, and it sort of said that, or the headline here was that the first, looking at those areas or the underserved areas as the first mile of connectivity. So today, over years, those areas have been looked as the last mile, but essentially, if we were to look at them as the first mile, it means we're building from the community outward. Now, there's a lot of work that has been gone into developing and piloting this kind of approach where you're looking from the community outbound. There's been, and those approaches have done deployment and tested this kind of deployment in different environments, topologies, settings, both rural and urban, and as high as 3,800 meters above sea level on the foothills of Mount Everest, where there are some villages that need connectivity. And there's some work we've done there and are trying to learn from that experience. The objective here is to understand the challenges and the opportunities and how we can refine these models to be able to bring connectivity to those who need it the most and make sure that it's sustainable and scalable. There are a few things that we've faced in helping to design this model to make sure that it is basically adapts to those areas or to those communities that are being connected. And I'd just like to touch on a few of them. First, we make sure that the model looks at technology from an agnostic perspective. It's technology agnostic, meaning that it can use and adapt any technology that best serves the needs. It also adapts a non-profit approach in order to address some of the challenges that hinder the adoption. And I think the issue of use has been mentioned by a previous speaker. And basically, issues like digital literacy falls under that, training, technical support, and so on. So the model that we use when we talk about community networks really helps to address some of these local issues. Affordability is another challenge. And so model that they use for charging fees is one that's designed to be beneficial to the community. An important aspect of this is that these networks are less extractive than the traditional ways of connecting people. Because the network is owned by the community, it means only a portion of the fees that are paid for connectivity are actually used to extend, to pay for backhaul capacity. The rest of the funds are actually kept within the community. And then they are used for other elements that are needed for developing the community to be able to take advantage or leverage the use of that connectivity. And most importantly, it is anchored within the social economic pillars of that community. So schools, health facilities, the local government, the local institutions, cultural institutions, and also addressing the arts and entertainment that are key to that community. Now, there are some opportunities that we need to look at going forward. Key to this is policy. There's a need for many countries and many places around the world to develop policy and regulation that recognizes these new models or complementary access solutions like community networks, because it empowers them to be able to go and engage with licensed operators, to be able to connect to the rest of the internet. They need to be able to build infrastructure. So if they need rights of way, this makes it much easier. And in some situations, access to financial services. Once they are recognized, it's much easier for banks and other financial institutions to pay attention to these solutions and give them funding. Of course, access to funding is a critical issue. And right now there are emerging conversations around how the use of Universal Service Fund can help support the initial deployment and extension of complementary access solutions. Backhaul still remains to be a challenge. We are very much excited about the deployment of new technologies like LEOs, because the costs and availability of backhaul has been one of the big challenges that make community and complementary access solutions to be less sustainable. So we are hoping that is going to change. So I'd like to conclude by saying, of course, and before I conclude, the content element is key. Most important is making the content relevant to those people that are actually getting connected for the very first time. So why should they spend money to get connected when they have low incomes, and so they have to draw a balance between the money they have to spend on other things and money that they have to use for access. So as I conclude, at the Internet Society, we are very keen to see information about developing and deploying community networks and other complementary access solutions becoming common knowledge, in the very same way that it's common knowledge for many communities around the world who don't have access to potable water, to know that they can collaborate and find partners to support them in digging a borehole to get access to the water. In our experience, and we are working collaboratively with other partners, we are planning to produce a do-it-yourself toolkit in 2024 that is based on all the experiences we've gained in the deployments that we've had across the world. And we are hoping that that will sort of help anyone who wants to support or living in a community to know the path to take to build, own, and operate an internet infrastructure and connect it with other networks for the benefits of those communities that are yet to be connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, Anika, I'm going to turn to you next. Machuki just spoke to us about the challenge that connecting people in rural areas particularly creates for traditional business models. The Global Dish Inclusion Partnership leverages multi-stakeholder partnerships as a way to kind of deal with this. Can you talk to us a little bit about the role that those partnerships play?
Certainly. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for hosting this important conversation. So, Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, we work on policy and regulatory frameworks to advance meaningful connectivity for the global majority specifically. And we do this by bringing together different stakeholders at national level as well as at regional and global levels to bring government as well as private sector and civil society to begin to look at an opportunity for building this. So as an example, we obviously use research to inform the policy frameworks that we want to gain support for. So I'll give you an example with the 2% target that the first speaker spoke about on affordability in terms of how that was built. It basically is a target that is 1 for 2, meaning that 1 gig of data should not cost more than 2% average monthly income. And that was actually informed through research that was done in 2012 and 2013. In 2014, we were able to get multiple stakeholders in Ghana and Nigeria to actually get their governments to endorse this as a minimum standard even before ITU adopted this as a minimum standard. So that's sort of been our model. But apart from that, I just want to just divert a little bit from how we get to that, to talk a little bit about why it's important for us to be inclusive even in our solutions. Because multi-stakeholderism is about making sure that everyone has an opportunity to contribute and have a voice in this. One of the missing conversations in the digital divides conversations we've been having has been the economic impact of leaving certain stakeholders behind in our digital development. And I'm going to highlight in particular women. What is it costing governments and economies to leave women behind? A simplistic view is, for those of you who love soccer, let's say rugby, because we're in the World Cup, and I was very disappointed a few days ago that I couldn't find anyone willing to watch the game with me a couple of days ago. But Rugby World Cup, who's your favorite team? Say South Africa, please. We're the best. Okay, so your favorite soccer team, rugby team, if we were to take half of the team and bench it, could you still win? Doesn't matter whether it's your best players or worst players, just half the team, bench it, your chances of winning are actually non-existent at that moment. That's actually what is happening with us not paying attention to the digital gender gap that every conversation we've had here at IGF has told us it's actually growing. So there is an economic impact, and we've actually done a study working with different communities to look at what is the economic impact of leaving women behind. So the digital gender gap is actually estimated to be costing $1 trillion in GDP over 10 years in about 32 of the low and middle income countries that we studied. In 2020, this represents $126 billion lost and about $24 billion in tax revenue that is lost. When a woman is unable to use the web to get an education, to access healthcare, to build networks, she has fewer opportunities, and everyone pays a price for that. So I think it's really critical for us as we continue to talk about closing the gaps, to really also think about how are we being inclusive even in that process. One of the common sayings I love from civil society in South Africa is nothing for us without us. The importance of engaging those stakeholders when we are building for them. And I think, we've had examples and good hard knock lessons. The digital centers that were built because we thought people in the rural areas needed digital centers. And so we applied a build it and they will come approach. And we built and the digital centers are now just kind of sitting there and not being heavily utilized. And I think now we are beginning to slowly start talking about this usage gap, because while infrastructure is important and we still have a long ways to go, addressing the demand side issues is equally important, because we want people to connect to the internet to do what? It's not for the vibes. We want them to connect to the internet so that they're able to use it in a way that they can help transform their lives. One of my favorite stories was a young boy who was a beneficiary of a public Wi-Fi program in the city of Tshwane in South Africa, who, when he was interviewed why it was important for him to walk so far to the nearest hotspot to connect, his response was that he lives in a shack, and when he's online, he no longer lives in a shack. Let that sink in. We have an opportunity and a tool to really empower people in a way that's transformative. The people who need this kind of transformation in their lives the most are the 2.6 billion people who are actually offline at the moment. So I don't want to be too preachy about this, but where do we go from here and how do we build forward? I think the biggest thing we have to come together and agree on, both private sector, government, and civil society, is that we need to raise the bar on affordability. We've been working on affordability since 2014 for some of us, and others much longer. You saw the graph showing how many countries have actually achieved affordability. And we are talking about 2%. But let me remind you of something that's even said about this 2%. We are talking about 2% for 1 gig per month. What meaningful activity can any of us do being able to only afford 1 gig per month for connectivity? Certainly not the things that we're required to do during the lockdowns of COVID. You cannot take a course and actually finish with 1 gig per month. You cannot attend meetings. There's just so much that cannot be done. So we need to raise the bar from a policy point of view on this standard for affordability and look at the meaningful connectivity standard, which tells us that we need to aim for people being able to have daily use of the internet if they want to. At the moment, we are still defining a connected person as someone who accesses the internet once every 3 months. So we are doing all of this, but our standards are so, so low, and we are calculating the gaps based on very low standards, which means that the picture is actually even worse than it really is if we were to use a meaningful connectivity standard. So daily access, daily use, unlimited access to data is a standard we should be pushing for. Adequate skills for connectivity, investing in the skills. A minimum standard on a device that is, suitable for meaningful connectivity, a smart device, let's just say that, we won't say phone, but a smart device that is affordable. One of the studies we also did was device affordability. In the continent of Africa, we are still spending 40 to 60% average household income on one device. So device affordability is a big issue. A lot of the solutions that have been introduced are financing of devices. That is not affordability. You can't afford it now, but over 6 months you will afford it. We need people to be able to afford, so we need to really work around innovative solutions, whether it's local assembly or reducing of digital taxation on the devices themselves as a way to really spur uptake of digital technologies. And skills I've already mentioned, and an adequate speed at least 4G level. If we truly are talking about people being able to do the things that Joe was enticing us about, the content that is dynamic and vibrant, we need to admit that we have to raise the bar on the standards. And this requires policy approach for us. And lastly, we have to mainstream gender in ICT policies. It is not acceptable that we continue to have a gap that is growing. And how do we do that? We do that by a framework that was actually developed by women called the REACT framework. We need a rights-based approach towards ICT development. Rights-based approach because women experience violence online. There's safety issues, there's privacy issues, and some of the gap is caused, yes, by lack of affordability, but also by women censoring themselves out of participating because of the experience that they have when they connect online. We need to invest in education for the digital skills so that everyone is able to truly participate at minimum level and maybe define what is a digitally literate person, the same way we did with the ABC's education. Digital education, what is a digitally literate person? And how do we define that and how do we work towards achieving that? We need to really double down on access. One of the, I joked the other day saying that the running theme here at IGF is we are running out of time, but usually that's because the sessions are always running late. We are running out of time. But we truly are running out of time. You saw the SDGs and the schedule. We are running out of time of connecting everyone. We are running out of time of making sure that we reach universal access. Over $400 billion is estimated for infrastructure that's still needed for infrastructure investment to connect everyone. Even if private sector could put up half of that, we still need government to prioritize investment in digital development and in infrastructure in particular. So it's going to take the public-private partnerships, it's going to take everyone actually contributing to this. So access and affordability. And affordability, we have to also admit that there may be communities that might never be able to afford even at the 2%. And so initiatives like the one that the previous speaker was talking about of community networks are really important. We have to be open to different digital models as well as different financial models for connecting the unconnected. We have to focus on content, so that's part of the REACT, R-E-A-C, so content for C, local content, but content in languages that people can understand and can operate in. Like, seriously, we don't want to connect everyone for them to read English online. Most of the content right now is in English. I come from a continent where majority of the population does not speak English. So content is really important, and it has an economic opportunity as well, because content economy is quite a thing, right? We don't want to only just be consumers online, we also want to be innovators and produce and develop content as well. And last, the T in the REACT framework is about setting targets. We can't measure something that we did not set a target, we did not benchmark. We need to set targets and be intentional about closing, especially the digital gender gap. It exists because of the inequalities that already exist in our society. It's not just a divide that is an online or an ICT divide. So we have to be intentional about fixing those. So a good starting point is looking at national broadband plans and seeing if they specifically address any gender issues. Quite a number of broadband plans are still quite mute on gender or women, or just actually going the extra mile to ensure that women are included in the digital economy that we all are talking about now. So I will just pause there to say, you know, REACT, rights-based education, access and affordability, content, and setting realistic policy targets to actually connect those who are not connected is where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next we have Giacomo, who's joining us online. I hope that he can unmute himself. Anika, we've just heard quite a lot about the gender digital divide and the fact that when people go online, they may not feel safe. And that may have a chilling effect. And the other aspect of this is also security online. If they don't feel like the online space is secure, they may just not engage with it. Giacomo, I would really love for you to speak a little bit about how we make sure that a lack of security doesn't have that kind of chilling effect.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I'll assume you can, unless you tell me otherwise.
Thank you so much to the ICC for inviting me. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here today and speak on this great panel. It's always challenging to be the last speaker because I had prepared a bunch of notes, and as speakers were, previous panels were presenting, I had to kind of delete points to avoid repetitions. But I still hope that I can add some value here. And I actually want to go back to where we started, if you want, to tackle your question about the links between connectivity, digital technology, and the SDGs. And I will start with a quote by the UN Deputy Secretary General that at the opening of the Sustainable Development Goals Digital Day in New York about a month ago, said that digital technologies, when used safely and responsibly, can be catalysts for economic, social, and societal transformation by creating efficiencies at scale and expanding the reach of existing solutions to support more people. Now, I find this a very interesting quote, because we've heard so many times how digital technologies can have this catalyst effect and can be accelerators for SDGs. But this was the first time that I saw so clearly and so explicitly a reference to responsible and safe use. And what does responsibly and safely actually mean in this context? First and foremost, we should take this as applicable to all stakeholders that are part of kind of the connectivity ecosystem, from users to companies to governments. This is really it's a shared responsibility, and everyone should really take its own part of the bargain here and make sure that they deliver. But what does actually be responsible and be safe mean? And going back to something that I believe also Pablo mentioned earlier, is about earning and building digital trust. So people have to trust in order to connect. They have to trust the technology itself. They have to trust the companies that are behind the technology. And they also have to trust the governments that, in their roles both as regulators and as service providers, have to create a safety net around, a protection net around users. Without this combined effect, it's going to be very difficult to, in a way, build that trust that is needed and kind of mitigate the chilling effect. Because the chilling effect can occur in two ways. It can occur if users and people feel unsafe and unprotected on the internet, but they can also be on the other side of the coin. They might not be willing to connect if they feel that there is an abuse or a misuse of the powers of companies or of governments that, in a way, take in this asymmetric kind of power distribution, users may perceive threat to respect of their own rights. They're uncertain about what's going to happen to their personal information and data. So security is a very important point, but it's also a very delicate one that needs to really be taken into consideration from the beginning. And this is what I want to focus on, because we've heard about the importance of affordability, of access, of inclusivity, and reducing the gap. I want to add another important parameter here, which is the parameter of preparedness. So I believe that it is very important, if we focus on the role of governments, that governments not only invest in ensuring the connectivity, so the ability of people to connect, but they do so without overlooking or without taking shortcuts when it comes to really developing the preparedness of the whole kind of system to be able to absorb this innovation and increased connectivity. I just want to reference. There was a recent report by the Economic Commission for Africa that highlighted how, relatively speaking, for the African continent, the low level of preparedness in cybersecurity costed about 10% of national GDP. So now that is a significant number if you think that on one hand, connectivity can boost social and economic development, but on the other hand, the lack of preparedness, the lack of an appropriate cybersecurity ecosystem at the national level can actually slow down or potentially even reverse the positive effect that connectivity and digital technologies can actually bring. So what does preparedness actually mean in this context? I think that we have to look holistically at the whole of government, like it was mentioned at the very beginning, and that's why I said I would like to finish from where we started. Whole of government approach is important. It means fundamentally intervening at, I would say, 5 different levels. The policy and regulatory part is key. You need to have, governments need to have policies and regulations that enable and support innovation, but at the same time create the kind of the safety and security regulatory ecosystem that allows the responsible and safe use of these technologies. There have to be, the other layer that follows policy and regulation is a layer of processes, of operations. We've heard how public-private partnerships are incredibly powerful tools that can be leveraged, to really boost connectivity and kind of development and absorption of these digital technologies. Now, these public-private partnerships, they have to be structured. They have to be, in a way, put within a framework that allows them to work. And you cannot wait until you need a public-private partnership to work to worry about establishing the frameworks that allow you to start with to have these partnerships. Structures are also an important layer. So we go back to safety and security. You cannot really think in 2023 to invest heavily in boosting your connectivity if you're not equally ready to invest in building your own capacity to deal with incidents and emergencies that happen in the digital domain. So being able to build computer emergency response teams or computer incident response teams that can work at the public level, can work in cooperation with private sectors, etc. It's key. So you really need to invest in building these structures that ultimately deliver that feeling of safety and security to individuals. If you're asking me to trust e-banking because it's safer than traditional banking, and you're asking me to put all of my savings online, I want to be sure that those savings are protected from criminal and malicious actors that maybe want to take advantage of me, of my perhaps lack of skills or knowledge. But I also want to make sure that there is someone that I can rely on that protects that critical infrastructure and critical services. And then, of course, it was mentioned skills. Skills is important. Globally, there is a shortage of cyber skills and cybersecurity skills. So it's going to be hard, but nevertheless, it is important that significant investment is done in skills, not only to enable connectivity and teach and develop the skills that would allow people to meaningfully engage with services and content online, but there is also the need to invest on developing basic digital security or cyber hygiene skills to really, through public campaigns, through education already in schools, making sure that we invest in building that foundational knowledge that would actually enable people to safely and securely engage online. And last but not least, it's technology. Now, technology is always being considered as a potentially kind of a high barrier for some developing countries, and the idea that it would put a lot of pressure on them to be able to equip themselves with the technological solutions that are needed to protect and monitor and keep the digital environment safe. However, it is important that it is not, we do not let the challenges in a way prevent us from even engaging on the discussion of how important it is that potentially by leveraging some public-private partnerships, governments equip themselves with the technological capabilities to be able to protect and monitor and protect their own networks. Because digital connectivity is fundamental, is key, can have so many positive effects, but it also, in a way, expands significantly the attack surface or the entry points for malicious actors to really target individuals or societies at large. So it is really important that we do not consider security as a cost line that needs to be minimized, but it's actually an asset. It's an investment that ultimately we need really to take seriously in order for it to pay dividends and make sure that people and institutions and companies can enjoy the benefits of an open, safe, and secure online environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to let the panelists know, I think we're a little bit behind our schedule, so I'm going to deviate from the plan and actually begin straight away with the Q&A. I'm going to cheat a little bit and take advantage of my role as moderator to ask the first question. So I'd like to kind of go back to Giacomo's point about structuring partnerships. I mean, every speaker today has agreed that one way or another, we can't work in silos. We need to work together. Every stakeholder, be they government or private sector, has a role to play. So whether you call it whole of society approach, ecosystem approach, can you talk a little bit more about the kind of the way that we need to structure those roles and structure those partnerships? And I think I will hand the mic to you, first of all, Takashi.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, actually, yeah, I would like to talk about Kaipa. Yeah, and yeah, we are paying a lot of efforts for the successful project launch and then service start in the near future. And then Amazon is investing that $10 billion. The number is a little bit smaller than 400 billion. But we are investing a lot. We believe that we will be more successful if we can get a more partnership from both of the private sector and the public sector. We are perfectly committed to working with the partner of those who can share our common concept of the bridging the digital divide. So we think partnership will take many variety of forms. For example, for the private sector, it can be the partnership with the wireless carrier to extend its LTE and 5G networks to the new regions. It is one of the form of the partnership. Actually, last month, we announced the partnership with the Vodafone and Vodacom. They are going to use Kuiper services to extend their network in the region of the Europe and Africa. And yeah, we are very excited to see how the partnership can improve the network in those regions. And we are looking forward to, of course, partnering with others. And then for the public sector, yeah, our ability to connect customers requires access to the Ka-band radio frequency and regulations that enable modern satellite technology. We expect public sector support in both of country level and international level, from the spectrum access and the necessary licenses in each country to the international radio regulations update, which can enable modern satellite like a customer to fulfill its potential ability to bridge the digital divide. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask if anyone has a question to please come forward to the mic, and we'll actually start with one online. I have in mind someone to answer this, but please, after I ask that person, any of the panelists should jump in. So the question was, when we're talking about skills to engage with digital technologies, what skills do we mean? Joe, I think that it would be great if you could give the opening answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, forgive me for defaulting to just giving a little bit of a what we do answer to that, which is we'll enter any given market with the service that Disney Plus mentioned, and we'll just try and be good partners as we come in with the service. We'll partner with the in-country telcos, be a good partner to the creative industry, the part of the ecosystem. With the policymakers, and just so that we have the reputation of like, oh, these guys are part of the fabric of our community. That's good for our business, and it's good for the country in question. And then we try and do a little more on top of that. That's just like the threshold. So the more part would be to actually do projects. So we'll fund an NGO or work with a government to do. We've got projects in 20 different countries, and we'll do digital literacy projects or online safety projects with the NGO or with government. So I'll give 2 examples. One would be in Indonesia. We partner with a firm called NGO called Ganara, and they go around to schools and they train. They work with the kids in the classroom to do the digital literacy, so the bullying and issues like that, and they do it through art, like pen on paper, old school art, as a way to bring the Indonesian children up the curve on digital literacy matters. And then a related one for us is in Latin America, where we have Chico.net, which works across the region, training the teachers to then do the similar thing as I described for Indonesia. So those are two different approaches that we take, if that's responsive. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Would anyone else, either in the room or online, to pick up on this question? Just as a reminder, that was when we're talking about skills to engage with digital technologies, what skills do we mean?
Let me just humanize that question a little bit and share what we have learned about what people do online when they have the right connectivity, the speed, and the know-how to utilize these. And this is all part of our cost of exclusion study, where we took several countries and we did qualitative research and ethnographic studies to really dig deep and humanize the economic impact of the exclusion. So this is from the women who are online who were included, and what we learned in West Africa in particular, the women were using the internet 3 times, the internet. For every 3 men that were using the internet, only 2 women were. But those who were, these are the things they were accomplishing. They were able to utilize the internet and report that during COVID-19, they did not lose income, because they were able to convert their business of selling at the market by being able to create WhatsApp groups and sell their goods online as well. Those who were online reported 7 times more than those who were not online, having completed and upgraded their skills by taking a course online and being able to improve their job skills by being able to be connected. And a lot of the uses were really connected to their financial ability to be able to take care of themselves and their families. So I think, I'm gonna just answer it from that point of view to say, yes, it's about digital skills, but maybe we need a broader conversation around, is that coding? Is that skills to be able to operate mobile money? Is that a skill to be able to run your business online? But with the right device, the right connectivity, and the skills, what the theme we are seeing is that women in particular are able to preserve an ability to earn economically during periods of crisis, such as the one we've recently had with the pandemic.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm aware that we've got about 10 minutes left only, just under. So I want to give everyone the chance to kind of make a final statement, because I kind of cut you off from your previous content which you were supposed to share. So I'm actually going to start with Atsuko, if that's okay. And if I can request that people keep their comment to about 1 minute, that would be fantastic.
Thank you. Perhaps I can combine my contribution to answer the skills question as well as the closing remarks. And I think this question on what skills is very important. I earlier mentioned about connecting the unconnected, but in fact, there is a very dynamic and fast moving of technological development such as AI and data analytics, and it's going to affect these connected and unconnected communities alike. So the knowledge and skills perhaps we need to address the reality in front of us would be different from what we anticipated, let's say 5 years ago. Just very quickly give you an example. There are already jobs which maybe may become redundant, or the jobs that may be created. And without the necessary and new digital skills, perhaps the people would have tough time. So I believe that we would need to revisit what are the digital literacy and digital skills that will be required in the new normal that we are seeing in front of us. And I hope that that includes the AI solutions, as well as the need for data and data-intensive decision-making, which we are surrounded with in e-commerce, or the traffic management, or asset management, and the mobile banking, as earlier a speaker said. So I hope that this will leave a question and the cautious optimism that perhaps together in partnership we can address and move forward. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much. So next I'm going to go to you, Takashi. Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Maybe, yeah, I can state that, yeah, we are going forward to bridge the digital divide strongly. Yeah, just we will do that.
Fantastic, thank you. Next on the list, I have Pablo.
Yes, thank you, Rose. Well, I'd like to congratulate all the panelists and you, Rose, because we have identified everything. We have all the ingredients on the table. For example, the technologies. We now have the technologies to connect everybody. It is not a problem of technology. We've mentioned structure. I think that it is maybe not the thing. I mean, we have to understand that what works somewhere may not work somewhere else. And maybe that is the thing. We have to find the flexibility to find the correct solution for the correct place. And maybe this is the case. We have all the ingredients, and what is maybe the common ground? The common thing is that we have to work all together to connect the unconnected. And this is the solution. We have the ingredients, we have the recipe, and what we have to do is to work all together to connect the unconnected. That's the thing, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. I'll end with an affirmation of the multilateral, multi-stakeholder approach. 9,000 people here this week, and dealing with existing issues and new ones like AI. It's my first, and it's been amazing, and it's a real treat. And then this panel, academia, civil society, industry, different parts of industry, coming together on an important issue like this. And I learned a famous South African quote today that I'll use in future presentations, which is, "Nothing for us without us." Yes.
Thank you. Machuki, can I ask you to come in next?
Yes, thank you, Rose. I think in conclusion, as Pablo has rightfully noted, the solutions are there. Now we need to go to the next step. And the next step is that we need to scale up the efforts, meaning that we need to be able to scale this up to have the impact that it needs to have. And that's going to be possible by increasing the funding that's available towards the deployments of the solutions that have been identified. It's not the technology, it's about getting more people connected. And so that needs to start happening. We also need to increase the partnerships because it's an essential component and ingredient for the success, as almost every other panelist here has rightfully noted that we cannot individually do it alone, and it needs a lot of collaboration and partnerships to be able to achieve that goal. And so if we're able to scale, make sure that we get the funding, the partnerships, I believe that it's possible to achieve the 2030 vision of having everyone connected. And we as the Internet Society are pretty much here to support and collaborate with everyone to help achieve that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to ask Annika to give her summary.
So the gaps that exist today are actually a consequence of policy choices that we've either make or don't make. So I'm going to challenge us that we must work with policymakers to look at narrowing the gaps. And one that we didn't talk much about is rural v. urban divide. So engaging rural communities in the broadband policy agenda to make sure that we are not leaving people in rural and remote areas behind. Embedding meaningful connectivity indicators with key ICT statistics so that we are going beyond basic access to actually make sure that we are measuring based on meaningful connectivity. And lastly, we need to leverage public access solutions in order to provide affordable and meaningful resources to rural and remote areas in particular. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then Giacomo, can I ask for your summary now?
Absolutely, and I'll be very brief. I think it is important that we consider connectivity not as the end of the journey or the point of arrival, but a point of departure and a new beginning. And to do that, it is important that we invest in preparedness. Again, stressing the importance of being prepared to what connectivity is actually going to mean and bring to society. And skills, as was mentioned, it's a big part of that. I don't think there is a single answer to what are the right skills. Depending which community you're talking about, those needs will be different, but definitely basic cyber hygiene skills for all users are going to be needed. We're going to have potentially 2.6 billion new people connected that were not connected before, and these people have to be upskilled to make sure that they do so safely and responsibly. But at the same time, governments have to improve their digital skills and their digital knowledge skills so that they can engage with other governments, on par. And really, skills is a very complex effort that should be taken forward as a key pillar of preparedness. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I think it would be impossible to summarize everything, but just to kind of quickly run through the last takeaways. I think that the message for all of us is that we need to go fast, be flexible. We need to defend and uphold the multi-stakeholder model. We need better indicators, and we need to focus on rural areas. And then there was also a bit of a challenge to governments as well, because obviously skills are something that can be delivered by many different people, but particularly it would be great to see a focus on cyber hygiene, I think was another thing that came up. Sorry. And then finally, it's clear that really what everyone is asking for is the whole ecosystem approach for everyone to move together. So I guess that's a bit of a call of action to all of you. Thank you so much to all of our panelists today. That was fantastic. And thank you to everyone in the audience for participating.
I have to talk with this guy afterwards. Okay. So you want to wait for him? I want to wait for him. We can take a picture outside.
sleeper. Bit of a sleeper. I mean, not that no offense to the panelists, there's like 20 people in here. Yeah, here.
I mean, it was interesting to sit through the manga literacy session yesterday.
Okay, interesting.
Because we were just finishing saying in a session the previous day about local content 10 years in, and it was quite upbeat with a guy from users' rights, whether that's supposed to be suddenly, agreeing with the guy from WIPO in a way, the facile slogans that copyright was going to break the internet and improve on some wild one. Seems like an addiction between
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to this session on digital inclusion and accessibility. Today, we have a crucial objectives to explore policies, strategies, technologies, and that can promote inclusive and accessible digital services, especially for people with disabilities. So we aim to address the challenges they face and also identify on the ways to bridge the digital divide. Throughout this session, we will delve into 3 important key policy questions. First, we will address the topics on policies that can be implemented in different regions across the world to ensure that technologies and digital services are designed inclusively. And second, we will examine strategies to bridge the digital divide, empowering people with disabilities rather than marginalizing them. So lastly, we will explore how training and education programs can really be implemented can be more made on accessible and also inclusive to meet the needs of people with disabilities. So by the end of this session today, we hope all participants joining us from on-site and joining us from online will gain a valuable knowledge on how this really properly include and provide systems, digital services, and technologies that really allow all people to actively participate and also engage in the digital world. So now let me introduce our panelists and speakers who will shed light on these important topics. First, we have speakers from on-site here, Judith from the private sector representing the Western Europeans group. Second, we have Gunela from Asia Pacific representing the civil society group. And third, we have from online speakers, Theoros from civil society representing the African group. And lastly, we have Denise, who will be on site here, representing the private sector, and also from the Latin American and Caribbean group. And we also have from our online speakers, Mohammed Kamran, representing the private sector, Asia Pacific group. So I will give the floor to the on-site speakers to introduce themselves, and also I will give the floor to our online moderator to introduce our online speakers.
Thanks so much, and welcome to everyone coming here. So my name is Judith Hellestein. Although I have multiple hats, I do have my own firm, Hellestein Associates, and besides doing other policy and regulatory work trying to help make countries have more effective digital economies, I also do a lot of work on accessibility directly with the US government. I've participated in several of the ITU, the Plenipotentiary, the Council Working Group on Internet Public Policy, and other ones. But here, I am also representing the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. We're one of the main dynamic coalitions here. We had our session yesterday. And I am one of the 2 co-coordinators here. So I welcome you all to the session. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the invitation to participate in this particular session. And my name is Gunilla Astbrink, and I'm based in Australia, but I work globally with as chair of the Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And Judith just mentioned the DCAD, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. And through the generosity of INSURF, we have 3 persons with disability able to come to the IGF to participate, and I'm fortunate to be mentoring them in their progress in internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to our online moderator, Marjorie, to introduce our online speakers.
Hello. Hello, Saba. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here and happy to have you all for this session. I'm Gege Marjorie. I'm in Cameroon, Africa. And I would like to introduce our online speakers. So we have Tiros Elikplim and Mohamed Kamran, who will be talking on the first policy question. Okay. So I would like to give the floor to Theoros now to introduce herself more properly.
Awesome. Thank you, Marjorie, and hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and hi from Dawn. My name is Theoros Elikplim Jineko. I'm Ghanaian, but I'm currently a PhD student at Penn State University. Just like most of our speakers, I guess I'll borrow Judith's words to say I share many hats. I work with the Ghana Youth IGF as part of the steering committee member. I'm currently also part of the ISOC alumni network, and I do advocacy work in inclusion, in encryption, and online safety as well. So I'm glad to be here, and I hope that we have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Theoros, for that. It's really nice to have you here. So I'll give the floor to Mohamed Kamran. Mohamed, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are doing well, and my video finds you well. So my name is Mohamed Kamran. I'm from Pakistan, and currently I'm in Peshawar. I am a practicing lawyer. I have graduated 2 years ago, and my specialty is criminal law and specifically cyber crimes and such kind of things. With the passage of time, day by day, as technology is coming into our lives, the thieves are also getting smarter, and cyber crimes and such issues are also increasing day by day. So I have some expertise in that, and IGF, I think, is a platform where we can address such issues, we can find some solutions to that, and also how technology is having effect in our life, and also the generation that is coming up next, like after us, how it is affecting their lives. So I think being here is going to be fruitful for me and maybe from myself to others as well. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're just going to move directly into our first policy question, which is, what policies can be implemented in your region to ensure that technology and digital services are designed and developed to be inclusive and accessible to people with disabilities? So this policy question will be addressed by our speakers, Theoros and Judith Hellerston. So I'll give the floor first to Judith.
Hi, thanks so much. So it's actually a combination of policies and also awareness raising. With policies, it has to do with I'm from the U.S. and in the U.S. we have the Americans with Disability Act, which works to ensure that things are other, at least government right now is all government websites and other websites are accessible for persons with disability. But there's also working now as an effort to update the act to make sure that websites and other areas are accessible. And with that is the key is the guidelines to be looking at the World Wide Web, the accessibility guidelines, and with that is a series of guidelines on from the W3C, which is the abbreviation of that, and they work on web content guidelines. There's work on all types of publishing of guidelines. And the key also is that everything needs to follow the WAI, the Web Accessibility Initiative's guidelines, and especially on websites, is the WCAG has to be 2.1 or 2.2, and there's a really big problem lately because today, throughout the world, only 3% of the internet is accessible for persons with disabilities, despite there being over 1.3 billion globally and a lot larger. So it's a very big problem since and the problem is also made more problematic is that companies are not telling developers they need to follow these guidelines. And so developers are not doing it, and then they have to retrofit a system. So the real issue is what you need more is enforcement, that everyone has to follow and make sure that all the sites are at least WCAG 2.1 and either AA, preferably AAA compatible. And if you look at the WAI, so it's w3c.org, and if you look at WAI or the WCAG, you can get those, and that is really the key to make them. Besides the laws we have, is also on making sure that these are accessible, and they also has an issue of meta tags. So when I say awareness is that people, when they're creating sites or when they're publishing images or other things, they're not aware that when they take an image and that people can't see it. And so when a person using a screen reader comes across that, it'll just say image, or it may say possibly man, possibly with a dog, possibly who. And so all the pictures need to be described, and also what PowerPoints or any of these images. Or some people like to do cut and paste from a document, but when you're cutting and pasting, you're creating an image, and then it makes an accessible document inaccessible. So you have to be aware that you have to save the documents. It's really easy in Word. You could save it and upload it, or links, and the meta tags is really easy. You can just right-click on it. So the software is easy to use. It's that people are just not aware.
Okay. Thank you very much, Judith, for that. I would like us to now have Fioras's opinion about the policies that can be implemented in her region to ensure that technology and digital services are designed and developed to be inclusive and accessible for people with disabilities. So, Furious, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. And again, I'm grateful for the first speaker because she has actually tackled on part of the things that I wanted to say. And so I'm not going to repeat that again. I'm glad she did spoke about the platform regulations and how content can be more accessible online as well. So I'm speaking from the African region, and I'm going to delve more on advocacy work because one of the points that she made, which is very real, is the fact that people just don't know that something like that exists, and people are not even. I wouldn't use the word not interested, but people seems to forget that not all content is easily accessible by everyone. So even content creators in themselves do not make provisions for that. For example, when somebody is creating a YouTube video, who are the audiences in mind, and how does the person, for example, make that particular video accessible to everyone? The whole idea is to create an almost seamless way of consuming content where we don't necessarily have to say this is for able people and this is for disabled people, because virtually it's just all one humanity. So the access is very important, but advocacy is more important, especially in my opinion, because the content creators and the platform moderators, um platform creators, sorry, are not even aware of that mistake. I know for Apple devices, or even some mobile phones now have accessibility options where you can have voice over text to help you out, or you can have an easier way of navigating your phone without necessarily being able to see it or hear it, or there's a way of that. But again, within the African region, how adoptive is that? How many people are aware of that? How often do we do capacity building and training people to teach people? And the major issue is how many people can afford those devices. We've heard in other sessions, and we've heard the issue about internet accessibility, the digital divide, affordance of technology and devices as well. So the question is, how many people can even afford the mobile devices that have those options? What is the percentage of that? And those who cannot afford those devices, what is the percentage of that? Now, I mean, it's obviously those who are in the minority gap of affordance are huge. Now, how do those people still access content? If they go to the internet cafes in the local communities and say I want to read something on the internet, how accessible is that content to them? How do they know about that? And how do we probably say would handle such a situation as well in our institutions, in our schools? How many schools have computer lab that is built to cover that? Those are some of the questions that is so I mean, some of the questions that needs to be explored. But overall, the idea is that we should come to a middle ground where we bridge the gap, where we don't necessarily have to assume that everybody can easily access content online, and everybody should be able to understand, everybody should be able to afford the whole devices that are able to provide accessibility. I've always stood the whole idea, or I've always stand on the idea that there shouldn't be any clear discrimination or gap to necessarily point out that this person is able and this person is not able. Technology in its sense should be basic to everybody. And I'm glad you did really spoke about the web and how content are tagged. Again, I would ask within our African context, and I stand to be corrected on that, but how many of us know that? How many of us know how to meta target? I was surprised when you said you can just do it in Word and right click. And my question is, now we know we can right click and put things or meta tags on it, but how many of us know that before this session? how many of us will remember after this session? But if there is any training and capacity building at every level in our schools, perhaps we can get used to doing that, and we can know that there are just basic and easy ways of making sure everybody's included. And that's where the advocacy work comes in. That's where the grassroots community work comes in. Not that just after session speaking, we leave it behind, but after IGF and after various sessions where we speak about bridging these gaps, what do we do after that? I'm going to end here for now and leave the floor, but that's a that we can think about and take home and see what each individual can do to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rose, for that very insightful opinion. So I'll just pass the floor now to Saba, on-site moderator for the next phase of this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marjorie, Theoros, and Judith for your valuable insights on the first question. Now let's move to our second policy questions. How can the digital divide between people with disabilities and those without disabilities be bridged? What strategies can be employed to ensure that technology is used to empower rather than marginalize people with disabilities? I invite Gunela, joining us from on-site, to speak on this question, and also Mohammed Kamran, joining from online, to speak on this question. Over to you.
Hello. Yes, I live in the Asia Pacific region, which we are now in for the IGF, and I've been asked to speak more specifically about activities in this region. And this region is the most populous in the world. It has huge populations, as we know, over 1 billion. 2 little countries in the Pacific that might have 2,000 people, that's it. And the greatest diversity in religion, language, culture, and economies. So there's a lot of challenges in this region. And one of the things, though, when it comes to bridging the digital divide is to ensure that mainstream legislation and policy include clauses about accessibility. So it's not that there are separate policies, which are very important, but having them as part of communications acts, communications policy really does make a difference. And if we take the case in Australia, sure, we have a national disability strategy that has some key aspects on accessibility to communications technologies, but also the Telecommunications Act includes specific provisions there as well. And certainly when it comes to disability discrimination legislation. But with all of those cases, implementation has to happen. It's one thing having the policies, but they need to be implemented. And that's really where persons with disability come in, to ensure that they are part of a process in helping implement policies. In Australia, there is funded through the federal government, and it's actually in the Telecommunications Act, the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, ACAN. And its role is basically to represent consumers and consumers with disabilities in government, in the private sector, to make sure that there are implementation actions happening in all of those cases. And so again, you have consumers generally being represented in this body, but specifically persons with disabilities. So there is that cross-fertilization of ideas and strategies and advocacy. And I also wanted to mention the public procurement provisions that are in force in a number of countries. It started in the US with something called Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act. And it means that governments need to include ICT accessibility criteria when they purchase anything ICT related. And in Europe, it has been harmonized with European standards, and one is called EN 301549, and that is talking about user requirements by persons with disability and how to achieve that in public procurement. That has been adopted in a number of countries across the world, Kenya, for example, India and Australia. And we want to see the implementation of that public procurement type of provision. And my final point in this particular session here is in a mainstream organization to try and make sure that there is an understanding of accessibility and persons with disability and bridging that digital divide. It's really, really important to have accessibility champions, people who have some knowledge of accessibility and work in various parts of an organization and can remind content developers, any tech developers, to make sure that accessibility is included as particular products are developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insight. Now I will give the floor to Marjorie, and then second question will be also answered by Mohammed joining us from online. Over to you, Marjorie.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Sabah. So, Mohammed, can you please take the floor? So how can the digital divide between people with disabilities and those without disabilities be bridged? And what strategies can be employed to ensure that technology is used to empower rather than marginalize these people?
Okay, thank you, Marjorie, for the question. See, I think technology can help us in many ways, specifically when it comes to the disabled people. It can help us in various ways. Like there are assistive apps, there are assistive devices. Google Assistant is one of the very small example, because I think if we include that to other gadgets and to other devices, it can be helpful to us. Coming to the bridging of a technology between the disabled people and others. First of all, I think that disabled people are not only, like, we cannot call them disabled, but we should call them specially abled. Because if God takes one thing from you, he is going to give you so many other blessings where he has not blessed with that thing the normal people. He is going to bless you with that. So I think there are people who are specially abled. To bridge the digital divide between people with disabilities and the other people, it is important to normalize the digital platforms and technologies and to make it easily available to everyone. Such digital platforms can include like implementing the feature like screen readers or captioning, adjusting fonts, which is available in some apps, in some phones, but not everything. And I have used the word normalizing these things. So we have to normalize all these things and we have to make it available as much as we can. Also, by prioritizing accessibility and engaging the disabled people while making these programs and while making these strategies, because if disabled people are a part of the making these policies will be made so much effective on the ground root level, because they're the ones who are the affectees. They know where the lacuna lies, and they're the ones who are going to tell us that how we can make strategies which are the best in ground level. So providing training and resources to individuals with disabilities can also help them navigate and utilize technology very effectively. As I have said earlier, that if we leave it to the people who are the affectees, only then are we going to get the results as much effective as we need. So yeah, collaborating. The one more thing, it is, I think, one of the most important thing, that collaboration with the technology organizations, like those organizations which work for technologies, or the government entities, and also the disabled organizations, or I would say those organizations who works for disabled people. So technology companies and disabled organizations, along with the government entities, can collaborate while making such platforms, while making such programs or policies. I think is going to be one of the very effective ways to bridge the technology between the disabled people and those who are normal people. So training and education programs to be made very accessible to every one of us, specifically to individuals who are disabled, providing alternative formats such as Braille or audio version, and physical assistance to the learning environment should be made very accessible, because only physical learning environment and the physical learning environment is going to help them in the best way. Because if, let's say, if a person is blind, so if he sits there in a physical learning environment, I think he is going to learn it as fast as like none other platform. That is why I have included physical learning environment into my opinions. Incorporating assistive technologies, as I have mentioned earlier, that Google Assistant is also a very effective thing, but we can include such assistive technologies in different gadgets, in different platforms, and to different aged people. Like Google Assistant is going to work the same for everyone. But if we divide it according to our age groups, for example, what a 10 years old kid will need is different from what a 25 years old person would need. So I think dividing it into age level is also important to me. Offering flexible learning options such as online courses, etc. If someone has no access to physical learning environment, they can be given options with online learning. For example, like we are connected through online. See, some of us are sitting in Ghana, I'm in Pakistan, some are in Japan. So online connectivity is also very important. Same goes for the disabled people, because they're the ones who need us, who need it more than us.
Well, Mohammed, thank you. Please rounding off now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm taking long. I'm sorry. So yeah, disabled individuals are to be involved in designing all these policies. My last point would be, as I've mentioned earlier, that while designing each and every policy and program, we need to consult these people, because they're the ones who are affected. So they're the ones who are going to give us the policies which are like effective on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. That was very insightful. I learned a lot about it and many things that I don't even know about. So I think we can move now to our next policy question. That is policy question 3. So Saba, we have Denise there already. You're welcome, Denise. Okay.
Thank you very much, Marjorie. Now, I really want to give the floor now to Judith to share on the trainings and also what kind of education programs can really be made to accessible and inclusive to meet the needs of people with disabilities. So I would like to give the floor to Judith to answer this question. And please, if you have any comments or if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand from here. And for online participants, you can also put in the chat, and Marjorie will take one of that. Judith, over to you, please. And also, please, at the end, you can also raise about your key takeaways and also recommendations on all of those topics.
Sure, thanks so much. Thank you for giving me the floor. I am going to be leaving shortly afterwards because I have I'm organizing the 5:30 session on Policy Network on meaningful connectivity. So I apologize, I have to run out afterwards. But one of the key on the training and education programs, the key is that programs needs to be designed to make accessible to all. And I know a lot of places like to use a lot of pictures and descriptions, but then all these pictures need to be described, because otherwise person with disability are not getting anything out of them. We had a perfect example of one of our disability fellows who was using, who had created a special Braille keyboard in India for STEM education. And so you need to have you need to rethink the sessions and what you're trying to gain out of it. And so that way you could actually address all the people and everyone can benefit from the same session. So like if you use pictures, you really have to describe them. If you use diagrams, you have to describe them, because otherwise the person is not going to be able to get there, and they'll get frustrated and they'll drop off. And if you really want to have people to be active in it, they need to feel part of the whole conversation and part of the learning, and they need to partner with it. So that is really the key, is that you need to rethink how you're going to do online education or in-person education to focus on how you're going to meet the needs. And there's also, the problem is that there are many different needs. You have person with visual disabilities, you have person with hard of hearing, and then you have person with cognitive disabilities. And so each one is very different and has a different approach. So there's no one thing fits all approach. You need to tailor the approach to the actual group. And so that way you can really address all their issues. With cognitive ones, you have to also make sure that it's not too many images, or the pictures is not taking up the whole screen, because they cannot deal with all the pictures, while maybe a hard of hearing person will want that. So you really have to work with who is the community you're trying to address, and then figure out how you're going to address it and how you're going to meet the needs of those. So that's sort of what one goal you have in mind in there. And the other one is make sure everything is accessible. Make sure that the platform that you're using is accessible. Oftentimes people think the platform is, or the company said, oh, yes, it is, but it really isn't. And so the key is often to get these programs be audited and tested by another company who's in that business to audit and test them, and to make sure they are actually accessible. Because so many programs say they are, and it could be that individually the components are, but when put together in the actual program, it no longer is accessible. So that's why it's the key to have accessibility testers and have a firm who's audited that. The enforcement is the key. Places say, oh, yes, we'll do it. Oh, yes, but then it may have been initially, but then as they added more newer material, they didn't keep up those standards. And then the whole program becomes inaccessible. So I would say that's my takeaways. Make sure that you have an online program tested by an accessibility firm to make sure that it actually works, and that and that pictures are described, everything's described and appropriately meta tagged, so that people can be reading it and seeing it. And now I have to run off to so sorry, but Gunilla has my information and she can direct any questions, probably also answer any of them.
Thank you very much, Judith, for your insightful. Now I will give the floor to Denise to answer on how trainings in educational programs can be made more accessible and inclusive to meet the needs of people with disabilities. Denise, first introduce yourself and answer. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Denise Leal from Brazil. I am here to represent Latin American Caribbean people. I belong to the private sector and academia, and I am also part of the Youth Latin American Caribbean IGF. And I am a former fellow from the youth program of Brazil. And you might be thinking, why am I here speaking on the topic? I was also a volunteer and a teacher in the inclusion program in Brazil, in Pontifical University of Goiás, and we worked there with elderly and also people with disability. I had some experience in the topic then. So answering this question, before answering this question, I wanted to say that I am very happy because we have this session, because we are giving voice to this topic, to this theme. It's really important. It's a thing that we need to do more often. And I wish we had more participation on the topic and that the IG community really could get more involved on it. And for beginning, when we talk about training and education programs and how they can be made more accessible and inclusive to meet the needs of the people with disabilities, I think that first of all, we need to give space and voice to the people with disability to speak about their situations, how they feel, and what are their needs. Because sometimes, very often, we don't really give space to them to speak about their needs, or we don't have patience enough to listen to them speaking, because we think that, oh, they speak in a different way, or they hear in a different way. We must be patient when a person without disability sees and listens to a person with disability. The person really needs to be heard at that point, and we need to give space and voice and power to these people to say what are their needs. And of course, we need policies on the topic, but also we need people to understand the policies. In Brazil, we have almost 15% of the population as a person with disability, so it's a large amount of people. It's not a small number. It's in Latin America, it's 85 million of people with disability, and therefore we need to work on policies to make training and education programs more accessible, not only the online one, but also the online one, but also the on-site. Schools need to be more accessible, and when it gets to the technology topic and internet topic, what we have seen in Latin America is people with disability are getting space on social media to speak, and it's nice. When it comes to internet, the social media is having a paper, a work on the topic. They are occupying spaces on internet, and it's nice. And we need to also moderate more the social media, because I have seen some cases where in Latin America, people with disability have suffered bullying, online hate, for speaking about their lives and their problems, their issues. Therefore, what we need, of course, our colleague has spoken really well on the topic that we need training, online platforms that are really accessible, but also we need to moderate the social media, the websites, so that we don't have people with disabilities suffering in these spaces from all the kinds of problems that they could suffer in online spaces. I also believe that technology plays a huge role on the topic, helping people to get more connected, to learn more. I have a friend that has spoken on the Youth Latin American Caribbean IGF, and he's today a lawyer, and he is a person with disability. He is able to be a lawyer because today in Brazil, the legal system is almost everything online, works online. So he is able to use the online platform, the technology to help him in his legal activities. So today he is in a he has high education, he has studied and he's planning to go for a master degree because of technology on education in Brazil education. I also wanted to highlight an important point, which is we have in Brazil only 14% of people going for higher levels of education. So it's a really small number, 14 people of all the people with disability. So it's a really, really small number. And also there is a wage gap of almost 25% less for people with disabilities in terms of salaries. So it's so unfair. And the law talks about it. We cannot have wage gap of salaries, but it is a reality. So we have policies on the theme, we have laws on the theme, but how can we make them a reality, a practical reality? How is the accountability of the theme of the topic? So I wanted to leave you with these answers and also these questions. And I hope that in the next years, in the next IGFs, we have more involvement on the theme, on the topic, and we have even more people with disabilities speaking and occupying spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Denise, for your valuable inputs. So far, we have been discussing on implementing policies that really prioritize inclusive and accessible design, on using technology and also digital services, especially considering the diverse needs of people that are with disabilities. You also talked about the need to develop a training and support programs to enhance the literacy, digital literacy, and also the assistive technology skills for people with disabilities, and also offering ongoing technical support to address the accessibility challenges have also been mentioned as well. And bridging the digital divide also has been mentioned by providing affordable accesses to some devices, and also internet connectivity, creating accessible digital content, and also some of the tailored digital literacy programs as well. We have also been discussing on fostering collaboration among different stakeholders to promote the digital inclusion, and raising awareness and advocacies have also been mentioned for the rights and needs of those people in the digital realm. Now I will give the floor to any questions or comments from on-site, and also please feel free to share your comments and questions in the chat, and Marjorie, our online moderator, will take it from there.
Hi everyone, I'm Joelson Dias from Brazil. I represent here the Federal Council, the Federal Bar of the Brazilian Bar Association, although at this moment I'm speaking on my personal capacity. Well, I see this very empty room, regrettably, which means to me that we have this big challenge on including persons with disability. We talked a lot about inclusion in this conference, about women, indigenous people, and so on, which is quite important, of course, but it looks like the challenge to include persons with disabilities is even bigger. Well, I have a brief statement and 2 questions to the panelists. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the sponsor organizers and organizations for hosting this crucial panel on the inclusion for people with disabilities. The insights from the panelists have been deeply insightful, emphasizing the complexity dimensions of digital accessibility. The internet serves as a gateway for many to find partners, jobs, and purchase products. ensuring that apps and platforms are designed to allow persons with disabilities to have the same opportunities is not just about technical accessibility, but also inclusivity in content and user experience. In this regard, I have the first question. Given the diverse types of disabilities and the unique challenges which presents in the digital space, how can we ensure that our efforts in digital inclusion are not just broad, but also deep, addressing the specific needs of each disability type? Additionally, how can we foster a collaborative environment where governments, businesses, and individuals work hand in hand to drive meaningful change in digital accessibility? And finally, in addition to technical accessibility, how can we ensure that the content and functionalities of digital platforms are inclusive, allowing persons with disabilities to fully engage in online activities such as dating, job hunting, and shopping? What strategies can be employed to ensure that digital contents is both accessible and relevant to their needs? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. Now I will give the floor to Gunel to answer on the first question and second question. Maybe Theoros, if you can add on that one.
Thank you. Yes, there was a lot in those two questions. I will probably start by addressing one aspect in your second question and relating to employment. And that is a huge issue. And I will refer to Vidya Y, who is a DCAD Disability Fellow here at the IGF. And she is blind, and she finished her high school education with a gold medal. And she was the only one of her cohort who didn't get a job at the end. And she has done a degree in computer science, etc. So she started her own organization because she's a very strong woman. But the percentages of people with disabilities who have employment is far, far too low. And what is happening in some countries like Sri Lanka and Australia is that there are organizations training both persons with disability in marketable jobs. But as well as that, raising awareness in companies that may employ those people and being part of the interview process, being mentoring there for a number of months as the person joins the workforce. So that process really does make a difference, and it's been quite successful, but it's long term. And it's again this thing about employers understanding that a person with a disability isn't a liability. They are not a liability. People with disabilities have proven by many studies to be very loyal employees, very consistent in their work, and there might be some accommodations needed in their workplace, but it's to raise that awareness of how it can be achieved. So I might pass it on to if anyone else wants to have a say on that question.
Thank you very much. Maybe Theoros, if you can add on the second question, and then we proceed to other one.
Thank you so much. I'll try to make my answer very brief, actually, so we could have more questions in there. But just on a quick one, I agree with the person that asked the question, because this is more like I wouldn't say very important than the other sessions, but this is a critical topic. And when he said that the room was empty, it's like I saw the camera going on. I was like, well, yeah. And it's always the challenge that we face, that we talk about inclusion, and yet we don't include the people who need to be included. So it's more like trying to solve somebody else's problem without having the person there to give you the whole idea of that. But that notwithstanding, I do agree with my earlier speaker, making the whole, I agree with her point on the idea that the people with disability have equal right and are equally committed to their work, just like how we able people are also committed. Now, the first question is on how to address specific needs. In all honesty, to address somebody's need, you have to speak to the person. It's easier being an able person saying you need to build a platform, you need to do this, without necessarily talking to the disabled people. So again, I'll come back to the whole idea of speaking to people who need the help and asking them how they want to help. It's always better to speak to them to tailor not devices, but to tailor innovations and to tailor building ideas around what they want and not what we assume they want. So it's always needed to have them included in every discussion we do as well. There's also another question on collaboration. How does government and other people collaborate? Well, I don't know if this is a simple answer, but there has to be collaboration. So reaching out to them, I know in Ghana, for example, we have an organization called Inclusive Tech, being owned by Dr. Millicent. She herself is disabled. She usually or mostly have hackathons for disabled people, training them in innovation, building technology. That's just one thing. I'm sure other countries have similar things as well. If we could collaborate with government or civil servant or get funding to do all those things, that should help. And in my last part of concluding on this point as well, how do we create content? Again, I'll come back to my first point. Let's ask the people what type of content they want, if they can be involved. Yeah, I'm sure that there are a lot of challenged disabled people, who are computer science people. They know how to build the app. Why don't we give them the opportunity to do that? I guess that will help. Thank you.
Hello, Theoros.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theoros. Since we are also running out of time, maybe for the next questions. Okay. Okay. So we have a question from on-site, and I will give the floor to Veronica.
Hello. Can you hear me well? Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica. I'm Italian, and I'm the chair of the Internet Society Youth Standing Group. Thank you, first of all, for bringing the topic of disability to the IGF. And I don't actually have a question. I have a comment because I would actually like to bring my own experience. When I was a child, due to an infection, I lost between the 30 and 70% of my hearing ability, and for me, the interaction since I was a child has always been very difficult, especially with people that have very low tone of voice. So I always have to ask them to repeat what they say. And hearing your panel, your intervention, I think that is something that is lacking, and is granularity of approach, because not all disabilities are the same, and not all of them have to be treated like that. For example, in my experience, I don't have full hearing capacity, and the interaction in person for me is always very difficult. In order to hear your intervention, I always have to read the subtitle. So for me, those type of auxiliary instruments for me are very helpful. And on the other hand, I had to give a lighting talk the other day where this instrument was not actually available. And for me, it was very difficult to understand people who were talking at the microphone. And just for you to say that sometimes also digital tools are very helpful. I have a better interaction online than I have that compared to the interaction I have on site or in presence. So what I would like also to invite you to consider is also that digital tools can be an amazing tool to help people with disability. Is de facto a disability, but is not recognized in any way, because in order to be recognized as a disabled person, each country has its own parameters. So it's not always simple, to get access to how to say aid to on this. So yes, this one.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for your comment. And next, please.
Hello, this is Umar Khan from Pakistan. I will leave some disappointment to second the Brazilian guy and some statistic from Pakistan as well with regards to the person with disabilities. These empty chairs in the room show the seriousness toward the inclusion of the digital literacy for the people with disabilities. So I think these rooms should have been more crowded than ever. We also have seen very least number of people with disabilities, somehow some disability in the IGF during the Kyoto International Conference Center. So this also shows that the actual people with the disabilities, with the inclusion of them in any field, especially in the internet, this is somehow a disappointment. And I think the IGF should take it very serious. If I just come to the statistic of my country, my friend, my class fellow, and my college colleague is also on the panel, Muhammad Kamran. I'm so happy for him to be here on the panel. Pakistan having a population of around 236 million population, and in which 6% of the population is somehow with disability, physically or mentally. But it's also a disappointing moment that only 37% of the population among the 236 million are using internet. The general public, only 37% of the internet users are in the population. So you can guess, you can observe that a country having 236 million population, having just 37% of the internet user, how will you take or how will you notice the people with disabilities? So I think IGF should really work, and the technical, the companies, and the civil society should be more serious. And I'm hopeful that we can see some good number of people with disability next year in IGF happening anywhere. So I'm hopeful for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment and questions. Now I will give the floor to our speakers on-site and online to give their final remarks or final words, and also they can address on the comments and also the questions asked. I will give the floor to the speakers, and please make it very brief, up to 30 seconds. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, in regard to the gentleman from Pakistan, I totally agree with you, and we need to have more persons with disability attending, because the disability community's motto is nothing about us without us. We need to be here. I have a disability. We need more people who represent our own voices. And I would strongly suggest that you write to the IGF Secretariat, to the MAG, to express your disappointment that there aren't enough persons with disability here. The IGF Secretariat has a funding program, but it still isn't enough people with disability coming here. And just one short point is, we have, as the Accessibility Standing Group, a training program on persons with disability in digital rights and internet governance, and paired with the DCAD, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, we have a small amount of funding to bring people here, but we need so much more. So thank you very much for that point.
Hi, I would like to thank you for your participation and questions. I was a little bit worried since we didn't have lots of participation, but we had questions, comments, and online questions also. It's really an important point, and well, thank you, Veronica, for what you have said. Have you spoken to us? It's the same in Brazil about how it's sometimes difficult to recognize the disability of a person, and most importantly, when the person doesn't have a disability which is visual, which you can easily see, the person suffers a lot of prejudice and doesn't have her rights recognized immediately. So it's important that you say to others and that we talk about it, because we also have these disabilities that we cannot see, but we must recognize their existence, that these people also needs somehow help and somehow to be recognized as people with disabilities. And thank you for the another Brazilian person here. I don't remember your name, Joelson, I think. Yes, thank you for being here and for your comment. I think that it's actually difficult, hard, your question. What strategies are both accessible and relevant? How can we make the online content more inclusive? Well, we have ways to make it, but also, do we have the economic interest in making it? And also, I think that this answer and this question goes aligned with the question from my other friend, the other lawyer here from Pakistan, about the technical and infrastructure aspects for internet. I think that we have an example in Brazil, a successful example of the indigenous and traditional communities where they couldn't have access to internet, so that the community itself organized an internet and a local internet. So maybe in the case of people with disability and other minorities, maybe the answer is the communities itself, not the people with disability community, but other minorities and local communities could be the answer to it. But we have to mobilize and to make these peoples understand the needs of all these minorities and communities. In the case of the indigenous, they could make it because they were all located in the same place. But how can we make it? How can we make our small communities and minorities work together to find an infrastructure solution? I believe it's possible, but we have to work harder on showing it to people. As you have all noticed and told us and spoken about it, we don't have that much people here. We should have a crowded room, but we don't have. So we must mobilize more people and have more space and voice to talk about these situations, so that we can have a better infrastructure and technology for people with disability. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Denise. Now I will give the floor to Marjorie to take the floor to our speakers for their final remarks or recommendations or any key takeaways.
Okay, thank you very much, Sabah. So we have Theoros and Mohammed remaining, and I'll just please like that also we include our online participants. So I'll read out their questions, and then while you are addressing, give me your final remarks. You're just going to touch on them, please. So this is from Joseph Committee. He said, why we make systems and apps as well as content online accessible to people with disabilities? What policies can be implemented to protect abusive content against people with disabilities online, because there is some kind of stigmatization, especially on social media. This is from Joseph, IGF Ghana Hub. And then we have the next, can our world truly progress if we continue to build barriers that exclude people with disabilities, or should we unite to break down these obstacles that create a more inclusive future? So maybe Theoros, you can start. Thank you.
Great. So again, I'm going to try as much as possible to keep it very short and all of that. Now, in terms of policies and stigmatization, I mean, it's real. Stigmatization is real in every sector, but I guess it's worse for the one with worse for people with disability, because again, some of the things as Veronica said, and as all our speakers keep saying over and over again, is that some of the disabilities are not like visually it's not visual for you to see. And the mistake we keep doing all the time is to try to group everything as one. So this is what I would say, that policy takes time, but the question is, we even need to know if we have such policies. For example, I would not really say Ghana we do have or not, because honestly I've not done data research on that, and I would not want to say that on authority. But it will be a good thing to find out if we do have one. How accessible is that? How are people even aware of such a policy? Is there a common knowledge that we have to do in terms of stigmatization? I guess it would still stem from education, teaching people that people with disabilities are human and there's no problem with them, and we are okay and everything is fine. It's a good thing to start with. And as I conclude, I just want to take the time to just even say thank you to everyone. We hope that this session had extended more, but I'll leave my email in the chat. Feel free to suggest any project, any capacity building training. This is not just a one time of discussion. It could be something that continues, and hope that next year, once we have discussion on the same area, we have a more fuller room and we have people who would really want to probably share what they have been going through and how we can basically build content around them as well. But I will still stand on my first point at the beginning, that advocacy is always key. Advocacy never ends. It starts, but it's a continual process, and I hope that we all take that in. And thank you so much, and I'll hand over to Karma.
Thank you, Yoros. Please 30 seconds, Muhammad. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, and I hope all the answers, all the questions have already been answered. And as far like what we can do for implementing these ideas, I was just like, we have talked in details about all of these things, but I'm going to add one more thing. We said that government should do this and we should do this and that, but one more thing that I want to add here, why after seeing the situation in the hall, in the room right now, that the people with disabilities needs to also address their issue. Like we are not going to be like, we are not only be the ones who are going to talk about that, but they are going to make us talk about all this. Like this empty room is an example that maybe they're not interested to be a part of all this, so they have to be interested. And we have to we have to be organizing some conferences or some awareness sessions to educate them so that they can come up and talk about their disabilities. So I think we have talked about all the aspects possible in a very short span of time. And I'm sorry if I have left anything. And I'm thankful to all of you for having us here, for letting us speak. And I hope to see all of you in some other tomorrow. Thank you so
Thank you,
much, guys.
Muhammad. Thank you very much. Yes, Sab, I have the floor. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of our session now, and I would like to thank our speakers, our panelists for their valuable inputs and also contributions. Indeed, your expertise and also insights has been really truly enlightening. And what I would like to say is let's all together continue our efforts to ensure the inclusivity and accessibility in digital technologies and in digital services. So thank you all for attending our today's session, from joining us from on-site or joining us from online, and we hope you found this very informative and thought-provoking. And yeah, remember that your involvement is really crucial on creating a more inclusive future for all present. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
IGF. That was my plan, even before this specific meeting, you know? Yeah. But now that you give us some clues where we should go and who we should talk to, I'll be even more, let's say, interested on talking to some persons with disabilities and organizations. Because in fact, was the former president of the National Commission of the Bar. Now I'm the representative of the bar before our national council. So I do have a lot of work on the field in many countries. And that was my plan already to go back to Brazil and let people know about our summit next year about the global digital economy. And there we should actually participate in this meetings. And after this specific session and seeing that people with disabilities are still invisible, although they have all this blah 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 in this very main session, but actually what really matters is they're not here. The message is not reaching them at all. So that's why I'm coming. Now we're back. So let's go. Imagine after this specific meeting. Quite a few people. Oh, that, okay. Exactly. Very, very essentially give us a clue how to do it because our prepared intellectual program submitted to the IGF Secretariat and let people with disabilities back there in Brazil themselves and their organizations talk to the Secretariat and see how they can join.
No, I'm seeing a little bit more.
Hello, everyone. So we have this youth panel now. We are about to start. It's the first time of some of our speakers in the event and speaking also here. So let's have a very nice session speaking about youth and innovation. I am going to invite our speakers to present themselves. And since we had some changes on the speakers and also the moderators, I will ask that each speaker on-seat speaker could present yourself, and I am going also be presenting the online speakers and the online moderator. So let's begin with it. Our on-seat speakers are going to present themselves, and I am Denise Leal from Brazil, part of the Brazilian youth, and I am very happy that you are here joining this session with us.
Hi, I'm Boris from the One Power Foundation, and I'm from Hong Kong.
I'm Ethan Chen. I'm also from the One Power Foundation, and yeah, as well from Hong Kong.
My name is Terezinha Alves Brito. I'm also from Brazil, a lawyer and a researcher.
Hello, I'm Atanas Bahizire from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm the coordinator of the Youth IGF DRC and also an Internet Society Youth Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are going to speak with our online moderator. Nicholas, are you there? And also James and the other speakers.
Yes, I am here, Nicolas Fiumarelli from Youth IGF Uruguay coordinator.
James, Teros. Yes.
Hi, Okay, awesome. My name is Theo Seliklim Jineku. From Ghana Youth IGF. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose, I see you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jose from Ghana, and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. James? Okay, I cannot hear James, but I see Shraddha. Please, go on.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I am Shraddha. I am one of the board members of the Youth Standing Group of Internet Society, and it's very exciting to be here. Thanks, Denise.
Thank you so much. So we are going to talk about youth's role and also about innovation. And what have you done, like we have done, to bring more innovation and solutions? And we are talking about our perspectives on our groups. I am from Latin America, and we have also Asia here, and we have other spaces. So we are going to be talking on our experiences as a young person, personally, and also as a person from people from different groups. So now, for starting, can we start with you, Terezinha? Yes. So we are about to start. Let me just find the questions here, everyone. So, Terezinha, in your experience, how have youth-led initiatives influenced sustainable tech solutions? And could you also speak on your perspective as a fellow from Youth Brazilian Program?
Yes, thank you, Denise. Well, I will speak from a perspective from a lawyer, of course, and from a Brazilian young person. And we saw that, at least I hope that you saw, guys, that the theme of our session is Youth Drive and Tech, Empowering Next-Gen Innovators. So when you talk about innovation, especially in Brazil, and I could say in other countries in the Latin America, we know that we have a lack of innovation and this is not a problem of a lack of thinkers, of a lack of intelligence. It's much more a lack of opportunities and a lack of money to be invested in these areas. So I would say that in Brazil, we are really pushing and trying to put pressure in the government and in the public sector to have more investments, especially in our public universities, because unfortunately, we have seen a decrease of our industry in Brazil, and this is probably because of the global economic and other police problems, which is being really complicated in our region, the last decades actually. So what we have to think is that when you talk about innovation, and I know that we have been listening here, we have been hearing here in the IGF that we cannot talk about innovation without talking about regulation. And I cannot agree that regulation is just a way to block innovation. That's not true. Actually, we can foster innovation by regulation methods, like sandbox that were told here, I think in the same room. And I think we have to see, especially in Latin America, how we can find ways, and I'm talking about the public sector because, as I just said, we don't have strong industries. So we need more investments, especially in our universities, and this I can see, at least to just initiate the conversation, that the way is have a kind of innovative hubs in the universities and trying to have public investments, and then trying to have as well private investments. Why I'm saying that? Because we cannot forget that private investments, they always are focused on profits. So we have to think before thinking about make money, we need to prevent some risks and some bias about innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Terezinha. Now we are going to pass the floor to Nicholas so that we can hear also Shraddha speaking. Yes, Nicholas.
Hello, everyone. So I wish to discuss an issue that strikes at the heart of the digital age, that is barriers to innovation, right? Particular as they relate to the objectives and principles of the internet governance. Can you confirm that you are hearing me well? Yes, great. So innovation is the lifeblood of the progress, right? It's what drives societies forward, allowing us like to solve complex problems and to enhance the quality of life. In the digital life, innovation is like the synonymous of the advancement in technology and the digital realm. So we can also encompass quantum computing, artificial intelligence applications, and all these new technology to correlated with innovation. But as we forge ahead, embracing the many opportunities the digital world offers, we must be acutely aware of the challenges and barriers that could hinder our path. So the profound barriers to innovation are unequal access. That is the main key. In a world where the internet is the key to unlocking knowledge, fostering collaboration and enabling breakthroughs, such as I mentioned, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, it is distressing to see a vast number of individuals remain disenfranchised from this resource. So as we speak of the digital divide, we must remember that it's not just about access or to devices or connectivity. It's about access to the opportunities, to the education and to the markets, right? Then comes the issue of the regulation, as Denise mentioned, because the purpose of the regulation is to protect the users and ensure these fair practices at times. So overly stringent or ill-conceived regulations can deter startups or inhibit the experimentation or restrict the free flow of information. So those things are all vital for a thriving digital ecosystem. So the very platform that provides connectivity and democratization can sometimes become monopolist giants that we have seen, gatekeeping innovation and dictating the terms of online existence. So the influence often extends to shaping the very policies that govern the internet. We can lead to an environment not conducive to small players on newer ideas, right? So the Internet Governance Forum, where we are just here, in its essence is to ensure that the governance of the internet is inclusive, transparent, and just. But the governance should not be about control and regulation. It should be about facilitating this technology, these opportunities for the people. So how can we, as members of the IGF, foster a new environment that not only safeguards like the users, but also promotes this innovation, right? We are all, we have like innovators from all around the world with a lot of experiences. So how we can ensure that the policies are adaptable, resilient, and forward-looking. So in the case of Uruguay, it has always been a beacon of progressive throughout the region, and the IGF Uruguay is committed to championship the cause of this free, fair, and innovative internet. But it's a global challenge, as we were mentioning, and requires a global response. So we need to have like equal foot in the terms of innovation. So as we move forward, don't want to take so much time, not just focus on the barriers, but maybe on the bridges we can build together. So let's collaborate on across nations and generations to create this digital world that is not just safe and equitable, but also vibrant and innovative. Thank you, and I look forward to have this fruitful discussion ahead.
Thank you, Nicholas. Now we are going to listen to Shraddha speaking about the role of youth-led initiative. Please go on. We are waiting for your words.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Denise. Hi, everybody. It's Shraddha Pandey for the record. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about youth-led initiatives and the soft skills that youth can bring to the table while having discussions at such an international level, having such crucial discussions. What we're seeing now is that the token representation of the youth community members, while it still remains token in some places, has been changing drastically over the past few years. And today, currently, I would like to talk a little bit about leadership and strategy. That is, those are the new skills that the youth community members are developing with strategic plans and priorities for digital transformation by having a detailed plan and a detailed way of action towards grassroots communities. Our action about the youth standing group of Internet Society on how they further the contribution and to essentially create an internet that leaves no one behind is by ensuring that we empower not only the grassroots communities and the initiatives that are run by people at the ruralmost level for the last mile connectivity, but while we also try to empower youth community members to participate in high level discussions and make meaningful contributions that bring our voices to the legislations, to the policymakers, to the formation of regulations and initiatives. So these digital legislations and digital actions that are being based to foster innovation, they have to be rights-based, inclusive, and sustainable overall. So one of the key initiatives and ideas that the youth community brings to the table and brings to every discussion is the overall sustainability and overall environmental care, or issues relating to trusts, issues relating to security, environmental sustainability, about accountability, about being a rights-based approach is extremely important. So participation of youth members is something that I highlight, and I say that in addition to contributing at the local level, an international discussion and a platform such as IGF is very important to bring in to understand what the best practices are of these local levels and how they can be replicated further in all other regions. With that, I hand it over back to you, Denise. Thank you.
Thank you for your contributions on the topic. We are now going to listen Anthony's, right? Based on your experience as a youth ambassador for the Internet Society and your involvement with the Pan-African Youth Ambassadors on Internet Governance, how can policies better incorporate the perspectives and innovations of the youth in shaping the future of the Internet, especially in the African context?
Thank you, Lid. As a facilitator of the Pan-African Youth Ambassadors on Internet Governance, youth empowerment and digital literacy is a key to this problem. The youth need to have the capacity. The youth need to have enough capacity to be contributors. And for this, they need literacy. They need the knowledge. The Pan-African Youth Ambassadors on Internet Governance Initiative have trained over 1,000 of young people in Africa in 5 different languages. You understand that it's not only in English. For this to be meaningful, they have to get capacity in their own languages where they are fluent so that they can be contributors. We trained over 1,000 people in 5 different languages, giving them enough capacity to make sure that they are global contributors. And like as we are speaking, we have got ambassadors who were speaker at the African IGF and here also who are contributors. What's really emphasized the need for that capacity. One other thing I should say is that now we are having many data protection regulations and AI regulation all over the world, and especially in Africa, many countries tending to bring in data protection regulation and AI regulation. And as all policy processes, we have consultations. The youth need to be at the table. When we are talking about consultations about the AI, we are the actual major digital users. We are also the future leaders. So we need to be at the table when decisions are being taken about how AI will be regulated, how our data has to be regulated. We need to be at the table. Our voices need to be heard. So one of the main recommendations is that we may have more young people at the table in regulations, in consultations of policies related to artificial intelligence, emerging technology, data protection, and so on. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. It was a very important perspective from African region. And now we are going to listen to Asia perspective. And Ethan, can you share one significant learning or experience that has shaped your perspective on sustainable development and innovation, on the topic of innovation, please?
Yeah, of course, of course. So it's actually related to one of my own experience. Like there's a story about this. So in 2 or 3 years ago, when I was year 7, in my school libraries, there's a corner that people do book crossing, their traditional book crossing. And when it's the first day of school, there's 2 to 3 books inside a corner there. And I was like, okay, maybe someone will take it away, or there's more books at the end of school day. And time flies. It's the end of the school year of year 7. When I get back there, there's like 400 to 500 books there. No one takes it to read. Just only people that want to give away and want to donate it. And what the school did is just to throw it away and recycle it, and which actually caused it produced many carbon emission. So when I got back home, I told my dad that, I figured out this serious problem, so we should find a way to figure it out. And the idea of One Power Foundation is formed, and we actually did it, and now today we're here. And so yes, that's my own experience.
Very nice to hear how initiatives born and that things inspire us, and can be small or big things that make us move and trying to find solutions for innovation and sustainability. And now, also on the topic and Asia perspective, Boris, what were some of the key takeaways that you believe are crucial for the young generation on innovation and sustainable development?
I think the main takeaway is just to notice what's around you, because I think in every aspect of your life, there's somewhere that you can find something to be learned. So I think my experience with books began when I was in year 6 in a school in Hong Kong, where I was reading a book called How Things Work. So this book was detailing how someone used STEM to create fabulous inventions that changed the world, right? So for me, I feel like books were much closer to me than I could ever imagine. But as I grew older, I realized that I grew to have the toolkits of tools I needed to make change. I started understanding programming and just started creating change with OnePow. I think it's very important for you to understand that with just a single set of skills, you're actually able to deliver a lot more impact than you think. So I think another example of this is that at my school, we have a computer science society, which I'm responsible for. And what we've developed is a neural network, which completely run on a cloud-based platform called Google Colab. And we've managed to use that to pair students to their preferred subject choices. So I think it's just important, it's just crucial for us to realize that resources that we want is everywhere around us, and we must value this.
Thank you for sharing your views on the topic. Now we are also going to listen our on-seat speaker, Terezinha, talking a little bit about the big techs and small business in Brazil, and also how the youth are leading a paper on the topic.
Innovation is actually one of my passions. That was the reason that I started to do research about internet governance. And I think when we talk about big techs, we don't talk enough about how big techs impact the innovation around the world. Why I'm saying that? One of the first examples that I saw, like I think you all know the Waze, right? The app for geolocalization. And we know that the Google Maps was the first, and Waze just, I'm not sure, but Waze is from a company, a tech company, a startup from Israel. And then Google Maps just some years ago, they bought the Waze. And today, the Google Maps and the Waze, they both pretend the same company. Why is it a problem? I don't think Google is a problem because Google is doing what what Google is supposed to do, be the best that they can. So we as a society need to do our best, and regulation is one of these issues because we cannot allow big companies to control the innovation around the world because there is a kind of bubble. Why I'm saying that? We have startups in Brazil, and the problem is that our engineers, they are come from the university thinking about create an app or create an website or create a kind of tech solution that will be just sell for a big company. And this is a real problem because at the end of the day, who is really controlling the innovation are just the private sector. And we need to understand what is the needs of each country, what is the need of each groups. And here I can say the youth, we are part of the society and we have our needs. And I think a big part of the solution is to foster the small and medium companies, the small and medium business, especially the ones created and founded, curated by young people, especially the ones that just graduated. This is really important because they are innovating and they don't have enough money and they need to be fostered by someone.
Thank you, Terezinha. Now we are going to speak about policies and recommendations our young panelists have to make on the topic. How can policies and regulations can be improved to empower the next generation of innovators with a focus on platform accountability and fostering innovative solutions? And what concrete recommendations do you have that can be made to enhance the accessibility of sustainable tech solutions for all, particularly in developing countries? Let's start with Atenis.
Thank you, Dennis. For us to foster innovation, one thing Teresina just mentioned, the youth need financial resources. We always have the brain, we always have ideas, but for us to put this into action, we need financial resources. And the regulations we are now putting in place, I think they should look into that and think, how are we empowering the youth? Not only saying like we are ticking a box, we are having the youth in this project. We are having young people in a project, like ticking a box because they ask you to have young people, but we have to see how are we meaningfully empowering them that they can foster innovation, make solutions, and for this they need financial resources. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's listen to Shraddha is answering and talking on her perspective on this question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Denise. And it was a very valuable contribution. Initially, understanding that financial resources is the starting step is very important because especially since the contributions of youth community members are based on our volunteering time, our volunteering energy, effort, and hours, they can only take you so far. But I would like to add on a little more with respect to additional human capital or the human resources that need to be strengthened to make sure that the financial resources and the policies that are being implemented to foster innovation are taken forward in the right manner. So when we human resources, I'm talking about building digital skills and capacity building of the youth community members and new members who are joining the Internet Governance Forum and the Internet are using the Internet on every single day, building their digital skills, ensuring that digital literacy, adoption of new technologies, the usage of new technologies, and local development of digital content goes hand in hand, and it goes far away in ensuring innovation that starts from the ground roots level or from the grassroots and the bottom up. What we're also seeing is an inclusion of digital literacy in formal education on the perspective or the idea that it's never too late to learn, and lifelong learning. These are the ideas and concepts that need to be strengthened to ensure that there is a lot of engagement with digital learning. In addition to that, we're also talking about allocation and investment in actual digital initiatives, projects, and infrastructures that deploy and scale up technologies and services for these communities. This can be in the form of public and private digital development services, which enable a digital environment for the young people to foster their innovation, to create them further and take these further, such as incubation labs, such as any initiative that works towards mentorship, towards capacity building of these youth community members. So when we're talking about these are the sort of issues that I think are very important, and they're pertinent to be highlighted in terms of what our understanding and what our analysis has to be in these regards. So for that, from my end, that's it. Thank you, Denise. Over to you.
Thank you, Shraddha. We are now going to listen to Ethan on the topic. Okay. Yes? Boris first? Okay.
So I think for this question about, let's talk about the first point first. About platform accountability, I think a main part of data is managing the data self-data governance. So whenever we're using a platform, I feel like all of our data is being collected. I think currently not our biometrics, but in the future, our biometrics also be collected, making a full profile of ourselves. So I think a main question that has been discussed in previous sessions is the idea of the cookie button. So every time we go on a platform, we click the accept all cookies button, which basically means that all our data is going to be collected by the platform. But what we're not realizing is that we're actually able to click manage these cookies, but the reason why tech companies are making this such a difficult process is because they want us to give them their data, give us their data. And secondly, I think for keeping platforms more accountable, we need to stop their greenwashing. Many companies decide to use carbon offsetting, but it's been proven that many of these carbon offsetting methods don't work. So we must hold them more accountable for their data center pollution. I think thirdly, there's been a lot of talk about data tax in this IGF. I think this idea of data tax is that everything on the internet is intellectual property, and that is what's being used to train a new convolutional neural networks and neural networks on the internet. So I think we need to hold them accountable for this usage of data, because this is truly not their data. And I think for sustainable solutions, what will really help youth get more involved in such solutions will be more funding for youth. I think governments can do more funding targeted for youth below the ages of 18 for them to exercise their creativity, because many avenues require like a computer, hardware, processing power, and it's quite hard to achieve in this modern day and age. But I think sharing of more resources such as online courses, so I think Google gets free courses, and I think Google Colab is a great resource for online development. So I think by doing so and giving more resources for students like us, I think we'll be able to have a greater impact. Thank you.
I have nothing to add on, yeah.
Thank you. So now we are going to listen to our online speakers. And please, Osei, are you there to address the word? Oh,
So yeah, I think a lot has been said. I'll not maybe add a lot to it, and I'll just exercise brevity that as youth, as young people, we are the forefront of innovation, and we just need to do effective collaboration, most importantly, and bring our energies together. So I do believe the IGF provide a very, 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 very big platform for all of us to collaborate, from India to Hong Kong to Brazil to Comoros, to just bring our energies together and just solve the elephant in the room. So I'll move on to our next speaker to just speak on that too.
So please, now we are going to listen to James on the topic. James, please present yourself and give us your views.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is James Amati from Ghana. And to touch a bit on the topic, I believe that some of our panelists have spoken at range on what the youth can do to develop sustainable initiatives. Now, I do believe that in as much as we are trying to get the youth, there is still some inexperience that we could learn from pre-existing solutions. So in that sense, we want to be able to call on collaboration, whether with government, whether with big firms, to be able to help transition the youth into the capacity and the knowledge that is required to innovate and run some of these initiatives. Because believe me, these initiatives are very difficult to carry on without that needed collaboration, whether it's in terms of capital, whether it's in terms of resources, whether it's in terms of training, whether it's also in terms of getting the youth perspective on initiatives and policies to be able to safeguard the future. So I think that collaboration would be key in helping us get to where we want to get to in terms of the youth collaboration in sustainable innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Now we are going to listen to Nicholas speaking about his perspective about these questions. Please, Nicholas, go on.
Yes, I think that this, for example, when you mention about the collaborations between the different platforms, I think it's very important to highlight that these technological advancements need to be shaping our every move and economic pursuits. But we need to know that there is an effort from the private sector to do this because of obviously a commercial interest. But what we are trying to, or at least from my perspective, what the youth want to have is more opportunities for creating, for example, taking advantage of these collaborations to create a lot of environments and different applications, new ideas that could shape the new innovative solutions and so on. So I think that we need to recognize that we are in a new era, in a new century, and sustainability is not just on collaboration and innovative ideas, but also about the environment. That is very important. It's a broader spectrum, and economic sustainability ensure that these communities are thriving and jobs are created today and don't lead like to economic pitfalls. But social sustainability as well asks us to look beyond our immediate circles and consider global equity, right? Ensuring that the progress is not only benefiting the privileged, but everyone. So we are like always changing topic because we cannot have, as we say in the beginning, innovation if we don't have these unprivileged in the same loop. So the environment remains at the core of the sustainability, I think, and this, extreme weather conditions, the clearing of our planet, the carbon foot, as our panelists from Asia Pacific mentioned at the beginning. So to have a balance in our ecosystem is a peril, and the choices we make today will definitely be the legacy we leave behind. So what can I do? I can pose this question to the panelists. From choosing to reduce waste or supporting sustainability businesses and advocating for policies that prioritize long-term ecological wealth over things. The corporate elections is increasingly recognizing the profitability and sustainability, but often the synergies are failing, right? So I put this as a common thing in the panel and maybe see if we can address these challenges.
Thank you, Nicholas. Before the speakers start to share their final thoughts, I would like to open the mics for the audience to propose questions if you wish to. So we have any online or on-seat question? This is the moment for it. Yes, please go on.
As a youth passionate about promoting sustainability through technological innovation, what specific resources and support would you like policymakers to provide to empower you and your peers in driving sustainable technological advancements other than funding? Because I heard Boris said funding would be a very quick help for you, but any other things other than funding would be a good help for your involvement.
Let's listen to the other question, and then we are going to answer both of them. Please go on.
Thank you very much. I'm very impressed with this session. My name is Peter Bruck. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Award, and we run also the Young Innovators Award around the world for people who are using digital for a positive social impact and for achieving the SDGs. I was very moved by the presentation and also by the words from our friend here from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I have a question following his presentation, where he outlined and stressed also the need to learn and to have the capacity to be able to participate in something like the IGF. And I have a question to the panel here is, what would be, in terms of a ranking of priorities, the most important things which you would need in order to feel that you are actually able to really present a meaningful impact and also have a clear enough understanding of how to make it in terms of this opportunity of youth participation in the IGF? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So before making more questions and answering, I would like to ask everyone to talk a little slowly and also more clearly out loud, because it reflects on the subtitles. And since we were on the other panel it was about accessibility, so we must have accessible subtitles, right? Thank you for telling us. Now we have some online questions, but before the online questions, we are going to answer our on-seat participants. So please go on. Who wants to start answering it?
I can take the first question.
Okay, and then Boris want? Okay, thank you. Please go on.
Thank you, brother. You just mentioned what do we need other than financial resources to make sure that we can foster innovation and youth participation. Actually, young people are working around startups and innovative solutions, small and middle enterprises with the resources that we have. But sometimes administrative burdens are too much to handle for us. Talking from an entrepreneurship point of view, as a co-founder of a startup in my country, the kind of administrative paperwork they will ask you as a young people, you are like, seriously, why are you trying to make the whole thing hard? You are trying to build an impact, you are trying to get your own financial resources while fostering innovation. But the administrative processes are always very tough for young people. I think that's one other thing that policymakers can help us to ensure that we can build innovation. So if other than the administrative paperwork, when we are talking about small and medium enterprises. One other thing I would like to mention is also, sorry, a second. So other than that, it's also collaboration. For a young guy to move from one region to another one, lastly had troubles going to the Latin American region. I cannot access the visa issues is a big problem for young people. I don't know what you think about. I'm just talking about the immigration people. Maybe they think we are going. I don't know. We are going to steal or what. But there is more room for collaboration and interregional collaboration. But our immigration policies are not really helping this collaboration between regions. So I think that's one other thing the policymakers can work on to make sure that young people can innovate. If I can go to Hong Kong and Dennis can come to Congo and easily work on the same project, put resources together, put knowledge together, and there we can foster innovation. But with all these immigration problems and mostly affecting the young people, it's very tough. So that's another thing that we can work on. And yes, financial resources are also very important and like the key solution to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Atanis, for your answer. We have Deborah online, but wait just a moment, Deborah. Boris is going to answer the other question that we had on seat, and then we can have you talking and making your question.
Right. I'm going to try to answer the two questions together. I think they're quite related. So I think the most important thing for youth to make an impact, I think my ranking would be knowledge, a suitable environment, and then mentors. I think knowledge is that knowledge has to be accessible. So people need to be able to access resources that teach them about new things. So let's say we need to learn about the metaverse, because without knowing about it, you wouldn't act on it, and you wouldn't learn skills like blockchain programming, which are required in the field like cryptocurrency and other like metaverse related things. And I think secondly is the environment, because without the right environment, like brought by government policies, you wouldn't be able to practice your skills and also learn the most updated skills. So I think a policy that would support this is increasing the intersection between public, private, and civil sector, civil society in Hong Kong, which will allow more collaboration between companies and individuals, as well as the government, to provide resources and maybe training programs for individuals to learn more skills in order to slowly build themselves up for impact. I think lastly is mentors, because through the power of mentors, I believe that young people are able to truly exert themselves. And then using their skills they have learned, they're able to find the right places to exert themselves. So I think a mentor in a company will be able to help individuals such as me learn like greater skills and deliver an impact. I think for policies, I think policies would mainly be increasing the amount of interaction that youth and older people have, because I think the age gap is what helps people learn. And I think people being at the forefront of the industry, teaching their skills to youth, is what will really help them gain the most up-to-date, best information. Thank you.
Thank you. So now let's go to listen to Deborah. You have a question?
Well, I do. And that was perfect. The speaker who just spoke, I don't know your name, but I know you guys are still talking. The networking. I want to talk about the networking concept. Okay, so I just got to give you a little background of who I am, and then I'm going to make an offer for you all because I believe very much in networking. I believe in the Zoom coffee. I have a nonprofit in The Hague called findoutvhy.info. Oh, sorry, too loud? Or go quicker?
Oh, yes, please, if you could slow down your speech.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
I'll speak a little bit further away from the mic.
Thank you.
Okay, I will. And this is just proof, have online, offline, how I can see what you're doing, and I saw that you needed something to change. Okay, so back to the story. Findoutvhy.info, based in The Hague, Digital Fluency Lab. All of you are talking about the need for digital literacy, et cetera, okay? So please do reach out. You can find me on LinkedIn using my name and tell me how you met me if you're interested in what I'm gonna offer. So one-to-one mentoring is one of the things that we do. And as I said, we're based in The Hague. You know, I work across all sectors. I work with, based in Utrecht is, for example, Team Liquid. And for those of you who do video gaming and understand the importance of that in the future, you're the digital architects of the future. And the one thing I want to be really sure to say to you is you have the seniority. You don't have to wait for the hierarchy to invite you to the table. Take your seat at the table. And you talk often about collaborations. It's also about what you just said about mentoring and allies. And we're allies. Okay, find out why we're allies for getting a seat at the table and getting you in the door. So please make use of it. I'm offering that to you just now. Reach out and you'll find out that we're here for you. And I think being in the place of the digital realm with the Digital Fluency Lab and the idea of peace in the City of Peace and Justice, I think we have such aligned values and our core ideals on fairness, human rights, trustworthiness, and data privacy. And I think it's important, as many of the speakers have said, about how we have to build our own network in a way. I'm a non-traditional at this. I was a clothing designer in New York City in the 1980s and 1990s. So I know the value chain, I know the supply chain and the manufacturing chain on a global level. I've been through a pandemic, the AIDS pandemic in the 80s. I've gone through the financial crash. I've raised 2 sons at the foot of 9/11. So I come to you with that sort of gravitas in terms of navigating through different industries, through reinvention and so on. And so I offer Find Out Why to you as a mentor. Thank you very much for opening my mic. And I wish you guys all the very best. Believe in yourself, trust yourself. And last point I want to make, find out why we talk about trustworthiness. And we don't believe that the youth have a problem with trust. We believe that the youth understand betrayal better than any other generation has in the recent history. And you have the gravitas, flex on it. And so I say that, and I just really want to applaud all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah, for your considerations and also for your questions. We are now going to listen to our speakers making their final thoughts and also answering to your question. Let's start with Nicholas, please. We only have 7 minutes more and we are going out without subtitles, so let's go fast with it, everyone. Go on, Nicholas.
Yes, just a few reflection points. Also about the question on the youth, the role of the youth in the internet governance. You know that the young individuals offer like this fresh perspective on the challenges, and it's essential to have youth participation in forums like the IGF because we can express our concerns, aspirations, and challenges. And also, as we have seen in the panelists, the younger generation in developing countries is often at the forefront of this digital innovation or grassroots campaigns sometimes. So participating in the internet governance is an opportunity to highlight our ground realities or share our successful models, right? So as digital natives, the youth have like a keen interest in the technological backbone of the internet. So these sustainable practices are not just an afterthought, but are integrated from the get-go. So by forming more alliances or partnerships, as others were mentioning, between the regions as well, we can share our experiences and make the collective voices more stronger at these international forums. Finally, just to mention a few more things, is like often more environmentally conscious can be catalysts for driving sustainable practices in the tech industry. And the IGF can focus on mentorship programs, as were mentioned, targeting maybe young individuals or ensuring that they have the appropriate skills and knowledge to contribute effectively to the discussions. And that is like the active participation of the youth in internet governance is super related with advancing in sustainability, because ensuring that the digital future is not only sustainable and inclusive, we have seen it, but also resonating with the aspirations and concerns that our generation will be most impacted by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Now let's go for the final considerations of James.
Yes, thank you very much. I believe I am at a slower pace now. So, first of all, I would like to say that the youth are currently the forefront of the digital economy, and we are closer to most of the problems. So, I think that I'm actually grateful for platforms like these, where we can be able to share our knowledge, share our experiences, and our points of view to be able to communicate that across. Now, it is very imperative for us to also take the initiative to come to the forefront to share our views. Now, sometimes it can be very intimidating because we may think we lack experience, but I do believe that um, keeping quiet is not the way to go, as our thoughts and our voices are very necessary to be able to progress current conversations. And I also like the fact that the older generation is now more open to offering mentorship to the younger ones so that we can learn and be able to bridge that knowledge gap. So I do believe that we can capitalize from or take off from this platform to be able to develop various youth initiatives in our locality. So thank you very much for having me, um, and all the best.
Thank you, James and Osei. Let's go for your final considerations. Uh, I don't see Osei. Maybe he's gone already. Okay, and I think that Shraddha also has an internet issue and will not be able to speak now. And we are going to our on-seat speakers' considerations now. Please, let's begin with Adonis.
Thank you, Dennis. The youth is ready to participate. The youth is ready to foster innovation. With the low resource we have, with the zeal we have, we are ready to build sustainable innovation. So whatever we need, we are going to go for it. Whether it's a seat at a table when it's not given, whether it's the resource, we are trying in our own way to find this. They were talking about the environment, to make the environment good enough for us to build that innovation. And so what I would say as a parting remark is to encourage everybody, whether you are a legal practitioner, whether you are a software engineer like me, to continue to build that sustainability. Even if you don't have all the requirements, even if the environment is not ready enough, just start small, continue in that small way, and fight for what you want. That will be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Terezinha.
Well, I think I will just follow what he just said, because I think sometimes we behave as more participation, more diversity would be just cool and beautiful, but it's not about that. It's a need. We need more people. We need different kind of people because we have problems, complex problems, and we need to think critically and more profound about these problems, and we cannot solve these problems without bringing to the table people who have been affected by these problems. And we need, I think he is not here anymore, but in this question, he asked something about our priorities and a kind of ranking of what are the youth priorities. And I think one of the priorities would be really be able and invited to participate into the decisions, because we have been invited to participate into the discussions, but this is not enough. We need to be part of the decision as well. And our ideas and our thoughts, what we have been finding, because we have been researching, we have been seeing and facing experiences that really could help it, but if you are not even really listening, if people don't take our ideas, this is a bad for everyone. So this is my final. I thank you to be here, and that's it.
Thank you. Now we are going to end the session with Boris and Ethan. Please go on.
So before I say anything, I gotta thanks Denise and Nicholas to invite me to this, invite me and Boris to this discussion, which is my pleasure. And in my opinion, not only youth, but everyone here, no matter how old are you or no matter how young are you, we can make impact to this world. We can let the world to become more sustainable. This is the, and our goal is basically the Sustainable Development Goals, right? This is our common goals that we want to achieve. And I believe if every one of us cooperate together, no matter your age, no matter your sex or whatever, we can cooperate together and let this world to become more and more better. And that's all. Thanks.
I think just to end this in a positive light, I think I've learned a lot from this IGF experience. I think it's really successful. I hope everyone here stays connected and collaborative in the future, and that everyone unrestricted by their age can make a change in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And for finalizing it, we had a comment on the chat. It's Andrea Palomino talking about a project that they have to include youth on the police process and bridge gaps between youth and decision makers. It's Youth for Our Data Future. So please follow them on their website and let's keep this beautiful work. We count on you for a better future on the IG community. Thanks everyone for being here.